Monday, May 5th, 2025. It is 9 a.m. All council members are present. Town manager, town attorney, town clerk. If you'll please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We thank you for being with us here today. As we begin this meeting, let us take a moment to express our gratitude for the opportunity to serve this community. We are thankful for the people of Fort Myers Beach, its residents, its visitors, and all who contribute to make our island special. May we approach today's discussions with respect, understanding, and a shared commitment to making decisions that benefit everyone. Let us be grateful for the chance to work together for a better future for our town. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is the approval of the final agenda. We have a couple of changes. Town attorney has informed me that the item D under public hearing, the lien reduction, has been resolved. So
Yes,
we'll be pulling that. And there has been a request to move item E, the request for rehearing and reconsideration of denial of appeal 213191 for Widgeon Terrace, moving that up to item A for the sake of time. If there's no objections to that, I have no issues with it. Anyone? Consent. Okay, is there any other changes anyone would like to make to the agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the final agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk?
I have one, excuse me, I have one signed up, Chris Mostero.
Morning, Chris.
Good morning. My name is Chris Mostero. I'm a full-time resident, 923 3rd Street, business owner as well. Today I'm torn. I'm torn because as a member of the business community, I understand this. I understand our need for commercial development and tourism to return to our island. I understand we need to revitalize parts of our town. As a resident, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about all these large-scale projects. I'm concerned about our infrastructure. I'm concerned about traffic. I'm concerned about quality of life with big commercial intrusion. We're at a time where our island is extremely divided. Council, it's your job to bring us back together. Your job is not a rubber stamp of approval. Your job is to protect our greatest asset, which is the sun and the sand. I think most residents understand that things are different and buildings will change, but people are upset there has not been a fight for a middle ground, no compromise. Residents feel like they have not been heard. It's been just a big yes to move development forward. Recent surveys by town staff overwhelmingly show that our appetite hasn't changed. Residents don't really want to see mid-rise and high-rise buildings on the island. I hope you all begin to listen. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing. Remember what brought you here. What made you say, that island is where I want to live. Let's rebuild that. We all want our town rebuilt. But what's going to keep us unique? What's going to keep us a fun, funky beach town? How are we going to keep that small town feel we all desire? You all have a hard job, but there's a middle ground somewhere, and I think we could get there. Thank you.
Chris.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in public comment? Leah, come on up.
Good morning. Leah Gregg, Bonita Street. I want to thank Nancy, our town attorney, for providing excellent training last month on the Code of Ethics, the Sunshine Law, voting conflicts, public records law, to committee members and anyone who really wants to watch it. I thought it was superb. I learned a great deal. So thank you, Nancy. And Nancy made it very, very clear that when something is being voted on, you must be free of potential bias or prejudice. You have to attend the meeting with an open mind. You have to listen to the testimony that's given and the documents that are presented and nothing more. right? So there's the Growth Management Act. It's old, but that's in place. And Nancy, correct me if I'm wrong, but it requires local governments to apply their land development codes consistently to each different development to ensure approvals or denials are based on the established rules and standards and not arbitrarily. This consistency is crucial to ensure the approval or the denial decisions that you make are made fairly, transparently, in accordance with the rules and policies of the town and state. So many say that every development is different, and they are, but the process for approval or denial must be consistent, just like the process was when you guys interviewed the town manager candidates, right? There were 5 candidates, all different backgrounds, but you asked them all the same questions. You had to do that to keep the process fair and consistent. So if the process for approval or denial must be consistent, I can't understand for the life of me why the LPA would deny Seagate at, according to staff, is at a 1.6 FAR and numerous deviations, but then they unanimously approved Moss at a 2 FAR, 8 deviations, plus a land use change from a residential conservation, correct? That's the correct name of our neighborhood, to commercial. Is that consistent? This area is not a downtown. It's not in the downtown. It's I thought it was in the downtown area, but it's not. It's residential conservation. But yet the LPA, some of the reasons they gave and that they denied Seagate in the Times Square project was because, and I quote, what is being asked for is inconsistent with the comp plan. But they approved Moss, whose asks are also not consistent with a comp plan, including wanting to change the entire neighborhood, and the highest FAR that I've heard so far to date at a 2.0, twice that of Margaritaville. Margaritaville is a 1, Moss is a 2. Again, the LPA unanimously approved it. And why would an LPA member say a rooftop bar presented during the Times Square project was an amenity because possibly it blocked his view, but the rooftop bar at Moss Marina is a public benefit? And factor that into his decision to approve or deny one over the other. Is this consistent? Especially when the rooftop bar at Moss that he looked at as a benefit is hovering directly down into my and my neighbors' yards. It's not a benefit to us, it's a detriment. So I ask you in closing, please be free of potential bias or prejudice and apply the land development code consistently to all developments to ensure the approvals or denials are based on established rules and standards and not arbitrarily. Thank you much.
Thank you, Vic. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Local achievements and recognitions. Councilor King?
I'll start. It probably should go later under council member items, but I need to get this out of my way. In light of a current event, it's been weighing on my heart and my head, and so I'll be making breaking news today. I'd like to recognize my lovely wife, Chris. Today is our 35th wedding anniversary. I've gotten older, but Chris remains as young and beautiful as always. Chris, thanks for being my best friend and the love of my life. I love trying to make you laugh at least once a day, and your smile sates my soul. I'll be quoting our buddy Bill Withers here when I say, when I look at you, the world's all right with me. When I look at you, I know it's going to be a lovely day. In spite of the fools we must suffer. Thank you for letting us live our best lives. I love you, Chris.
Hard to top that. Happy anniversary. Anything else, John?
That's it. Thank you.
I am not following a Bill Withers quote. That's beautiful. Yeah. Congratulations.
It's cheaper than card.
Councilor Woodson.
I'm good. Congratulations. Happy anniversary.
Councilor Sanford.
That'd be something like I do, is get married on Cinco de Mayo, but congratulations.
Nobody celebrated it in 1990.
Congratulations. No, I've nothing in the interest of time.
Yeah, in the sake of time, I will forego anything I had for this week. Advisory committees and items, reports, and appointments. We have Dave Nussbaum from Murph and Chris King from the Anchorage Advisory Committee. Dave?
Good morning, councilors, staff. Dave Nussbaum, chairman of the Murph Committee. Just a very brief report on the last 2 Murph meetings. We were compressed because of timing, so we were only about 3 weeks apart. At the April 10th Murph meeting, in response to several requests of residents and with the help of staff, We reviewed the ownership and depth situation of the numerous canals facing the Back Bay. Ownership and financial responsibility of the canals is all over the board, with some homeowners associations having control of the canal. Others are independently owned by the property owner, and some are controlled by the town. It's a very mixed bag. Determining who will pay for the dredging of the canals is a much bigger issue. And that is the question, after much discussion regarding the complexity and financing of the project, the committee voted 5-2 to recommend to the town council that they need to research funding mechanisms to dredge the canals to their correct depth, recognizing the importance and economic benefit and environmental improvement of the canals. A special property tax may be required and applied to all of the canal owners, regardless of ownership. And by and large, we kicked it back to the council because it's beyond our pay grade. After reviewing the dune planting plan presented by staff liaison Chad Schutz, the committee voted to unanimously support the plan. Artist Kim Goins was the recipient of the April Murph Award for her new mural at the Fort Myers Beach Library for capturing the spirit of our location with her beautiful sea mural. At our May Murph meeting, the committee recognized the growing population of Australian pines across the empty lots throughout the island. Australian pines, Brazilian peppers, and other Category 1 invasive plants are gaining a foothold that increase their presence and also increase removal costs when they are finally taken out. The committee voted unanimously to ask the town to remind all property owners to please identify and remove these plants from their lots before they establish an even greater foothold. After a several-year hiatus due to Ian, we have asked staff to post nomination papers for the Mayor John Mulholland Stewardship Award. Stewardship is a voluntary conservation of natural habitat and wildlife by concerned citizens. Any individual, business, or organization which promotes awareness, education, and preservation of our community's natural resources is a candidate for the award. The award is named after Fort Myers Beach Mayor John Mulholland. Any individual may nominate a candidate. The Murph Committee will review the candidates and make recommendations to the town council. So we invite all of the citizens, property owners, anyone who wishes to nominate someone, please go to the town site. I just asked it to be posted, so it might take a day or two, but the application is there. The committee acknowledged the work done by Chad Schutz on the beach renourishment project. He got a round of applause and a well done, elder boy, even though we're not quite over the hill yet. Finally, the Friends of Little Estero Island 501c3 nonprofit received the May Murph Award for their providing new signs which were destroyed by the last storm and replaced by the Friends at no cost to the town. So that's my report. Are there any questions?
Scott, any questions for Dave?
No, sir.
Karen?
No, it's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank
you.
Dave, just briefly, I think your resolution deserves your resolution about the canals deserves a response from our town manager or Frankie on, because I think the town's been working on that. And I think maybe an update on the funding potential for the canals, because that seems to be delaying the tougher conversations if that funding's not available. Do you want to just kind of give an update as to where we are with it? I know you've been searching.
Yeah, we've been searching high and low. At the moment, there's a couple of programs that are out, but they're closed temporarily until Washington can take a closer look at them through the Department of Interior, which was sent down to the state. That should hopefully reopen by the end of the year for at least through DEP and places like that to apply through. We're hoping anyway. And then also there was one through the U.S. Coast Guard that allowed navigable channels. It's kind of far-fetched, but it's worth looking into, and we're waiting for it to be downloaded and sent to us. So that's kind of where we sit on those two.
Thank you.
Maybe maybe this would be a task for Murph to help take up if we haven't done it already, to look at other jurisdictions to see what kind of canal mitigation programs they have in place and the funding that they used. It'd help alleviate staff a little bit to narrow down the search, if you will, if that's something that council
Certainly.
feels that Murph could conquer. I know there's several out there. Sanibel obviously one has their own, how they do it might be interesting to look at. And I know there's other ones throughout the state. Instead
Cape
of
Coral is next door, so
Yeah.
that would be another one.
yeah, instead of reinventing the wheel, maybe take a look and see what they do and how would it implement into what we need here.
Certainly.
John?
Nothing, but thanks, Dave. Well, I would just maybe those signs, they're right at the entrance on the beach to the critical wildlife area. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's just what I
And
wanted to
they're,
clarify.
they're beautiful, brand new, beautiful signs. Hopefully able to withstand the next 20 years of storms.
Very good. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Chris?
Good morning, esteemed council and town staff. I'm Chris Riedel King, Chair of the Anchorage Advisory Committee. And before I start my report, I just want to say on the canal issue, that seems to be kind of a crossover between the AAC and Murph because it has to do with the navigability of waterways. So I think it might be a joint project that we're both kind of working on. They're from the environmental aspect, us from the navigability and safety. So just throwing that out there.
Sounds like you just gave yourself an assignment.
Well, we've been working on it. I mean, we've been talking about it probably for a year and a half. So on behalf of my fellow committee members, which include Vice Chair Sam Lurie and committee members Ted Lawwill, John Wesley Nash, Ed Schoonover, Jennifer Rusk, and Ron Fleming, I'm pleased to present a recap of our recent activities. I sent you all a copy of my Cruisers Appreciation Day recap. I'm just going to go through a bit of that because it's long and then I would get accused of taking too much time. So thanks to the council and staff for your approval to actually hold this 14th Cruisers Appreciation Day celebration. It was held on Sunday, April 7th. No, April 27th, sorry. Missed a little number there. I've been doing events for some 40 years in my professional capacity, and usually something goes awry on the day of the event, but actually nothing needed to be fixed with this one. It just logistically worked very well. And that is thanks to the really great work that our committee did, in addition to all of the help that we got from Nancy and other town staff members. Certainly Curtis Ludwig, our harbor master, and his staff were tremendous. So I thank everybody for that. What was great about this event is it was different. In that it had been held previously and it was really a very sort of small event held underneath the Matanzas Pass Bridge. And it was really boater specific. And we wanted to make sure that we kept the spirit of that because we wanted it to be boater first. The event is all about celebrating and recognizing the boaters who use our mooring field throughout the year. And the way that we did it this year was different. We expanded the scope. We not only celebrated the boaters and made sure that they were recognized, but we also brought nonprofits together. And that is really thanks to the great work of Jennifer. She has a great connection to all of the nonprofits. We initially said, let's do 3. We ended up with 19. So everybody wanted to be a part of it. And I think that was what was the win-win about all of this. We had such great support from the nonprofits. They all wanted to be there. And even though we may have not had as many people in the public, and I guess, you know, that's sort of due to it being a little later in the season. We're going to think about moving it up next year, a couple of 3 weeks. But the people who came were very engaged and the nonprofits were engaged in talking to each other. And the boaters were talking to each other. And the way that we had it set up under the tiki at Snug gave people the ability to sit with each other and learn from each other. So we're just really pleased about how the event went. I just want to read a few stats and recognize some of the people who made this possible. Monetary contributions, we received $3,550 from Florida Marine Contracting and Recovery, from Beach Talk Radio, Ed Schoonover, Sam Lurie, Kathy and John Wesley Nash. Our expenses were $1,972.64. So to date, we have remaining $1,577.36. So none of the costs are coming to the town. We've been able to cover all of that. We had the following participating nonprofits: Captains for Clean Water, Coast Guard Auxiliary, Crow, Estero Island Garden Club, the Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce, Fort Myers Beach Community Foundation, Fort Myers Beach Fire Department Safety, Fort Myers Beach Women's Club, Friends of Lovers Key, Friends of Matanzas Past Preserve and Estero Bay Buddies, Friends of the Library, Friends of the Mound House, Keep Lee County Beautiful, Marine Environmental Resource Task Force, Native Plant Society, Otsego Bay Foundation, Pod Protectors, Turtle Time, and Yacht Harbor Club. And then we also had a bunch of in-kind sponsors who provided prizes for our drawing. We had Friends of Lovers Key, Margaritaville, FMB Women's Club, Matanzas Inn, Petey's Upper Deck, Wahoo Willie's, SOB, Nervous Nellies, The Islander, The Whale, Sandy Bottom Station 31, Island Carts, Diamond Head, Pink Shell, Key West Express, Estero Bay Buddies, Lighthouse Yucatan, Snook Bite, Community Foundation, Friends of the Library, Friends of the Mound House, Island Pancake House, and Captains for Clean Water. So I want to thank everybody for their support. Like I said, it was just pretty much overwhelming. Nobody turned us down when we asked them to support. Thanks also to Beach Talk Radio for being not only a monetary sponsor, but helping us on site with all of our AV. And last, I think that's all of the things that I wanted to say about that. Our next order of business, we're trying to reconcile all of the responsibilities of the Anchorage Advisory Committee. We have a couple of ordinances. We have a Matanzas mooring field plan, and our responsibilities don't seem to be tracking in all of those different documents. So we're just taking a look at what is out there and what we think going forward might make sense for the Anchorage Advisory Committee. So I would suggest that within the next couple of months, you'll see something coming before you that would outline what we think our responsibilities should be in the future. And last but not least, I just want to thank all of you for everything that you do, for supporting our community, for all of the hours that you put in, for listening to everybody's voices and making the best decisions you can based on what you think are the needs of the community. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Thanks, Chris. Scott, any questions?
No, that was a fantastic event. Beautiful weather. Next year, probably a little bit earlier.
Yep, right after
But
Easter.
it was-
Easter's early next year, so we're going to move it
Yeah,
up.
no, it was a wonderful event. Thank you.
Karen?
Unfortunately, I was out of town, but I heard that it was amazing. And I'm just really excited that the whole county up to the state with Captains for Clean Water, everyone was so involved with it. So hats off to all of you for that planning. That was excellent.
You know, as the liaison to this committee, I wish I could claim some credit for this, but the only thing I could claim credit for is that I had a front row seat to see the hard work that this advisory committee put in, and all of them. Everybody put in a lot of time. These things just don't happen. So great job to you and to the rest of the committee.
Thanks, Jim, for your support.
John?
I will just kind of echo what others have said. It was a great day. It was a privilege to watch this committee work together so well in setting up, taking care of things, and then breaking it all down as well. Curtis and his staff did an excellent job. The best part for me was listening to the boaters talk about how much they appreciate Fort Myers Beach. And that's one of the things that early on hit me about the Anchorage Advisory Committee is it's also a front door. The mooring fields are a front door to our town for boaters, and putting on the best face. You've done a great job and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we're looking forward to next year expanding the recognition, expanding the number of boaters, maybe having some sort of a boater panel. But interviewing the boaters was a lot of fun. I mean, a guy from Canada who's been down here for months, and they're just great people.
Yeah, it was great to hear some of the stories from the people. And Vice Mayor, I think you do deserve a little bit of credit. You stood there the entire day, and I'm sure all the questions that were being asked you revolved around the Anchorage Advisory Committee. You were being talked to quite often.
We're
So
pretty important.
so you deserve just as much credit, but everybody was working very hard. It was a great event.
Thanks so
Chris.
much. Appreciate it.
All right, we now have a presentation of the wave mitigation wall from Elizabeth Fountain. I guess, there she is. Welcome back.
So good morning, council. Thanks again for the opportunity to be here this morning and do a presentation to you about our recommendations for mitigation strategies for mitigating wave action and associated with storm surge events and storms affecting the island.
Elizabeth, could you
Yes.
pull that mic up just a little bit?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Hello, there we go. As a way of introductions, my name is Elizabeth Fountain, Senior Vice President of J.R. Evans Engineering. Over 24 years experience in Southwest Florida and the coastal communities, providing civil engineering services, floodplain management, consultation services, and coastal engineering services. I have with me today Austin Wise. He's also a professional engineer with our firm and has a master's degree in coastal engineering. And he's been focused on specializing in coastal hazard analysis and modeling hydrodynamics, design of coastal structures. As a firm, we are a locally founded firm. We started in Estero, Florida, so pretty close to Fort Myers Beach. And we provide professional services, as I mentioned, with floodplain management, coastal engineering, civil engineering services, with a real focus on water resource type projects. So the goals of our presentation today is, number one, we're going to demonstrate how certain strategies can reduce wave energy and potential impacts to the upland properties. Number two, we're going to highlight some of the co-benefits, especially, private and public benefits, which are very important to the island. We're going to showcase several real-world examples within the state of Florida and a couple that are very local to the community. And then we're going to collaborate to determine some key factors on how the town maybe could move forward with initiating some initiatives with this effort. So for background and context, we just want to go through some key points of data associated with the coastal hazards that face Fort Myers Beach. I think we're all too familiar with what's been happening in the past, especially since Hurricane Ian, Helene, and Milton. And the problem is that the disturbance of the storm is outpacing their ability to recover in time. We're just the frequency kept hitting us too hard or too fast, and the island wasn't able to recover as it has been maybe in previous years. So historically, we have low dune elevations. We don't have the high dunes that are in existence like on the northeast coast of Florida near St. Augustine and Palm Beach County. So we don't have the benefit of that level of protection. And the FEMA, the flood maps indicate that basically the whole island is inundated by coastal floodplain. So distinctions of coastal flooding. It's different from your rainfall and your runoff events and your riverine flooding events. It comes with a new level of hazards. It's based on the tidal conditions. It's based on storm surge levels. It's associated with major storm events that are coming into the Gulf. And it's really associated with wind-driven waves. And how FEMA defines those coastal high hazard zones that are mapped is based on how the waves are propagating across the island. The wave heights determine the level of the floodplain or flood zone, and the wave energy determines if you're in a really coastal high hazard zone or a less moderate or less risky zone. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to Austin. He's going to go through some specific data points related to the frequency of storms.
Good morning, Austin.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here and allowing us to speak on this. So to start with sea level rise, currently the data shows that we're seeing about a foot of rise over the course of 100 years. There's the potential that accelerates, maybe decelerates, but that's the data that we're looking at right now. That increase in sea level rise, of course, leads to higher storm surge elevations. If your baseline is higher, then your storm surge, in the end, your still water elevation is going to be higher. And that leads to just greater flooding. That leads to, if you have a taller column of water coming across the island, then you have the potential for larger waves. And those waves, especially according to FEMA's maps, are what really dictates the amount of damage, not just from something being soaked, but from the energy that's attacking your structures, your foundations, and things like that. All right, so some more background. Of course, we're all pretty familiar with the storms, especially of late. So just a little bit about it in the last 120 years or so. I went through some records. It's nothing new. You know, we're seeing some increases in the size of storms. We're seeing increases in sea level. I wouldn't necessarily say the data represents we're getting more storms, but the intensity, I think, is the data showing it's a greater intensity. And a big note that I wanted to add here is these are historic storms within 50 miles of Fort Myers Beach. The two surge events that we had last year, Helene and Milton, didn't pass within 50 miles of Fort Myers Beach. So that speaks to the intensity of those storms. Being farther away, you're still seeing some pretty great effects. And the size of those storms. The size carries a pretty big implication for the level of storm surge that you see. As I was saying, the size is a big factor. I think the pictures kind of speak for themselves. You know, you have Hurricane Charlie. I had the luxury of looking that one in the eye when I was about 6 years old. And then we have Hurricane Ian, which, you know, a lot more people were able to look that one in the eye. It's a pretty big storm. And Hurricane Andrew came through in 1992. Irma came through a relatively similar path. You can see in the picture it's quite large compared to that. These are just a couple examples. I wouldn't say all of the examples out there are this drastic, but I think the pictures provide a good explanation. So these are surge levels in the past, really since the data has been taken in 1965. You'll notice that most of the highest surge levels are in the last few years. You have a few here and there, 1974, 1988. But then you get into the 2010s, 2020s, and you're seeing some pretty significant surges. It's no secret to anybody here, but I wanted to highlight the data itself. And I'll turn it back over to Elizabeth.
Thanks, Austin. And as we talk about mitigation strategies, we have to understand that we also need to work in the regulatory framework that's associated with the beach or Fort Myers, the town of Fort Myers. So there's federal guidance on from FEMA on analyzing wave overtopping, wave run up. And so whatever we do, we need to make sure that we're not exceeding those thresholds. Number two, we have to worry about the local, state, and federal regulatory agencies that we're working in. There's several jurisdictions on the island. I'm sure you're familiar with Florida Department of Environmental Protection's Coastal Construction Control Line boundary. And there's actually two boundaries. There's the current one, which is set back, closer, more inland, pretty much follows Estero Boulevard for most of the island. And then there's an original line, which is also referred to as their setback line. And we also have to consider FEMA has their own dune delineation on the island. So now I'm going to turn it over to Austin. He's going to talk about the strategies involved, and then we're going to highlight some real world examples of those strategies.
All right, so the town currently has a program in place that's to nourish the beach and to maintain the sand on the beach. I think the town does a great job at that already. I think there are some opportunities where we can support that and to benefit it. So I just wanted to make that note before going into some of those mechanisms. The first is wave attenuation and storm surge. The idea here with a wave mitigation wall isn't necessarily to stop the surge. To do that, I don't think it would really make sense for the town to try to stop the surge. It gets quite high, and the solutions to that I don't think would be favorable to anybody. What we do want to do is make the town more resilient, help the town to be more resilient. Businesses, the homes, really everybody that's here, provide a level of protection from the wave action that causes that structural damage. So by putting a barrier in front of, along the beach, in front of anything that you want to protect, you mitigate that wave action, you can break down some of those waves. And in the end, the intention is to reduce that structural damage that you see to your local businesses, to your bigger businesses, and to your private homes. The first level of defense is obviously your dune. The intention of the wall would be to support the dune, not to replace the level of protection that it already provides. And maybe even work together with it to provide synergistic benefits. And we can dive a little more into that. The design and implementation, when it comes to the dune itself, would be the grass dune plantings that have already been discussed. Maybe some sand fencing, sacrificial berms. There's been some new research on methods for planting within the last year or two. So it's new to me as well. Coming out of the Coastal Solutions Department at the University of Florida, that really show ways that the dune vegetation can benefit itself and accelerate its growth. And then I think the first step to doing any of this is to put together some typical cross-section profiles of the shoreline and where a solution could be placed. And what that solution would look like relative to your 100-year storm events, including surge levels and wave action. All right. So apart from dunes, the rigid structural element would be a revetment or a system of revetment and wave dissipation retaining wall. And this isn't necessarily a big wall that's going to get in the way of your view. It's not going to be something that can't be integrated into the character of the town already. You'll see in some of the examples that we provide that it can really be integrated in a way that speaks to the character and the spirit of the town, while also providing some public safety benefits and just aesthetic benefits as well. While that wall is there and it might be integrated nicely, it's there to serve a purpose. And that purpose is to mitigate the wave action. So really, I think the best way to do that is to incorporate a wall that's designed to withstand 100-year storm conditions at a minimum. That will provide the opportunity to make some changes to flood maps, which really changes the level of regulation that you're facing in some of those areas. It allows for some greater resiliency for the town to bounce back quicker. But it also, in the storm event, reduces the risk that you face. So the retaining wall and the revetment could be buried, so it's not like the beach would be having, unless the folks at the town wanted it to, some big rocks, out in front of the wall. Those could be buried in place with the dune enhancement that's already going on. So there's a lot of different design factors that could come into concept, but this is the solution that we think would help to mitigate that wave action.
Austin, before we move on.
Yeah.
So the revetment and the wall displacement retaining wall, could either of those, or do they work in conjunction? Like if we wanted to have a bike path or a walk path similar to Clearwater Beach, that would be number 2 versus number 1, or would they work in conjunction with each other?
I think that it would be best to make them work in conjunction with each other. Obviously, it would come down to plenty of different factors, like the cost and the way that it would be designed, the space that you have to do those things. But I think the best case is a revetment and a retaining wall in conjunction with each other. And that wall does provide a good barrier where you can set aside the space for pedestrian areas and some of those public spaces that I think you're referencing. And in the end, the combination of the rigid structure and the dune element that's already in place is a hybrid solution. It's a natural and nature-based feature. This is a general cross-section. It's not necessarily a plan that's already in motion. It's just to give an idea of what that could look like or something that it could resemble. Of course, on the back side of that feature, you're not necessarily going to have natural areas in every location. You're going to have your pedestrian spaces. You'll have a Sarah Boulevard in the homes and businesses that are in place. But the feature is meant to protect those. And that's what this hybrid solution is meant to do. All right. And I'll turn it back over.
Go through the benefits to the public and private stakeholders. Obviously, for the public sector, as Austin mentioned, it's really about protecting public infrastructure, your roadways, public facilities. It also is in an effort to reduce emergency costs and costs with recovery. And, we are hopeful that it would be able to translate into town facilities being able to come back online quicker if there's less damage.
Not to hold you,
Yeah.
not to pin you down to anything, but the insurance premium reduction in the past, do you have a percentage roughly that would correlate to for property owners?
So based on our previous experience, we've helped numerous properties. If they reduce their risk that's mapped on FEMA's map, they've been able to save, 30 to 50% of premium.
Wow.
Oh, that's huge.
So that's based on our experience to date.
Elizabeth, while you're on that
Yes, sir.
topic, it's my understanding, based upon the M&P testimony that you gave a few weeks ago, that you all have been employed by London Bay on the Outrigger project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if you were to put a wave wall on abutting the Outrigger project, it would have, I'm asking, would it have additional benefits for those neighbors who live across the Estero as well, for those neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Explain how that works.
It would actually reduce, there's actual science behind this. We actually do an analysis to demonstrate that the wave heights are lower with the wall than without the wall, and that propagates landward past the Outrigger property, on the other side of Estero Boulevard.
So this thing would hold true for Times Square
Yes, sir.
and the properties on the other side?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
okay. Thank you.
And we've, just for additional info, we've done many of these projects, and not only have we had to go through FEMA's review, and they scrutinize it pretty well, and we have to demonstrate that we're not going to cause any adverse impacts to adjacent properties. And we look at, the structure itself needs to be designed to withstand all the anticipated conditions with that 100-year event. And we've had to even do like angled wave attacks. So not just a head-on wave attack to the wall, but, from angled direction, just to make sure that the adjacent properties next door are going to be in a safe spot.
And I'll state the obvious, but I assume it's fair to say that the more folks who participate in the wave wall and the longer it is, the more effective it would be.
Yes, sir, would be.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So as we mentioned, there's an opportunity for insurance premium reduction. Also, there's an opportunity to be able to change the risk level that's mapped on the FEMA map. So that would be, for instance, going from a zone VE, which is the high velocity zone, to the next lowest zone, which would be an AE zone, still coastal A. However, it allows for more flexibility in what could be done as far as on those ground level uses. So with the proper dry flood proofing, they would still have to comply with, Florida Building Code and the standards for flood resistant construction, but it does provide some additional flexibility. Private sector, many of the same benefits for the private sector as well. Obviously, property value preservation is another key factor. Reduce damage from storms. One of the side benefits of having a wave mitigation wall is that it would reduce the amount or the frequency of the sand transport getting to those upland properties. So there were a lot of people were dealing with a lot of sand, overwashed sand coming into their properties and their pools and having to dig all that out and put it back on the beach. This mechanism would help reduce the frequency of that. And then some environmental and social co-benefits, especially with the dune enhancements and the hybrid solution. Those living shoreline measures would help support the birds and the turtles and all those wildlife species that are on the beach itself. And then for recreational aesthetic values, we talked about it with Austin's portion of the presentation. There's an opportunity for enhanced beach access, pedestrian corridors, and things of that nature. Okay, we're going to go into some real world examples. I'll turn it over to Austin.
All right. So the first example we have here is over by Miami. It's Bal Harbour Beach. This is a very robust system. This would be limited to spaces where you have the space and the buy-in to incorporate some of these larger plant species and dune enhancements. I don't know if it necessarily fits the ideal for Fort Myers Beach, but it is something that I wanted to show to make sure that that all of those options are considered. And I think that it makes for a very nice, complete beachfront. The dune enhancement with the vegetation can also serve to break wave energy and to dissipate wave energy. So while there is a more nature-based feature involved, it does come with some real modelable data that can support that this is breaking down wave action and wave energy and protecting those upland properties. All right. This is one in Fort Lauderdale Beach. This, I believe, was somewhat of a pioneer project. I don't know that this wall was initially designed for the purpose of wave mitigation, but the FEMA study has been done since this wall has been built, and the VE zone actually follows very closely to that wall location. And so most things landward of the wall, I didn't look so in depth to say that all properties landward of the wall are in an A zone, but most, if not all of those properties are in an A zone. And this is a wall that wasn't necessarily designed for that purpose. It was designed more to create a barrier between the pedestrian walkway and the beachfront. But it does in the end serve that purpose, and it integrates very well into the public landscape. The walkway, it serves as a resting spot for pedestrians, beachgoers, anybody that uses the space.
So moving to the west coast, to the Gulf Coast, we're looking at Clearwater Beach, Florida. This is the property of the Hyatt Resort in the Wyndham Grand. Wyndham Grand is just to the north of the Hyatt. And this wall, which is shown in this second picture, street view, was designed for wave mitigation purposes. So it is a sheet pile constructed wall. So most of it's buried below grade, and it does have concrete cap that has been designed to create a seating area for the people that are enjoying the promenade area in front of the Hyatt in that commercial space. And that wall actually allowed activation of that commercial space behind it to be in place. Without it, the property would have been in a V zone, and that commercial space would not be allowed. So they do have floodproofing that goes on that storefront during the time of an incoming storm. It fared very well during the latest round of storms, including Helene, which hit pretty hard up in the Clearwater area. This is another example of Hollywood Beach, Florida. Again, they have a wall similar to Fort Lauderdale. It kind of It's a border between the open beach area and then their pedestrian use and roadway area. It serves the same purpose. And then another one that's pretty local, just down the beach from the town, is Bonita Beach at the north end of Little Hickory Island. And actually, we've represented those 3 condominium properties on that island, Dolphin Way, Seascape, and Bonita Beach Club. Each of them have done a wall improvement project. There is an existing buried wall that delineates between their upland condominium area and the open beach. And that wall's been there since the mid 1980s. And it's a concrete panel that goes down about 10 feet below grade. And what we've done is added a structural cap to those walls, to that wall, with the latest, more recent one being completed as of last week for Bonita Beach Club. And they actually did a continuous cap, 3.5 foot tall. There's a sidewalk that parallels it on the upland side. And right now the rock is being completed, being placed on the seaward of that wall, and sand will go over top of it, and then doing plantings. So it'll be a complete system. The wall it is continuous, but it does have drain pipe holes through it, through the structure itself. So it allows the hydrostatic relief if water gets behind it, so it's allowed to drain. And all that goes into the design as we go through that process. So for cost, maintenance, and funding, cost for the wave mitigation walls, it varies pretty wildly based on the system itself and the components. For the Bonita Beach one, that cost was around the $500 per linear foot mark. But again, that was a 3.5 foot cap extension, structural cap extension, but it did include the rock and the sand and the plantings. But I would say on the higher end, it's closer to that $1,000 if you're doing a brand new full wall and you have other system elements with it. So it will vary. The sand is approximately about $65 a cubic yard. Plants, I'm sure there's an economy of scale if for ordering in a bulk quantity. But their per plant price is around 6 to 12, depending on what type of plant you get. For maintenance, obviously, there would be inspections required routinely to make sure those elements are holding up well. I will say that the walls on Bonita Beach on Hickory Island, the ones that were completed before Ian, they survived Ian. So I think it's a pretty good testament to that design of that structure.
I'm sorry, the walls survived, or
The walls survived.
how did the condos survive?
They're elevated, but you could definitely see where there was a wall improvement compared to where there wasn't. You could see a difference in the level of destruction, sediment. Like there was less material removed from behind the wall with the improvement than there was without the improvement. So, and there was less scarring on the columns that supported the elevated floor with the wall improvement.
Yeah, because everybody that goes south from here usually goes through Hickory Island,
Yes.
obviously,
Yes.
but they don't go to the northern
To the
part as
north part,
much.
yes.
So you saw the destruction in places like the egret and things like that.
Yes, yes. And I think some of the other condominium properties are wanting to do similar things to what Bonita Beach and Seascape and Dolphin Way have done. And then the wall extension for Dolphin Way and Seascape, they were like around the 2 foot level. They weren't as high as the 3.5 foot. Obviously, the higher you go, the more protection you're going to get, the more mitigation of that wave action is going to happen. So I would have had to thought if they would have been a little higher, it would have been less, even less.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Maintenance on your dune and your beach nourishment. Obviously, we strongly believe in maintaining that. It's a vital part of protection of the beach and dune. And then monitoring. Austin's has some input on some innovative ideas for monitoring that he can share with you if you would like to talk to him about Funding, we've identified several potential sources of funding. Obviously, there's the local funding, special districts that you have in place. State of Florida, there's the Resilient Florida Grant Program, which I know that the town's already has been awarded one for stormwater. And there's the Beaches Funding Program, and I've provided hyperlinks to each of those resources for additional input. On the federal level, there's the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Shore Protection Program, which I think you're already being funded through the beach nourishment and enhancement activities. And then there's public assistance as well through FEMA. For recommendations and next steps, as Austin mentioned, really the recommended activity is going to be a hybrid approach, but we think, doing a revetment and a vertical structure or combination of that is really a key mitigation strategy for the island. We recommend that you may want to look at doing a pilot project for maybe a specific area on the island. Obviously identifying the stakeholders and getting their initial engagement. So I think it's really critical for you to get public input and comment about what are priorities for them and what would they want to see if this project moves forward. Next steps, identify potential locations to look at the potential implementation more closely. I mean, that could be done through initiating a due diligence study to develop those concepts. And maybe, there are going to be I believe there will be different strategies for different parts of the island because it changes as you go south, obviously. The beach gets wider by hundreds of feet. You have different conditions, you have different surge levels. So it could be like a set of different strategies or details for portions of the island. Identify or evaluate those funding opportunities in more detail and establish the channels for stakeholder engagement, such as doing direct resident surveys, having a place where people can reply online with public comments, utilizing your social media partners to solicit that public comment and input. So with that, we'll close and open for discussion and questions.
Well, there's a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You talked about a pilot program potentially. First thing that popped in my mind was Newton Park, right? There is already a concrete wall there that was very much exposed after Ian.
Yes.
How does that work? Does it work in conjunction with that, or would you have to replace that with the mitigation wall, depending on where it would have to lay out in accordance with the dunes? How would that work?
Depends on the condition of that wall. I don't know if it's been looked at by a structural engineer, but we always would, if there's something existing, we always look to see, what it was originally designed to, what it's made of, is it strong enough to hold on to additional structural connection, and can it survive those wave forces that we've identified? If it can't, then it would have to be something considered not usable. We'd have to do like a new one, maybe behind it or in front of it. But you could integrate it with, like Austin mentioned, a revetment or a dune enhancement, extension of the dune enhancement right there. Or revetment may be the best activity. Huh?
You look like you wanted to add something.
Yeah. So that existing wall, depending on the condition that it's in, we may be able to model it in a failed state. And in that failed state, if it's not able to be certified, it may also provide some benefit to the design of a new wall. So they could still work in tandem, even if the wall is not necessarily in a state that it would survive the 100-year storm. You'd have to really look at the specifics of it, but there are ways to incorporate it.
It's pretty much like a seawall, essentially. And there's a lot of that down the island. It's buried under the sand.
Yes, and a lot of those walls weren't designed. Well, I'm not going to say that, but typically they're not designed for those types of
Sure.
forces, wave forces, the hydrodynamic forces. The difference between seawalls and what we're talking about is seawalls are usually designed for the hydrostatic, like increase in water levels, not necessarily breaking waves on it. So
Scott, questions?
Yes, I have two. The first one, can you, in our M&P meeting, you went through the process of how you got the flood maps changed. Can you
Yes.
go over that process and with timeframes as well?
yes, so we're doing a project that involves a flood map revision. We would first initiate what's called a conditional letter of map revision. It's a CLOMR, CLOMR, and we do an analysis to show pre-project conditions versus post-project conditions. It's a coastal analysis. So we take FEMA's model and we run the scenario with the improvement. Then we send that technical analysis and report and we propose mapping to FEMA for their review and approval. The CLOMR result is you get a documentation from FEMA that says they accept the proposed project, they accept the proposed map revisions when that project is implemented. That process typically takes roughly 6 to 8 months. FEMA has 90 days to review every time you submit. So we try to shorten the amount of back and forth, but there's usually at least 1 or 2 rounds of questions to answer. Then once the project is implemented and you have the as-built data and you confirm that it meets the CLOMR conditions, then you submit what we call a follow-up as-built letter of map revision to FEMA that really formalizes the map change to them. It provides them the as-built data, and doing the CLOMR should streamline the follow-up as-built LOMR phase. And that LOMR phase takes about 3 to 4 months. But then there's, the result of that LOMR is that you get a document from FEMA that says the maps, it's an issuance date, basically an issuance document. They've approved on a technical basis the map change. Now there'll be a gap in time between the issue date and the effective date. And that gives time for FEMA to do their own public notice process. They'll put a couple notices in the newspaper that run 2 weeks. And then there's 90 days of a waiting period for them to, if anybody has any comments, they can send them in, but they don't, for someone to contest the map change, they has to do another analysis just like what we did. So in my 15 years of doing these, I've never had anyone do that. So none of them have ever been appealed. So then the maps become effective. The map change becomes effective on that date that FEMA sets.
Okay,
So
that's great. My second question is, how can you go over the CCL, or you have to be at the CCL so for example, our Times Square area, it's right there.
Yes.
Can you go over the CCL or no?
the original one, the
78.
setback line.
Yeah, the 78.
We have been able to in Bonita, and I think it depends on what the Department of Environmental Protection calls us the active beach. I've had conversations with Solar Jackson on this, and they've allowed certain. I know for Bonita Beach, the structure is already there, and it's seaward at the CCSL. It's a conversation that we would have to have with DEP.
So that would increase the time a little bit, because now
Yes.
you've got DEP. You probably have some town would have to get involved too, right? Yeah.
And I think it really depends on what they call as the delineation of like the line of construction, where they define where the active beach is.
So in theory, you could, if you get enough approval, you could go with that line.
If DEP would be okay with that.
Okay.
Obviously they're doing a hybrid approach. It's probably more acceptable to them. And I know that marine turtles are also a concern. So FWC would probably be involved if we get too close, to the more open beach area. So we just have to be careful of that.
Thank you. That's all I
Okay.
have.
So question, because obviously, I think along with Newton Park, I think one of the primary places that we'd be looking at would be Times Square. And there is a lot of movement now on development or planning and people coming in with their ideas. Is this something, because we wouldn't want to prolong this, but is it something that can be worked on simultaneously with building projects and that kind of thing? I know you mentioned Outrigger, but I think in our M&P, you also mentioned that the 3 7-Elevens you were working with on the
Yes.
beach, as well as the Neptune,
Yes.
to get their walls in place. So how would that work with Times Square if that was one of their
Right.
locations?
Obviously the design can be done in tandem with their planning. And I'm just trying to think out loud here. We've done permitting simultaneously as we're going through the Clomer process. Obviously you want to make sure that I think FEMA's probably the critical path on it if you're trying to achieve a map change. It can be worked, you can integrate it with the design and permitting at the state level and the local level. But the map change is really dependent on whatever element that structural element is. Usually when I do these, I make that independent of like the site development work. I want the map change to be solely dependent on like the wave mitigation wall. That's usually the easiest way to handle that. That way you're not waiting on the final design and development plans for the site development or the actual structure itself of a building.
To me, it would almost make more sense if the goal is to get a map adjustment to allow you to move into a different zone, to have that in place before development. I mean, that would open up the opportunity for you to be able to do so much more on the seaward or the landward side of that mitigation wall.
I always encourage to do that, start the wave mitigation wall and map change ahead of time, well in advance if you're going in for your detailed like design and permitting for the other agencies. And we do this, a little bit of background, we do this throughout the state of Florida. We have several ongoing projects right now, even from single family properties to doing larger, more resort type properties. And we do Clomers. Clomers can be applied to all kinds of projects, even like land development projects where they're actually making changes to upland portions of inland portions of the county. We're doing Clomers ahead of time so that FEMA recognizes that the floodplain is going to be changing based on new development. So, thank you.
No, I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just wanted to focus a minute on, obviously there's significant resilience benefits here, but potentially for our island, we wrestle with congestion. And so it potentially could also add an additional transportation corridor for our island, which would be tremendous. And if we expanded this concept to broaden it to other parts of the island as well, has it been your experience that communities can use local impact fees as well to help fund it?
TDC funding.
Well, and also our new impact fees that'll come into place in a few months. Has that ever been, or Nancy, maybe that's a Nancy question, but would the impact fees that are coming down the pike for Fort Myers Beach, would it be eligible to expend those on something like this wave wall? And particularly if it includes a transportation corridor?
I think it could. I think it could. However, I would defer to the study
And as part of the study parameters, I would go ahead and ask that question. So that way you have information upon which we could move forward with.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
I'm not sure if this is a fair question to ask or not, but at $1,000 per linear foot, obviously you talk about how it'd be, the wall would be.
Insurance on a 100-foot property wouldn't take you very long to get a return on your investment.
Right. Yeah. And then like on the Bonita Beach Club property, that was a 650 long. The Bonita Beach Club property, that was a 650 long, linear foot long of improvement. So pretty substantial, I think. And like I said, the cost was close to the $500 per linear foot for that three and a half foot wall cap extension. But it was structural. It had reinforcement, hefty reinforcement.
Did it have any, to the Vice Mayor's point, did it have any pedestrian mitigation factors in there?
There was already an existing walkway that's on the landward side of it. It is a continuous walkway that can be used. So it was already integrated into it. They just improved the wall barrier to protect it more.
Austin, maybe, I don't know who would be the next steps for the town of Fort Myers Beach. I would assume, just listening to my fellow counselors, that this is something we would certainly want to pursue further. I don't want to speak out of line. But I
As
think
soon
it's-
as possible.
Yeah.
You know, it's something that I think is very beneficial, that I think a lot more people, I know we struggled with the sand dunes to get everybody to sign on, but this to me would be, as a property owner, an absolute no-brainer to want to participate in for the protection of your property and those behind you. I mean, this is an island-wide thing. I think that could really make a difference. To your knowledge, has there ever been a barrier island in Florida that has done an entire island system like this?
No, not to my knowledge. Do you know? He probably does.
On the East Coast, I don't know that an entire barrier island. There's some natural areas where maybe it didn't make sense to do something like that, but there are some very extensive projects that have been done up and down the East Coast, and I think some on the West Coast too.
So going
I
off,
think in Texas too. There's the Galveston wall.
Yeah, there's one in Texas and one along the Mississippi coast. It's like 20 something miles. And it's not the nicest looking. It was done about 100 years ago, but it gets the job done.
It serves
Right.
a purpose, right?
Right. And that was something that was initiated by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers at the time.
And say this moves forward and you obviously have some property owners that may not want to be involved in it for whatever reason. How do you integrate that? Obviously, you know, the Clearwater one, you could see how it would ramp down to the beach. I mean, I would assume that would be something in your design that you would take into consideration for if we couldn't have a continual thing down the beach.
Great question. And we know there's been some questions about, well, what if not every property owner wants to participate? And our answer to that is like, it is okay because we purposely, just like with the Clearwater one, we would have breaks in the wall to allow for drainage flow patterns and public access to continue. So and actually it's a good thing to have those breaks, and Clearwater, the ends actually overlap to provide those gaps. And to the wave, it doesn't see any change as the wave is approaching. It just sees one barrier. So it's not a real concern to us if there are gaps. It's probably a benefit to help maintain that surface water flow.
And you would just design around that
Mhm.
based on the knowledge you get.
Yes.
So what do you need from us as next steps?
So I think one of our recommendations was if you wanted to initiate like a due diligence study, we would be happy to participate in that. I think we are on the continuing services contract already.
So we wouldn't have to RFP this.
No, sir. They were one of the firms that was already vetted, a professional services contract that we did in 2024.
And what would be the cost of the study, rough guess?
It depends on, if we want to look at this island wide or if we're want to focus on a certain area.
Well, let's find out.
So-
What do you guys think? What do you think, John?
Bigger the better, the more the better,
The
yeah.
more the better.
Yeah.
I'd like to have a variety of options.
Okay.
Karen?
I agree with the variety, but for me, it would be the whole island.
Okay.
Scott?
It would be the whole island, but I think we need to do a test like either Newton Park, Times Square.
Times Square could be huge.
Could I suggest that we put together
Scope.
some options and come
Yes.
back? to-
Great.
or
Yeah, I think
provide
with the
that?
Times Square part of it, obviously there'd have to be county involvement,
Mhm.
which I think we could reach out to them or you can, I'm sure you do work with the county as well.
Yes.
We could get
We
them on
provided
board.
the most floodplain management support, and so.
So again, back to the rough cost, do you think would be for the study? I won't hold you to it. I promise. Unless it goes way over.
No.
Deal or no deal.
Deal or no deal.
Well, I'm just asking because
Yeah.
funding wise, is this something that we could get through, in the planning, Frankie? Is this something that could come out of the CDBGR funding for planning? Is it some funding? Where would we get the funding for this study would be my question.
So currently, we have a island-wide planning grant that we got through the CDBGR that we just vetted, and we have a firm on place that do long-range forecasting. We can look to see if we can implement their project into the long-term forecasting on that. As far as other areas of the CDBGR, that's already been granted out, so we can't amend that at the moment. But we do have some options coming up here for Helene and Milton that we can possibly access.
But so for Newton Park specifically, could some of the funding
We
that's
could
already been
definitely tie
allocated
that
to
into
rebuild that?
the reconstruction of Newton Park. Yes,
That'd give us at least an idea.
yes.
So there's an avenue to be able to get funding for this. Elizabeth clearly does not want to answer my question as
No.
far as cost, so.
No.
Smart girl.
And yeah, I'd rather be able to nail it down and get it back to you.
Beg for forgiveness?
Yes.
That's your moment? Okay. So you just need consent from the council to direct staff to
Okay.
work with you and.
Scope.
a
To
scope of-
prepare a
a
scope.
Scope to bring
Now
back.
prepare a scope.
Right.
Yes.
I'll consent to that. Jim,
Consent.
John,
Yes, sir.
Karen,
Absolutely.
Scott?
100%.
All right, perfect.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Next is the approval of the minutes from a special town council meeting, April 18th, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor King,
Second.
second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the consent agenda. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 states of emergencies for our favorite storms over the last 2.5 years. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any
Mayor.
further discussion?
Yeah,
Yes.
Mayor, Ian is set to expire June 13th,
Ian is June 13th. Okay,
as far as the state,
as far as the state's
Yes.
concerned.
unless it's extended.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. We do not have any items removed from the consent agenda. That brings us to our public hearings. Would anybody like a quick, brief 10-minute recess before
would
we
be
start those?
Awesome.
Okay. We'll take a brief 10-minute recess, come back at 10:30. All right, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. It is 10:30. We moved up item B in our public hearings. Nancy, do you want to go through this now, or do you want to do the public hearing first?
I would like to just do a very quick overview.
Okay.
And the burden is actually on the property owner, the appellant, so I will defer to them for their presentation. But this is a request for a rehearing and reconsideration of your denial of the appeal of 213191 Wigan Terrace. This was a matter that was before you at your last meeting, and unfortunately, there was some mix-up on the noticing. The question was asked during the meeting whether or not notice had been provided to the appellant, who was not present at that meeting. We determined that there was just, it was an oversight on our part. We had numerous staff members involved in the process, and it's an unfortunate situation that occurred. They did file a rehearing, and their attorney is present today and will provide argument as to the why the rehearing is needed. I believe, as I mentioned at the last hearing, we did have also some issues in that there was a mix-up on the scheduling. Our building official was not able to be present, and it was an appeal of his decision. We would like the opportunity to present the town's information to you as part of that appeal, which we did not do at the last meeting. And also we had a couple issues with our agenda packet. The reasons for the agenda packet mix-up is, as I mentioned at the last meeting, there was a change in process from an administrative, from a review before the Lee County Board of Adjustment and Appeals to the town special magistrate, and that change occurred over a couple months in the fall. And at the same time, we were processing some code enforcement violations involving the same property owner for a different property. And so there was just a little bit of a mix-up going back and forth on that. So I hope, I am not opposed to this rehearing. I want to go ahead and put that on the record. I think it's the correct thing to do, simply because whatever your decision is will most likely be subject to an appeal, and the record, I don't think, would support a denial of the rehearing. And so with that said, Mayor, if I may, I'd like to go ahead and defer to the appellant's attorney and let him present his request.
Absolutely. Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. Well said. Robert Hartzell, Hartzell is their EPA. Counselors, this is a motion for a rehearing. Council set it up very well. We filed this back in November of 2024. Actual notice, not just by the post an agenda. So when we file as attorneys, when we file documents, we send counsel a copy as a courtesy. I think we sent the clerk a copy. Everything was filed with the city. We didn't receive anything back, and we asked several times. Obviously, it's a mix-up. We're here to set everything straight and get that rehearing. The cases, I just want to be clear for the record, the cases are Coral Reef Nurseries and the Jennings case that say we have to get actual notice. in an administrative appeal in a quasi-judicial component like we're doing today. The core of due process is the right to be heard and noticed. This is Yerby and Carillon case. And I'm gonna stop there because I was gonna move forward with something else, but I talked with counsel. We're gonna do that if the rehearing is granted. If you have any questions, I'll respond.
Scott, any questions for Mr. Hartzell?
None at this time.
Council Woodson?
Nothing.
Vice Mayor?
I just have a parliamentary inquiry for our town attorney. Is this just the request for a rehearing, or if granted, will we have the rehearing this morning?
No, we would not have the rehearing this morning. I think a tentative date that had been identified is May the 19th, moving forward.
Thank you.
Councilor King, any questions?
Nothing at this time.
I do not have any either.
Mayor, we do have the attorney present for the property owner, who is the party at interest, the recipient of the building appeal, of the building permit, which is the subject of the appeal. So it would be appropriate to provide him an opportunity to make testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hartzell.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brandt?
Thank you and good morning. Robert Brandt, for the record, attorney. It's hard for me to argue when your attorney's telling you that you need to set it for a rehearing. But I will say this is getting to be a habit. You missed the council meeting the first time, you sent it back to the LPA, now he missed this. It seems like if you're interested, you ought to follow up and ask when the date's going to be or set the date. We had no problem negotiating the May 19th date. So again, we're opposed to the denial, but in light of what your attorney's told you, I'd be a fool to tell you to deny the request to reset it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hartzell, you have anything else you want to add?
Just to clear the record, we tried on several occasions to follow up with the city to find out the exact date of the hearing. And I'm not one to miss hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from council? If not, I will make a motion based on the recommendation from our attorney to request, to grant the request for the rehearing and reconsideration of denial of the appeal of 213191 Widgeon Terrace. It's an administrative appeal of building permit number 24233-23477 from April 21st, 2025. It was agenda item 12B, construction of a swimming pool pursuant to Town Code Section 34-93.
Second.
To
Yes, I believe we cleared the May 19th hearing date with the parties, and they're both present today, so there should be no issue
Okay.
with that.
to be heard on May 19th
Might
at
be-
9 a.m.
Yes.
Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Council King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhope?
Aye.
Council Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. The next two items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests for the benefit of the public. Please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. So these two items, these are quasi-judicial in nature. And what does that mean? It means that our public hearings on these two items are going to comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So a quasi-judicial proceeding is going to be less formal than a proceeding before circuit court, but it is going to be more formal than the remainder of our meeting, and we will follow basic standards of due process that requires the delivery of certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and your decisions to be made on competent substantial evidence that is presented to you either in written documents or through oral testimony. As the town council, your responsibility is to evaluate the testimony and the information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the land development code or in state law as may be applicable has been satisfied. Pure speculation or mere opinion not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by you in evaluating an agenda item.
Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered to be competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and belief. The town council's decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if the tie vote results from a motion to approve or a motion to deny, then the matter being considered is denied unless the majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion before the next agenda item is called to take alternative action in lieu of the denial. If the town council decides to deny an application or request, the reason for the denial should be stated in the motion. The denial must not be based on a determination of public support or public opposition to an application. The reason for the denial cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable, and should be based on the lack of competent and substantial evidence in support of the required criteria. So any denial is a denial with prejudice unless otherwise stated. If the town council, if you intend to speak, members in the public, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interest in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency and expediting today's meeting, before we need to go ahead and dispose of a few matters, I first need to ask the town clerk, were the agenda items properly advertised pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. And also at this time, if any council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them for voting on any of these two items, please disclose that at this time so we can be assured that we have a quorum present for review of the item.
Counselor Safford,
I do not have any issues.
Counselor Woodson,
I do not.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
None.
Counselor King,
No conflicts.
and I do not have any as well.
Thank you. So at this time, I would ask if there was anyone present in the audience, including the applicant, property owner, and staff, who intends to provide testimony today in either of the two quasi-judicial hearings. If you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Yes, that's the first.
Okay, but then there's three.
No.
Good to go.
Correct.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. All right.
So may I go ahead and clarify for the record, you do have an additional public hearing for a small scale amendment, and it's kind of, I still haven't quite figured it out, but the Florida case law says that that is legislative in nature.
All right, thank you.
And not quasi judicial. So that one has a little bit different, robust discussion. It is, however, as a small scale amendment, it's only limited to a specific parcel, which is one of the criteria for determining whether or not an item is quasi judicial. But moving on.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, I think
Look to
the
me.
ball's in your court now.
Okay. This agenda item is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-07. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for May 19th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or another time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying a rezoning of property located at 1011 3rd Street, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, strap number 24-46-23-W3-00202.0060 from downtown to residential plan development, RPD, with 3 deviations. Number 1, request to apply property development regulations for the downtown zoning district rather than the residential multifamily standards in section 34-943, requiring use of the RM development regulations. Number 2, reduction of the required 5-foot side yard setbacks to allow for development on the eastern property line And number 3, requesting a floor area ratio FAR of 1.7, an increase over the 1.0 FAR allowed in section 34-675 C3, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? That hasn't already.
Mayor, could you just clarify that the title, I'm sorry, this is ordinance 2507?
That's what I read, yeah.
That's what I.
For 1011 3rd Street.
For 1011 3rd Street, correct.
Okay.
So you.
Are we good now?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yes, he said yes. Okay. Take it away. Huh? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thanks for catching it. Ex parte communication. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place and correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
I'm very familiar with the property, and I also had about a 5-minute conversation with Mr. Markman.
All right. Councilor Woodson?
I know the property. I pass it every day, and I have had no conversation.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hope?
None.
Councilor King?
None that I recall.
I've been by the property obviously many times, but I've had no communication.
Good morning, councilors, staff. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. Before you today is a request for a rezoning to a residential plan development at 1011 3rd Street. Contained within that are 3 individual requests for deviations to the RPD. The site previous to the storm contained, as far as staff can tell, a 4-unit structure, roughly at ground floor. The structure was largely damaged and taken away during the storm, and this is for the redevelopment of that property. It exists right now in the downtown zoning district, directly adjacent to the Matanzas Bridge right-of-way and the town's parking lot underneath the Matanzas Bridge. The request before you is for the redevelopment of 3 stories. That's 1 story at ground level and 2 habitable stories above it. The applicants are requesting deviations and furtherance of that. I will go through those briefly, and then the applicant can have an opportunity to go through their presentation. The first request is for a change, as was mentioned by the mayor. The change would allow them to rather than develop under the RM zoning district for RPDs, as is called for in the code, they're requesting a different underlying zoning district. That has a few changes to it, some that arguably are to the benefit of the applicant, some that are arguably a net detriment to them. But they requested to change the underlying zoning, so there will be some changes there as far as the baseline of what they would be allowed to do. So for instance, the request for the change in setbacks, if they were under the RM zoning district, they would have more normal setbacks you would see on a single family home. Under the downtown zoning district, they have a standard 5-foot setback. So the deviation will be set from the 5-foot setback as opposed to a 6.5, 7.5, or 10-foot setback, as you would see on single family lots around the island. The second request that they are asking for is for a deviation to the side setback. This is roughly the eastern setback that is directly adjacent to the parking lot and to the bridge right of way. They are asking for a reduction from the 5 foot that would be allowable under downtown to go to a 0 foot setback. They have made the point that there is already an existing right-of-way strip that separates the parking from the lot in question. That will continue to exist, but what they've requested is that the building be allowed to go to functionally 0 feet right on the property line on just the eastern side. The last deviation that they've requested is to, excuse me, is to increase the FAR. Currently, the FAR for that zone and that area directly within that zone would be 10. They have designed a building that under today's codes has an FAR of roughly 1.61. They're asking for a little bit of additional wiggle room to go to 1.7 to make it even. And that is the design that you've generally seen today in the package. What they're proposing would be an increase, but staff recognizes that's generally in line with the development that's occurring elsewhere in the downtown zoning district. Staff is here for any other questions or clarifications that you may need. Otherwise, the applicant's representative is here as well.
Councilor King, any questions for Jason
Not
at
currently.
this time? Vice Mayor?
None.
Councilor Woodson?
None.
Councilor Safford?
You had mentioned, Jason, that there was a detriment to on their behalf. What would that detriment be?
So some of the setbacks and the FAR, quite honestly, is lower in the zone that they're going to. So they are asking for a deviation to go in higher. But the point is, if they had taken the RM zoning district, they would have a slightly higher floor on their FAR. It comes out in the wash. They're asking for what they need right now, but that's just one of the things to take into consideration. While their setbacks may have reduced if they go into the zone that they're requesting, their FAR is also reduced. So there's a lot of moving parts involved in there, but they're asking in the CPD for what they want and what they need to build it.
Thank you. That clarifies it.
You meant RPD, right?
Or, I'm sorry. Yes, an RPD.
So we'll make sure the record's clear. Nancy.
Indeed. Residential plan development as opposed to a commercial plan development.
I don't have any questions at the time, Jason. Thanks. Would the applicant like to come up and proceed with their? Morning, Matt.
Morning. My name is Matt Noble. I do represent George. The couple of things I want to point out. Thank you, Jason. He pointed out a lot of what I was going to say. But one thing, the property immediately adjacent to the site has a approved FAR of 1.8. So the 1.7 is totally in character with the area. This is a downtown piece of property. It was designed consistent with the downtown zoning district. There's differences in the RM versus downtown. You know, the downtown assumes buildings are going to be right together. There's going to be minimal landscaping separating them. Part of the benefits that we're offering is better water management with the site. And if I could answer any questions, I'd be more than happy to.
Councilor Safford?
No, I'm familiar with the site.
Councilor Woodson?
When you say water management, because I know that's a flooding site.
It is.
What does that mean exactly?
There's going to be behind inside of the unit, there will be area to put a detention pond, also as well as vaulting as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Councilor King?
None.
Matt, you said, so the drainage that you're talking about, that's to sustain, or that's to hold your own water from your own property, right?
That's correct.
And then are you okay with the staff recommendations, with the staff conditions upon recommendation, or the
Yes.
staff's recommendations of conditions upon approval?
Yes.
Knew I'd get it there eventually.
Yes.
All right. Thanks,
Mayor, I have one minor comment. Don't leave yet. Have you been qualified as an expert before the town council?
before council?
I know it was at
Probably
LPA.
I don't know. I mean,
Can you go ahead and state your qualifications, which I know are quite lengthy, and
yeah,
it allow them the
I kinda-
opportunity to vote?
yeah, it caught me by surprise at LPA. I should have said I've been qualified as an expert in quite a few court proceedings at various courts in Florida, as well as jurisdictions. I have been a practicing planner over 40 years now. I was trained in the Netherlands, so I really appreciated the conversation you had earlier about the wave wall. Yeah, I think it's overdue. You know, protect your assets. You know, that was the Dutch. I went and worked on the polders for them as a college kid, you know, and it really opened my eyes on how they manage water. And I'm kind of getting off track, but yeah, I've been qualified as an expert in planning, land use, zoning, comprehensive planning, even transportation, but I don't because there's some transportation folks here, kind of special transportation stuff, you know.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of his qualifications as an expert.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment on this hearing? Seeing none, we'll close public comments. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? Matt, are you good?
No, good.
Sure? Okay. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion? Not? Is there someone that would like to make a motion?
I'll move ordinance 25-07 REZ 202-40275 at 1011 3rd Street.
Are you basing that on the staff recommendation and their conditions that are attached to it?
Yes, I will. Thank you for asking.
I will second that motion. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
And Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously to the second hearing. Next is, this is an agenda item, and the item is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-05, commonly,
04?
huh? It says 05 on mine,
Oh, from here it says 04.
so let's make sure we get it right. It says 5 in the packet online, but it,
04.
So just to clarify, the first item that we would like review of is the actual rezoning of the property
oh, I jumped, I'm
to
sorry.
CPD. And the second item is that small scale comprehensive plan. You know, the numbers.
It's my error, I clicked on the wrong one.
Okay.
It is correct online, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Human error. You go again?
If you'd like to refer to
Yes.
my paper copy, I'd be happy. Help you anytime.
At our whole forest.
So, Mayor, the way we're trying to make some improvements to your agenda over time. The first part of the agenda is in italic, and that is just kind of setting the stage of what we're doing and where we hope to go. And then the actual ordinance title is in capital letters.
Okay, not that I don't enjoy reading all of this. Do I need to read the first part in italics or do I not?
You don't, but
Okay.
again, it kind of tells everybody what's going on.
So I should. Got it.
You know, for
Have a paragraph, yeah.
transparency.
All right,
yeah.
no, that's fine. I have no problem. I don't even know why I asked that question yet.
Want some water?
Yeah, right. This agenda item is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-04, commonly referred to as the Arches Commercial Plan Development. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for June 2nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. after adoption of the comprehensive plan amendment proposed in ordinance 25-05 or at another time as identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the rezoning of 4.98 acres of property, more specifically described herein from commercial marina, 2 parcels, residential conservation, 5 parcels, commercial office, 1 parcel, and downtown, 2 parcels, to a commercial plan development, CPD zoning, to allow a mixed-use development including 263 lodging units, commercial retail space, and public open space, more specifically described as 436, 441, 445, 450 Harbor Court, 435 and 438 Bonita Street, 935 and 939 3rd Street, and 401 Old San Carlos Boulevard. Also identified as the strap numbers the following strap numbers: 24-46-23-W3-00027.0000, 24-26-23-W3-00026.0020, 24-46-23-W3-0030B.0200, 24-46-23-W3-0030B.0190, 24-46-23-W3-0030C.0060, 24-46-23-W3-0030C.0040, 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0110, 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0030, 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0020, and 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0010, Fort Myers Beach, including deviations for height, setbacks, hotel units, parking, landscape, and access, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, and correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
I had a Zoom call with Mr. Freeland and the neighborhood company last week. I've received several emails, both in favor and against, and I had a site visit with one of the neighbors, Mr. Mistero, last week.
Councilor Woodson?
I have had a couple of calls. I had an in-person meeting with Mr. Freeland and the group last week. I've met with a number of neighbors on the street. I was on a site call at Chris Mostero's home, and I live in the neighborhood. I think that's it.
Vice Mayor?
I visited Chris Mistero, who lives next to the property at his home, and I also spoke and had a meeting with the applicant and the neighborhood group. I've received emails both pro and con, and I think that covers it.
Councilor King?
I too have met with the applicant. I met with a couple of the neighbors over this long period in process, and have received emails for and against.
I also last week met with the neighborhood group and the applicant to go over the project. I did meet at Chris Macero's property to look at the address. I also have received emails in favor and opposing, and I spent a significant amount of time walking around the neighborhood.
So Mayor, we do have the property owner present with their counsel. At this time, if there's any questions that you would like to ask the town council regarding their ex parte disclosures, this would be appropriate.
No, we don't have any questions.
And while you're there, have you seen a copy of the backup agenda materials?
For the record, Megan Strayhorn, I'm an attorney with Strayhorn and Persons Mullica here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. We have received the staff's report and agenda backup and have reviewed it prior to today.
So are there experts present that will be testifying today?
Yes, Ms. Dubrich, we have 3 experts that will be testifying here today. For our certified planning from the neighborhood company, we have Ken Gallender and Patrick Vaness, both of which have testified before you on several different occasions and have been deemed experts, expert certified planners. For transportation analysis, we do have Ted Treesh from TR Transportation, who's also testified before you all and has been previously been deemed an expert. So we would ask that those 3 individuals be deemed experts in their respective fields.
And council, we also have our town staff who will be providing testimony as experts to you regarding this matter.
Okay. So you covered most of it?
Yeah.
Judith?
Good morning, Judith Frankel with Community Development. So as you heard, there's two applications before you today, the commercial plan development as well as the comprehensive plan amendment. If I may, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what the process is and kind of the breakdown of what we're going to look at today. The comprehensive plan is the long-term, long-range kind of bird's eye view of what you're expecting in the town in terms of growth and development. The comprehensive plan is an element that's required by the state of Florida, helps the state determine their own long-range planning, and is required of all municipalities and counties within the state of Florida. In order to propose the development, in order to implement the development that you're seeing, the applicant needs that comprehensive plan amendment as well as positive outcome for the commercial plan development. Because what we would be doing is altering the long-range plan for the town by changing the underlying future land use. So even though you're going to see the two things a little bit out of order, you're going to see the commercial plan development first. And I'm not using their abbreviations just so we're clear that they're pretty close. So you can see what is actually being proposed to see whether or not the amendment to the comp plan actually would make sense. So we felt it was important for you to see what the proposal is first and vote on that first, and then the comprehensive plan amendment second. Although, just to be clear, the commercial plan development could not move forward if the comp plan amendment is not also accepted and approved and moved forward. Do you have any questions about that process? Okay.
So any approval, if I can just add, any approval of the CPD would be subject to approval of the comp plan amendment.
And should be added in the motion, should that be the way it goes?
That condition should be in there, yes.
Okay. So starting with the commercial plan development, and in presenting this, we're going to kind of assume the proposed comp plan amendment regulation, because it's going to be what it asks in terms of criteria is whether or not it's compliant with the comp plan. So the proposal as presented is not compliant with the comp plan as is, but would be compliant with the proposed amendment to the comp plan.
Judith, let me ask you just a quick question. For those out there that may be asking this question, why are we doing it this way versus going through the amendment to the comp plan first and then hearing the CPD?
Right. Well, we wanted you to be able to see what that change would look like. We didn't feel it was appropriate to show you the comp plan amendment, although I can briefly summarize it for you if you like. But you would have to see the comp plan amendment and then vote on that without seeing what actually is proposed to happen there. We felt it made sense for you all to see what the applicant is proposing to do with the property once it would be amended.
Appreciate the clarification, just so people out there listening understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is comprehensive commercial planned development for 450 Harbor Court, 445 Harbor Court, 441 Harbor Court, 436 Harbor Court, 435 Bonita Street, 438 Bonita Street, 935 3rd Street, 939 3rd Street, and 401 San Carlos Boulevard. So there's 10 parcels here. When we get to the comp plan amendment, it's a little bit different, but in terms of the CPD that would be created, the rezoning, there's 10 parcels. 2 of those parcels are the commercial marina zoning. 5 of them are in the residential conservation district. 1 is in the commercial office district, and 2 are in the downtown zoning. Just for clarity, when I'm when staff is talking about downtown, we're referring to the downtown zoning district. There is a kind of a wider area that people generally refer to as the downtown area. But when staff is talking about it, we're talking about the actual zoned area for downtown. So it's approximately 4.98 acres. And as I've noted, there is a comprehensive plan amendment that goes along with this project. At the April 8th LPA meeting, the LPA voted unanimously to recommend approval with conditions of the requested CPD. The LPA did recommend some changes to the staff's proposed conditions, which mainly have to do with the hours of operation on site. And I'll go through the conditions later. The applicant has also made some minor changes to their proposal, which I'm sure that they will go over with you. Again, including the hours of operation, which was recommended by the LPA. Some of their parking request is a little bit different, and the night controlled access to their property. In reviewing the project, I'm going to hit on some highlights. The density for the site. This is an issue that comes up frequently in doing these CPDs. The proposed request is for 263 lodging units, which is reached through an equivalency factor of 9.1. This is the same equivalency factor that was utilized by Margaritaville development, and staff considers that the downtown core area, which is again the zoned downtown area, is considered the nucleus of the commercial and tourist activities on the island and is identified as an appropriate area for higher densities and intensities. Floor area ratio, or FAR. The development would also be subject to FAR. The comprehensive plan would allow, with the proposed change to the comprehensive plan, it would allow an FAR of up to 2.5 floor area ratio. The Land Development Code, section 34-645, allows for a maximum floor area ratio of 1.2 in the commercial resort, which is what the code calls us to compare it to. When you're doing a CPD, regardless of where it's located, the code asks you to compare what's being proposed to the commercial resort zoning district. That's a point when we're working on the land development code that we may want to consider. It's the point that Matt Noble brought up also, that in his proposal was not allowed to consider the actual zoning at the downtown. He had to consider general residential, even though it's in the downtown. So in the commercial resort, it's 1.2 is what is allowed, but within the downtown district, you're allowed up to 1.8. So what's being requested here is a 2.0 FAR, which you can see is closer to the downtown and less than what would be allowed under the pedestrian commercial future land use. Height. The proposed project is requesting buildings that will vary in height between 1 and 7 stories with a maximum zoned height of 81 feet. It's important to clarify zoned height is the height above base flood elevation. So the height from grade will be taller and closer to 102 feet measured from grade. One of the closest tall buildings is the Marina Village at Snug Harbor, which is a 6-story condominium with a height from grade of about 71 feet. Allowing the additional height through the plan development process does allow for narrower buildings with greater separation and greater setbacks from adjacent properties. I don't know if you recall when this was first conceived of last year, it was a fairly different project. And so what you see now are several buildings that are separated out. So it's not one large volume of structure on site. In terms of neighborhood compatibility, the proposed development is compatible with the uses found along Old San Carlos Boulevard. The resort visitors would be in close proximity to the downtown area and would have to walk through the district to access the beach. Although the application has not been evaluated for economic impact, it is likely to have a positive economic benefit on the shops and restaurants in the downtown district. The increased density of visitors is most appropriate in the downtown district to support a variety of amenities in the area. However, the existing marina zoning creates a buffer between the higher impact downtown and the lower density residential districts. Elimination of that buffer between intense commercial and residential could increase conflict. Uses that create additional noise in residential neighborhoods have been of particular concern to the town of Fort Myers Beach in the past. Evaluation of the proposed outdoor music and COP areas, which is something the LPA did consider at their hearing, along with vehicular circulation, is needed to ensure the nearby homes are not negatively impacted by the proposed development. The comments that I've heard from the public are generally in that range. They're concerned about noise, sound carrying, and vehicles being on residential streets at an increased volume than what they're seeing currently. There are 8 deviations. Mostly staff didn't really have an issue with many of them. The first one, I'll go through them one by one for you. Deviation 1 from Land Development Code 34-3, which requires properties in the commercial resort district to have a minimum lot width of 100 feet and a minimum lot depth of 100 feet. This deviation would allow for a minimum lot width of 80 feet or a minimum lot depth of 80 feet, depending on the development's frontage. This is mainly specifically for the properties that are on Old San Carlos and 3rd Street. The applicant's going to go over specifically for the uses happening there. But these are existing flats. And those are existing non-conforming. Deviation 2 from Land Development Code Section 34-645B and Table 34.3 to allow a maximum floor area of 1.2. We talked about this a little bit earlier. So this would allow them to get to the FAR of 2, which is again below what it would be allowed under the pedestrian commercial comp plan amendment.
Judith, before you go on, just
Okay.
point for clarification for the FAR, then I'll ask the applicant the same thing. Just clarify that what I'm about to ask you is true. The FAR being calculated does not include the 3 stories of parking proposed underneath, say, the main building and the other buildings, or it doesn't include the parking?
So that's one of their deviations. No.
I'm reading it as the FAR does not include the parking below base flood elevation in the FAR calculation.
I apologize. We've done
A lot of
few
pages.
these. Yeah. Right. So they are not asking for a deviation for the parking levels.
So it doesn't, the 2.0 does include the parking levels
Yes.
as far as intensity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, our last time, just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
So a number of these proposals we've seen recently, they're asking for a deviation to exclude the parking, but they have not asked for that in this case.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the deviation for, where are we? Okay, the application for the comp plan amendment would have to be approved, but the applicant is proposing several elements to support their request for the increased size as well as the increased height allowed. And they've listed those, I'm not going to read through them right now, but they've listed those benefits, and I'm sure they're going to go over those with you. Most notable being the public Bayside Promenade area at the Linear Park and Memorial Garden. Deviation 3, Land Development Code Section 34-1803A1, which allows the conversion of dwelling units to hotel motel guest units for established equivalency. That's what I mentioned previously. A deviation would allow for equivalency of 9.12. to get them to the maximum 263 guest units allowed. Again, that's relying on the comp plan amendment. And the applicant is also proposing significant benefits. And staff feels that density in this location, if compliant with the comprehensive plan, would be appropriate and necessary for the downtown area. Deviation 4 from Land Development Code Note 1 of Table 10-9 requires a solid wall not less than 6 feet in height with the landscaping to be placed on the adjacent property side of the wall. Typically, we require that so that the viewable, the neighbor-facing side of the wall is landscaped to be more attractive. In this case, most of the neighbors have their own fencing along there, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to have one fence, some landscaping, and then a wall, because nobody's really going to be looking at any of that landscaping. So what they're asking to do is to move that that boundary to the property line and put the landscaping within their own property instead of being outward facing. They're also requesting a decorative fence instead of the wall. As I said, most residential properties have fences at their boundaries, so it would not necessarily provide a benefit. This code section provide a benefit to the immediate neighbors. The deviation also promotes security of the site and thereby also the neighboring residential areas. However, some immediate neighbors may prefer a solid wall instead of a fence. There is currently a 6-foot wall that runs along the rear yards of the homes on 3rd and Bonita Streets. So that's something to consider, whether that existing wall should be either allowed to remain or be reconstructed. Deviation 5, Land Development Code Section 26-77B, which states that new or expanded seawalls are not allowed along natural water bodies in order to allow the existing boat ramp to be replaced by a seawall. There is where they're proposing the water ferry terminal or stop. There's a boat ramp there, and that would just be filling that in and continuing the seawall. Our code doesn't allow it, but this deviation would allow them to have a continuous seawall and better protect the property. Deviation 6, Land Development Code Table 34-3 requires properties in the commercial resort zoning district to have a minimum height set at 30 feet and 3 stories to allow a maximum building zoned height of 81 feet for the resort. Maximum building heights will be in compliance with the approved master concept plan. You can see from the narrative in the master concept plan which buildings will be at which height. The applicant is proposing several elements to support their request of increased height. Deviation 7 from Land Development Code Table 34-3, which states the property setbacks in a CPD zoning district shall be the same for commercial resort zoning to allow adjusted building setback lines within the resort track and adjusted side setbacks and build-to lines for the buildings located with the old San Carlos tract as outlined in the packet and which you can see on their master concept plan. The deviation allows for a more cohesive urban streetscape along Old San Carlos Boulevard and greater open space along the linear park and promenade areas. So the building is set back from the single-family homes, 30 to 50 feet in different places to have a buffering effect in those homes. And the Land Development Code requires it closer and farther in some places. So this is to provide greater separation of uses. Deviation 8, deviation from Land Development Code Section 34-2020 requiring parking regulations to allow a parking reduction of 50% in accordance with Land Development Code Section 34-676A1. Staff disagreed with the applicant here in this case slightly, although they have changed their ask since LPA. They did a calculation where they realized they could have more retail space than they previously thought that they could have. And so that would factor into the calculation of parking, these auxiliary accessory uses. So they are no longer requesting to have shared parking or commercial parking at this time. Staff felt that a reduction of 33% would place it more closely in line with the downtown, the neighboring downtown properties. So they're asking for 50%. And staff felt that a 33% reduction would be more in line. But they are fairly close with their ability there. And one of the conditions that we added, which you may want to consider, is the ability for them to do a parking study. To my knowledge, nobody in the downtown has done a parking study yet. And one that would be good information for the town to have about how much of the parking is actually getting utilized by the resort. But if they came back, the parking study came back and they said, you know, they had X number of spots that were empty the majority of the time. Once the resort was in full operation, that they could come back and then ask for commercial or shared parking at that time. So it's kind of leaving the door open for that if that's amenable to council. It would also be really interesting, I think, for the town to see what that parking study would look like, because we talk a lot about parking, but we don't have hard numbers on, you know, the actual use of all of these parking elements for some of these new projects being proposed. Okay, so that's deviation 8. I'm not going to go through all the findings and considerations right now, conclusions right now. I'll do that at the end. But I did want to get to the recommendations, just so you have an understanding of where that recommendation comes from. Staff found that the CPD with deviations did not meet the criteria set forth and recommended denial of the application. And that's mainly because of the expected infiltration into the neighborhood. With the marina use, the marina in existence, it provides that barrier. It was not a high intense industrial use. It was kind of low scale and provided a separation between a more intense downtown and then the lower intensity single family neighborhoods in the Bonita Harbor and 3rd Street area, as well as across the canal in the Matanzas Court area. So this creates a more intense use, which has the potential for negative impacts in terms of sound and also vehicle infiltration in the single family neighborhood. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
Councilor King, any questions for Judith this time?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor?
Not at this time.
Councilor Woodson?
Not right now.
I'm good for right now, but
I'll have some questions, I'm sure, but I'm good right
Okay.
now.
The applicant is here and
Okay.
ready for.
Come on up.
Thank you. Good morning again for the record. My name is Megan Strayhorn. I do believe we have a PowerPoint if we could get that pulled up. Possible. There we go. For the record, Megan Strayhorn. I'm an attorney with Strayhorn and Persons Mullica here on behalf of the applicant. In addition to the expert witnesses previously identified to you all, we also have the owners here present. We do have Mr. Ben Freeland, who is also present with us. We're going to try and keep this presentation as brief as possible. There was a very in-depth, thorough LPA hearing on this matter. We are very pleased to announce that we come to you today with a unanimous recommendation of approval for both of these issues. But as Judith has indicated, we will be starting with our commercial plan development request. So this does include roughly about 5 acres, which is 10 parcels located. The parcels start to begin at the northwest corner of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos and extends north towards the Bayfront. There are the 2 requests before you today. So I want to pull up this aerial. This is the outline of all 10 of the parcels, which are being subject to this commercial plan development. The underlying zoning are mixed zoning. There's a residential conservative marina, as well as downtown and office. So we are requesting to include all 10 of these parcels and rezone them as the commercial plan development. Because we are kind of putting the cart before the horse, so you speak, we're doing the rezoning before we do address the comprehensive plan amendment. We are asking you all to assume, for purpose of this presentation and argument, that this map has been adopted and that these parcels are now redesignated as pedestrian commercial. So as you're listening to the competent substantial evidence, it's does this CPD fit within the boundaries and is it consistent with the pedestrian commercial future land use designation? As a bit of background for this project as a whole, the redevelopment of the marina began shortly after Hurricane Ian. There was a number, although this particular development was not presented, the idea and concept to redevelop those parcels as a marina resort began shortly after Hurricane Ian. There were multiple meetings, public meetings, informational meetings, gathering public information, support, comments, criticism. All of those have been taken into consideration. I think it's safe to say the old plan has been quashed and it has been replaced with this new plan responding directly to that public comment and concerns. We have had the LPA hearing last month. It was very thorough. And for purpose of today, Mr. Vaness will be focusing not so much on what was different from 2024 to today, but really what has changed within the last 30 days and really highlighting those differences for you all. We do ask that the LPA hearing from last month and April of this year be included into this record, as well as this PowerPoint presentation and every public comment that you guys have received thus far, that Amy, the clerk has been so fabulous in sending out.
That covers quite a bit. Can we have a vote on that just for purposes of the record?
Absolutely.
Is there a motion to include all the items that she identified as part of the record for this hearing?
So moved.
Motion by Councilor Woodson.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Attorney, for help clarifying the record. I do want to point out that the public notice was sent out, advertised both for the LPA hearing as well as this, that date indicates the date for the LPA. There are two, I believe this has really been addressed by Ms. Stuparich previously. So right now we are in our quasi judicial item, which is a more due process rights than under the legislative item, which will be coming up shortly. So right now we get into the nuts and bolts, the nitty gritty details of what does this actual proposed development look like? What are the public benefits that are being proposed? And later we'll get into that broader scope of the question of, does redesignating 7 of those 10 parcels, does that fit within the intent of our comprehensive plan and fit within the elements contained therein? I'm going to skip some of this. So I will turn it over to Mr. Vaness to discuss the CPD request. We are requesting to rezone the parcels which are currently zoned as marina, residential, conservative, office, and downtown to the commercial plan development.
Thank you. Starting my clock.
All right. Good morning. For the record, my name is Patrick Vaness. I'm a certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the Arches Bayfront Resort. Had a great intro by both staff, town attorney, and also our attorney Megan. So I'm going to do my very best to keep this brief. What I'm going to focus on today is the changes that we've made since the LPA meeting. We're going to quickly go through the renderings for the benefit of the public that may not have seen what is being proposed, and then we'll talk about public benefits. We have met with all of you, and we are aware that you've listened to the LPA hearing. As you saw there, we went through a great amount of detail. That was to set a very detailed record, but also to really explain why we had made all our design decisions and
how we had reworked that entire site. So with that said, I'm not going to belabor that and go over that again. I'm just going to jump right into it. So when we went to the LPA, we were asked to make a few changes, and we agreed to make those changes. So I'll go through those one by one. The first one was we were proposing a joint trolley tram stop with a ride-hailing stop. That would have been located along Arches Way towards the back of the Building A. And we'll look at what Building A is, but where we've got an open air market. The LPA asked us to find another location. They wanted to keep it as far as possible from the neighborhood along 3rd Street. So we agreed to do that. We've relocated the tram and trolley stop in front of the bodega at the very corner of 3rd and Old San Carlos. Also, we separated the ride-hailing stop, and we put that near the entrance of the public promenade, close to the water taxi ferry terminal.
Patrick, so that drop-off spot will be on 3rd or on Old San Carlos?
On 3rd. And we'll show you, I've got a plan depicting where that is.
Okay, my question is going to be more about how does the tram turn around to get out of there without going into the residential
It would go through the new Arches Way
and then exit back out onto Old San Carlos. Okay.
Correct. Also, we discussed landscape and buffering along the canal right by Building E, where there is a pool, a private pool associated with Building E being proposed. We were asked to enhance that buffer. We agreed to do so. Condition language in your packet specifies that the trees that are going to be planted there are going to be at least 12 feet in height, mature trees right at planting. Also, we are adding a continuous hedgerow. That hedge will be planted at a minimum of 4 feet, maintained at a minimum of 5 feet. Right now, we are planning on clusias. Reason for clusias is, as you all know, they grow very quickly, very thick, and they provide this opaque shielding for the property. We also discussed amplified sound and hours of operation. Just want to clarify that when it comes to the sunset deck, we agreed that the sunset deck would only have ambient music. We prohibit any kind of live music, and that ambient music would be limited from the hours of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. With regards to the pool deck associated with Building E, same thing, ambient music only, live music is prohibited. The hours, the limitations with ambient music are from 10 a.m. until 1 after hour sunset. And there was also discussion about alcohol sales associated with that pool deck area. That is prohibited. However, people that are guests of that Building E at ground level within their lobby area, they can grab a drink there and have a drink by the pool, but no sales by the deck. Staff touched upon the public parking. That was not a request from the LPA. I need to spend a little time to clarify this. So as we went back and after we looked at making some changes and preparing for this presentation, one of the things that we realized, and that was an error on our part, is the way we calculated our parking. We were identifying 15,000 square feet of commercial that was going to be purely public commercial, like the bodega building, the market, the restaurant, open to the general public. And then we have commercial that is accessory or ancillary to the resort. The portion that is accessory and ancillary to the resort, we hadn't calculated everything we had there. It doesn't change our calculation in the packet with the total square footage that we have. It doesn't change our FAR. We had just missed some of that commercial square footage in our parking calculations. So the difference is when we did our parking calcs, we showed the total required. We applied a 50% reduction. That's one of our deviations. And we had wound up with an excess or overflow of 96 parking spaces. In reconfiguring our calculations, correcting that error, we wind up with an overflow of 45 parking spaces. 38 of those would be within the parking garage, and 7 of those would be on-street parking along Arches Way. Again, it does not affect our total commercial square footage and our FAR. It's a correction in our parking table. So this is the master concept plan that has been revised. The areas, the ovals in red identify some of those changes. So the largest oval on the right side of the screen shows you the intersection of 3rd and Old San Carlos. That is our building A that will house the bodega, Arches Restaurant, and the open air market. As you can see along the street, previously we had on-street parking there. The largest area is for the tram or trolley pickup and drop off. We have kept the golf cart parking, and previously we had on-street parking there, and that's been relocated along Arches Way. The ride-hailing stop, again, was commingled with that trolley stop. We have separated those, and that smaller oval by the ferry terminal is where that stop would be. And then on the left side of the screen is where we have building E, the outdoor pool deck, and the buffer along the canal, and that buffer has been enhanced. Moving on. When we went to the LPA, while it wasn't a condition that they applied to us or anything regulatory in nature, they did ask us to look into drainage. Some of the neighbors talked about this idea that there might be ways to improve current conditions. So we reviewed the Tetra Tech drainage report for the town. We had discussions with staff, and we are amenable to providing an outfall for the town through the subject property. If council so pleases, we can work with staff and add that condition to the final ordinance that would be before you at final hearing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to quickly jump.
Patrick, on that issue, because we had some concern about the drainage on
Mhm.
Third. I was just curious, Frankie, could you shed a little light on what the town already has planned for that area to try to provide some remediation and how this might help? And
So if you go back about 8 years or so, that had gone through that area and they had done work previous. Since then, Tetra Tech has did a master plan, I think shortly before Hurricane Ian, which contributed to what we had now as Tier 1. And in that, they identified areas like 3rd Street, and then through the whole downtown underneath Matanzas Bridge, where we had some previous problems in the last year of possible areas that could be gone back to and enlarged. What we're looking at here is probably a bigger can in the ground, a bigger box, and also a bigger tube with outfall going out to the canal to accommodate a greater flow of water.
so this project aside, had the town finished Third? Third Street, or is it still part of
It is going to be a big point for me that I want to hammer home to make sure that it's getting alleviated.
Yep, and we will be happy to address that. So next phase of my presentation is to quickly walk you through the renderings that we developed. This slide shows conditions pre-Ian and subject property. Moving forward, this is a key map an illustrative master plan. I'm not going to go through all the details of the plans, but the only thing I do want to point out, just for reference purposes as I go through the renderings, starting on the east side, which is the right of the screen, corner of Third and Old San Carlos, we have 5 buildings, and the buildings are identified as building A through E, A, B, C, D, E, E being all the way along the canal. So when I go through the renderings, I will call out the buildings as A through E. So the next few slides kind of show you a perspective from the water of the entire resort. What we're trying to show here is that the marina use is remaining. It's going to be an expanded recreational marina. We have on the left side a brand new ferry terminal for ferry and water taxi. The overall resort, we've broken up the massing and we created this gradient in height and also in massing and intensity of use, from more intense closer to the down to less intense as we go towards the canal. Also, we believe we have a beautiful architecture that is coastal in nature. Also, kind of denotes a higher end resort with nice classic architecture and some splashes of color. This is just a slightly higher aerial. A few things to point out. The promenade, as you can see, the idea was to create a very active promenade with that meanders along the bayfront. We have increased the height of that. Also, you see that the guest experience for the hotel resort are on an upper deck. We wanted to separate the guest experience from the general public experience. However, restaurants and sunset deck, as mentioned in our LPA presentation, will be open to the public. But we find that having a promenade that is one even level is going to assure that people have the visitors have a better experience, and also I think it really helps the businesses along that promenade succeed. We're starting here at Building A, corner of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos. This building will be housing right on the corner in that teal bluish color is going to be the bodega on the ground. As you can see, we've continued the arches pattern, the restaurant above with some outdoor seating, and towards the back, we have the open air market, which will be both for food products and also for arts and crafts. And we expect that local businesses will be located within that area. As pointed out, we used to have on-street parking right in front of the bodega. This would be our trolley stop, and we've relocated that on-street parking along Arches Way. You see the corner of Arches Way here leading to the property. So this is building B. This is the grand entrance.
Sorry, Patrick, to interrupt again. Can you go back one more slide? That entrance is now changed based on your red circles that you had before, right? This is not an accurate depiction of how that entrance is going to be. It looks, that was more 90-degree turn versus a
it's slightly angled, and you see that on the master concept plan.
Which would increase that buffer on the other side.
Exactly. That's why we did it. We angled it slightly to create greater buffering to the adjacent residential property.
Patrick, since you're on that slide,
Yeah.
could you just spend a second and just talk about your vision for the bodega versus the market versus the restaurant?
Jim,
Or is
you
it
know I'm
still-
happy to do so, but then everybody's
I
telling me,
promise it
"Hey,
won't
you gotta-
count against
you
your
gotta go
time."
through
Yeah,
this quickly."
yeah.
Take as much time as you need.
So the vision, obviously, that the bodega is to create a commercial entity that is more than just a corner store that provides only pharmaceutical products or only goods that you can use at the beach or sundries. But the idea is to make it a true bodega like you see in some cities, where you have a little food in there, you have pharmaceutical products, you have anything you need for the beach. So when someone comes to downtown, if they decide to do so and they don't want to leave our downtown, they've got everything they need right there. and it's going to be complementary to the resort, but also complementary to all the other lodging in the downtown area. Obviously, the restaurant, this is a restaurant that is associated with the resort, but open to the general public. It's going to be lively. We've got that kind of a Key West, old Florida architecture to it, inviting, great place to do some people watching. And as you can see, a back deck area over the market, which is open air.
And then just elaborate a little bit on the market concept.
The market concept, obviously, we thought that there used to be a parking lot back there. It was going to be an ag-grade parking lot. We didn't think it was a great window to invite people into the resort. Also, we thought that it's kind of a harsh environment. And we said, how about we change that and make it inviting, make it interesting, and provide a public benefit. So the market is going to be kind of a social gathering place, the way I see it. It's going to be a bunch of local vendors in there also. So I think it's going to create a great interaction between locals and visitors, and it's also going to help local businesses.
Thank you.
Okay, so a few things I want to point out here is we have created a new roadway dedicated for this project, Arches Way. So we are funneling all the traffic to the front of that resort. As we explained also at the LPA meeting, we felt that the entrance to the resort was a little underwhelming. We wanted to create a greater sense of arrival. So that's why you have kind of the porte cochere area with some valet parking, and we're funneling all traffic through the front of the property, and all the parking is under the buildings, and you can go internally from building to building. Also, we have separated, we have a separate access point just for back of the house deliveries, that type of thing, and that is on the far right side of the screen. So where you've got the awnings, those would be entrances and exits to the parking garage, and the very far right is that service area. This is a rendering of the linear park and Memorial Garden. Again, when we set out to make changes and improve the conditions with regards to compatibility with the neighbors, we wanted to increase the separation from the neighbors. We wanted to add more vegetation, more buffering, more separation. But at the same time, we were thinking of how do we make it an inviting place, something interesting, and we thought of this passive linear park, and also just with my my experience living in the Keys and what they have at Mallory Square with kind of this memorial garden with different busts, and they talk about the history of Key West and development of Key West. I thought we could do something similar, provide some historical background about the island, but also commemorate Hurricane Ian and all the efforts that we have gone through as a community to rebuild. So we think it's a great addition to the project. It's an improvement to just a simple buffer. Also want to point out that the residential lots that were purchased by the Freelands that abut the marina, most of that area is dedicated to this linear park and memorial garden, and is being used to create that buffering and that separation from neighbors.
Patrick, just before you go on, just so we're kind of covering it as we go, just so I can put it out there for my fellow counselors to understand where I'll be coming from when I bring up some questions later, which again, this is part of what we had talked about last week. The concern that I have, and I thought the LPA did an excellent job of hammering out a lot of things, but I think there was two areas that really got missed, and it's nothing against the LPA. The phasing was one that didn't get covered a lot, at least that I can remember. And then the obviously the infrastructure conversation wasn't covered very well. The concerns that I have for my fellow counselors with this is, although it looks beautiful and everything is great, if you look at the phasing aspect that you're proposing, this is the last phase to be done. Yeah. So this could be potentially a decade from now before anyone actually gets to use this public benefit, which is concerning for me because this is just my background. This is going to be used as a commercial driving easement for construction as you're phasing out, should that be the way that this goes. So just for future discussion, I just wanted to put it out there that I'm going to bring this up again for my fellow councilors to understand where I'm coming from and why I'm bringing it up.
Understood. Thank you. Now we are along the public promenade. What we see in the foreground is that a ferry water taxi terminal. The architectural inspiration for that building was a ship's lantern, again, continuing the nautical coastal feel. What you see behind that are buildings A and B, B and C, I mean.
Patrick?
And yes.
And again, I promise this won't count against your time or you won't be criticized, but if we could just pause a minute on the water ferry terminal. I'm very intrigued by that. I think a lot of people on the island are intrigued by it. And I wonder if I could have the applicant come up a second. I'd like to ask the applicant their vision, not just for the water ferry terminal, which is great, but for the broader concept of a water ferry on Fort Myers Beach, and see if we can get that vision codified into the CPD agreement. So if it's okay to maybe yield to the applicant on that, because I'm interested in his broader vision for the terminal and how it would be utilized. Yeah.
Ben could give you some details.
All right, thank you.
You can still say good morning, Ben. You can still say good morning.
How are you? Glad to be here. So the vision with the water ferry terminal, one is a big investment. So we're building a substantial terminal to be kind of the anchor of the operation, and we're going to be the ones supporting that operation. So obviously we're all going into some unknown water, so to speak, with what the demand's going to be, seasonality. So we're going to commit to that term, the water ferry running. We just like some flexibility on the times of year, how often, the frequency. Some of these things are to be determined. But I think we received over 1,200 surveys, what they wanted in the water ferry. So we have a really good feel what the public is looking for. And we've even had outside interest from operators in other cities in Florida that run successful water ferries. So we'll either have a third party that we're responsible to bring in, or we'll operate it ourselves.
I think that's pretty big news. So you envision as part of this vision and this development is not just providing the ferry, but actually either operating or having someone operate a water ferry then for the island and for the surrounding area potentially.
Yes.
Is that
yes.
fair?
Yeah, we just need some flexibility on what that frequency and all those things I think are yet to be determined. But yes, we're going to be responsible for that.
I don't want to be overly prescriptive for the reasons that you stated, because I don't want to stifle innovation. But at the same time, would you be comfortable codifying into the CPD that the water ferry at a minimum start, assuming you can reach an agreement with the marina, that it stops somewhere on the south end, somewhere on Mid Island, stop at the Mound House, and then at your facility. Again, sky's the limit. If you want to do more, that's great. But just the minimum of running a ferry, and I don't see, obviously we start during season, see how that goes. You can set the hours. I'm not trying to be prescriptive, but I think people would be encouraged to know that not only are you building this beautiful water ferry terminal, but you'll see to actually having a water ferry operate, at least initially in its infancy, with those 4 stops and maybe more, and however you decide to run. I don't want to be prescriptive.
I don't have any problem with the commitment. It's just the flexibility. So I can't make another marina say we can stop there. And I can't tell you, I've had meetings with them already. Everybody's interested in participating. So I don't think we're going to have any problem, but I can't make someone participate.
Totally understand that. And with that proviso, if we could, Patrick, work your magic and just put something in about making sure that assuming there's willingness with the local marinas, that we serve the south end stop, Mid Island, and then Mound House. I'd like to include as well. I think quite honestly, it could double the attendance at the Mound House, especially on a rainy day or a cloudy day. So I just think that's a really intriguing piece of your puzzle that I don't think was fully extrapolated on in the LPA. So I appreciate hearing that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
Thank you. Before you run up, Ben, just because that was one of my notes about how do you codify some of the public benefits you have listed. This was one of them that caught my attention. How do you codify that as opposed to a ferry? Well, that could be open-ended, right? So at least it sounds to me like your willingness to, with some flexibility. I agree. You don't need to have pinned every single detail down, but in your mind, do you see this ferry, if you operate it, as a pay-as-you-go ferry, or would be a free amenity to those that want to use it?
No, it'd have to be funded somehow, so be pay as you go. So in the other cities, they have day passes, they have seasonal passes, annual passes for residents that are a lot cheaper. So, and then you have obviously, day passes for tourists will be a little bit more expensive. And I think we did that in a survey. So it'd be similar to what you see in Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Tampa, and that type of operation.
Would you be open to, in that codification, some sort of discount for locals, obviously, during season? I could see this potentially being used quite often, especially if you've got fishtail involved.
Right. Yeah. I mean, again, how do you put that in writing? Is it a percentage of, we don't know what yet? I mean, so.
I would think that would be
those
the
fares,
easiest, and just as
right.
long as you're open to the discussion, I guess.
Yeah, I think, well, there'll be annual passes for residents that are discounted.
Okay.
It's easy to put in.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
Well, we thought that might come up, so we have drafted a condition, and I'll jump right to it, and we can always come back. So what this condition reads is, upon completion of the ferry terminal, the applicant will establish and operate, and in parentheses, directly or via third party, a ferry system that at a minimum will operate during season, December through April, and provide a minimum of 3 stops. These stops would include the Arches Resort, the Mound House, pending appropriate docking provided by the town, and a stop on the south end of the island. Continued operation of the ferry will be contingent upon financial feasibility. So we think that is a good starting point. It is a solid commitment. Keep in mind, on top of that, the ferry terminal is a multi-million-dollar, brick and mortar investment. And as Ben explained, is they want to make sure that there's a ferry to go along with that ferry terminal. So significant investment, significant commitment. We can change the wording if so desired, but I think it does provide a good commitment, good starting point for discussion.
I think another town property that I would be interested in at least exploring is the one that the town owns down off Estrelita. There's not a dock there, obviously, that there would have to be something, but Fishtail's quite a ways away from Island's End, so people that would want to take advantage of the ferry could potentially have that opportunity down the road. I'm not saying right away, but something to look at.
Yeah, and I think, as Ben mentioned, we're all keeping our fingers crossed. We're all thinking this will be a great success, and if it is a great success, there will be more stops and more participants also.
Yeah, operative word at a minimum.
That's at a minimum.
And I just don't think this was fleshed out at the prior hearing.
No.
That you guys had this vision of actually operating a ferry, which I think is very encouraging. And
yeah, and as some of you may know, there was discussion by other potential operators, and again, more than happy to work with those folks if it gets off the ground. But if it doesn't, this would be a guarantee that the Arches Resort would lead the way and do this.
And I guess, and I don't want to again be overly prescriptive, but I had envisioned Snook by being in there as well. But assuming they're interested, it sounds like you've had conversations.
I just said south of the island because, again, there's
It's
been
in the
nothing
flexible.
worked out with them.
I got it.
I think we need to keep that flexibility, but yes, they would be a great partner.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Just keep in mind, every stop adds more time. It
That's
takes you an
true.
hour to get from.
No, absolutely true. But I want to make sure we get those key parts of the island. Yeah.
Judith, what do you got?
Sorry, just to interject. Nancy and I have had this discussion, not specifically about the ferry, but about things that, items that belong inside the CPD, which is a rezoning, and those conditions, as opposed to things that may belong in a separate outside agreement with the town. I think this may fall into that category of an outside agreement. Well, certainly appropriate in general, would not really be appropriate in the CPD. But I will say, to Patrick's point, is that they are making that investment in the physical infrastructure. And if they wanted to use that, say for some reason this didn't work out, or somebody changed their minds, that they would have to come back for a CPD amendment to use that facility for something else. So they are committing to using it for that purpose, and that we will see with the result, with the master concept plan when it comes.
Judith, I hear you procedurally, and I'm comfortable procedurally accomplishing this however we need to accomplish it. But I do think it's important for the public to know that this project doesn't just include a water ferry terminal. It includes a desire to operate a water ferry, and I think that additional illustration through Patrick's language would be helpful somewhere, written down somewhere, and wherever Nancy feels it's best, or you, I mean, I'm comfortable with that procedure. I want to make sure it gets codified somewhere, so that people know that, hey, this isn't just a water ferry, and that's significant in and of itself, but they're actually going to be responsible for operating, at least in a minimum, X, and then hopefully Y as things progress on the island.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
If I could jump in there too, the procedure, I understand what you're saying about the CPD and how it doesn't necessarily need to be in there, but if it's something that gets codified outside the CPD, how does it have any teeth as far as the requirement to be able to do what they're recommending they're willing to do?
So I'll
Or
look
is it
to
just a
Nancy for that,
suggestion?
because the CPD, the purpose of having the master concept plan in there is that when they're going to come in for a development order, which is going to have additional plans, we're going to look at their drainage, you know, a whole number of things that we're not looking at now. And at that time, you wouldn't be able to move forward with the development order if they were missing elements of what they're presenting to you now in terms of the physicality of what's happening on site. That's our teeth. That what they're proposing to do matches what they're proposing now in their construction plans and in their development plans. The operational things that go into the CPD are intended to be things that code compliance can enforce with a visual inspection. So hours of operation, you can clearly see they're open, they're closed, the noise level is at this or at that. Some of these other operational items, they don't fit neatly because we don't have any way to enforce them with zoning or with the code compliance. So those are the two enforcement mechanisms we have through the CPD and then the following development order. As in terms of outside operation, I'm going to look to Nancy.
Yes, so outside operations would be in the form of a separate agreement. And then whatever contractual remedies you have available to you to enforce, we would be going down that route, similar to other contracts that you have. There was also some discussion about possibly having the memorandum of understanding and also possibly a declaration of covenants, restrictions, and easements. We seem to be running in a number of these with these larger projects. But I basically, Judith and I, we did have an extensive conversation about this. It is not appropriate to put it in the CPD itself because it doesn't specifically relate to that, and then also the enforcement side of it through code enforcement. So we do think that there is a way to accomplish it. We're just looking right now at the best vehicle to do that. I personally kind of like the declaration of covenants and restrictions. I know Megan doesn't really like that option, but that is something for us to consider in this particular situation because it is operational. My thought process would be more that it would be some type of agreement, but Megan is here to comment.
Megan Strayhorn for the record. I have been speaking with Ms. Duperch about this vehicle of a document. And so we can include this. There are a handful of other conditions included in this proposed ordinance that would be included in separate agreements, whatever vehicle that may be. So what we are hopeful with is continue to work with staff from this point on and to have that agreement in front of you all today, not today, but in front of you all in the June 2nd hearing. That way we can look at everything together and have everything executed simultaneously. There might be some, just off the top of my head, there might be some agreements. We have been talking about drainage. That's going to have to be more of a development phase because there's so many fine-tuned details that go into drainage plans with your development orders and whatnot. But certainly the items that have been proposed and listed in the proposed ordinance, we're going to bring back in front of you guys on June 2nd.
And I appreciate that. And my purpose is there is a compliance piece to it, but my purpose is also to give a little encouragement to our friends on the south end in January, February, and March who'd like to visit the north end and can't because of congestion issues. And I thought that was when I talked with the applicant the other day and he referenced his vision, I thought that was really encouraging. So I say that this is all positive in nature because we've been talking about a water ferry for a long time and somebody's actually going to do it. And that's encouraging to me. So this is really not just compliance, which is a piece of it, but it's also encouraging to folks who have been challenged for a long time, particularly during season. So thank you.
Completely understand. Thank you.
I just have one more comment to add that it is not uncommon in large projects to have related documents that are not part of the specific zoning approval. It is not an improper deviation from any type of procedure that you have.
Whatever works for the good of the order.
Yeah, because each project is different and evaluated based on the facts and conditions of the property itself. So it is not again, it's not out of the normal process and procedure to have agreements that are separate.
That whole colloquy will not count against your time, Patrick. So,
Okay. Just moving on. Just want to point out the ferry terminal that we depict here. The intent is to have in that ferry terminal have some kind of a cafe place where people can grab something to eat, something to drink before they hop on to the ferry or water taxi. In there, we would have the ticketing and also some office space for the ferry operations. What you see here is a close-up of that ferry terminal area. That's a building that is set closest to the water, again, for easy access to the docking area. What you see in the background is the meandering promenade with trees and landscaping throughout. And at the base of buildings B and C, you see outdoor seating for a restaurant right along that promenade. As you go further, we're at about midpoint of the promenade between building C that you see on the left side, and this is building D. As we explained during the LPA presentation, the initial design that was put together for this project contained a chapel that we really liked that idea, that concept. We borrowed that idea, we brought it forward, and we included that clock tower as a central focal point to the project. It's about dead center along that promenade. What you see a little bit on the left is also where there'd be some green space with the splash pad for kids. And we envision possibly like an ice cream shop or something right next to that splash pad. The commercial at the bottom of this plaza would be relegated to the marine store and a boater's lounge. Also, what we want to point out is you see the plaza gets wider in those areas, again, attractively landscaped and inviting for public and guests of the hotel. Next exhibit is up on the chapel deck area. The idea is that area could be used for wedding reception, but other types of events. The building completely surrounds that area and buffers the neighboring residential from any of the events that may happen there. Also, the orientation of the chapel is towards the opening, that back bay, where you've got the best views. So we think that would be a spectacular spot for receptions and for the guests to hang out. As we go further down the promenade, we see the canal on the right side. This is building E. Building E is the smallest building, also the shortest building. There is no commercial associated with that building. Again, this idea of creating this gradient in activity. So the idea is this is a quieter part of the promenade. You do have great views from that corner, but the idea is to have fewer guests and no commercial there. The promenade used to wrap around the canal. We've eliminated that. We made that a private area for guests of building E only. And this is an area where we've agreed to put the enhanced landscaping. I apologize, we have not had time to update that rendering, but the idea would be that those trees would be mature at planting and we would have that continuous hedgerow along the boundary.
Boundary of the canal, right?
Correct.
And then would it wrap around to the back as well?
It would wrap all the way to the back of the property.
Thank you.
This
Patrick,
area,
just on that, Pat, on that, just for discussion again, put it out there for my fellow councilors. I'm sure you saw the email. There's concerned residents on that for this building specifically.
Yeah.
About potentially limiting the height to what residential height would be along that canal that abuts the two neighborhoods. So I'll want to discuss that at some point.
okay. This slide shows you an aerial view from 3rd Street. Few things important to note is how we broke up the massing, created these separate buildings. Again, gradient in height, gradient in intensity. At the forefront of the image, you see the significant landscaping, separation, buffering from adjacent properties. Also, that is where we've got the linear park and memorial garden. And we also have detailed information about limiting access to those areas in the evening, and also reducing any vehicular access through those local streets.
Sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah.
I know I'm throwing a lot out there, but I figured if I put it out now, it gives everybody time to noodle it a little bit.
Yeah.
As we talked about last week in our meeting, an issue for me with this area, and I'm sure with the local residents, at least that I've talked to, not so much as much as it is traffic going in, it's traffic coming out.
Yeah.
And again, going back to the phasing issue, you know, how are you going to regulate construction vehicles? Should it get passed as proposed? How are you going to, over the next however many years it takes to build this out, how are you going to limit construction traffic through that residential neighborhood with this being open? I understand being able to get through. Maybe this has something to do with the fire department needing access that way. I don't know. But those two accesses right there really gives me pause when it comes to construction vehicles and those leaving the resort when they're leaving building E, D, or.
We can certainly discuss that in more detail, but quick answer is construction access will be through the resort. Will not be using local streets. What we had there and the way it was designed initially, and we are open to suggestions, was to have a sign saying no through traffic, or really limiting and trying to prevent any traffic along Bonita and Harbor Court, directing everything along Arches Way. And we were providing the turnarounds at the end of those streets in case someone wanted to visit the neighborhood, or someone just got confused and drove down there. Instead of people backing into private properties driveways, they could turn around and get back out. Mayor Allers did bring up in our conversation this idea of when people leave the parking garage, yes, they can drive all the way through to the front, but potentially they could exit onto those local streets. One of the recommendations or ideas that the mayor brought up was to gate the property to prevent that from happening. We also know that at least one of the residents in that neighborhood suggested that. We are open to that idea, and should council want us to gate the property, we would be happy to oblige.
Yeah, the other concern is that, you know, we all have been in an Uber and a Lyft, and I can just see, well, I'm over there in building E, don't drop me off over here. Go down here and pull in there, drop me off in front of my building, and then turn around. So it's just increased traffic in the neighborhood, I think is something that has to be addressed.
We would be happy to gate that and shut that off. We do have to keep emergency access. I think you guys understand that, but having a gate there is not a problem. This is a view from Harbor Court. Again, some things we want to point out is that direct access to the waterfront, greater view shed and separation between the buildings for those view corridors. Next slide here is a view from the bridge. What you see at the forefront is Marina Village, as mentioned, from a height comparison standpoint, 6 stories, approximately 71, 72 feet in height. What we see in the background is the arches with the tallest buildings closest to Marina Village and downtown. And our buildings go from building A, which is 7 and 5 stories. It drops down to 5 stories closest to the residential neighborhood. Then we have 6 stories and 5 stories going all the way to building E. From a comparison standpoint, our maximum zone height is 81 feet, and our total actual height from grade the top of the roof is 102 feet. That differential with Marina Village is due to the multiple reasons. One, it's 1 extra story. B, base flood elevation built at very different times. Base flood elevation is higher today. 3, interior building heights for all the rooms, taller building heights. And lastly, we've got slanted architectural roofs. We think that's an important component to making the resort attractive. Metal roofs, slanted roofs, architectural detail is important to this project. So that kind of gives you that differential of plus or minus 30 feet compared to Marina Village.
So you're 81 feet, you already covered the 30 feet over Marina Village.
Yeah.
The 81 feet, that's from base flood elevation, so that's including the parking, right? The 3 stories of parking in building
It's
B
BFE
plus
plus 3. And in our first building, parking will actually be within that envelope. And
so the number's off.
Yeah,
I get you.
And one thing to mention is for buildings B and C, there's 3 levels of parking, and then the hotel on top. Building D, we have 2 levels of parking, and building E, 1 level of parking. And while we're on the parking subject, if you recall what I discussed in the LPA presentation is we used to have a big parking garage, and at least from our standpoint, we didn't think that was very attractive. We thought that was a bit of a harsh facade, and we think we've got a much better design in distributing that parking throughout the entire resort under those buildings. So that's it from a rendering standpoint. Be happy to go back and look at those in more detail with you if you've got questions. I'll move on to the public benefits.
I do have a question.
Yes.
And maybe the applicant might be best to address this. I just am curious as the applicant's vision for the Flag Hotel. Will it be one? Will it be multiple? I think there's 15,000 feet commercial space proposed. What's the vision? I know it's very premature, but what's your vision for that commercial space? Just to let the public get a sense of where you're headed.
Thanks for the question. We see this at 263 rooms to be a single operator of the resort, and the majority of the operations related to it. I think Patrick talked earlier about the parking measurement differential, and that's kind of where we separated the outside the resort retail space. So I think what's that number? 19?
So just to clarify for the record, Patrick Van Ass, the 15,000 that you saw was what we considered kind of open to the general public. But we have a total of 25,500 that would be both general public and accessory commercial to the resort. And I think that as discussed, we envision a whole mix of commercial, dining, entertainment, retail. Again, the details of what tenants will have is not been defined, but the vision is really to have that mix and create this attraction, this place that people want to be, and they have a variety of different commercial to keep them entertained, to keep it interesting.
Does that cover everything? It does. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I think it's a nice blend. You have one hotel operator, resort operator, and then you'll have the smaller local businesses around in that outside space.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so public benefits, I'm not going to go through all the benefits. Again, what's important though is to note that we have a very complete basket of benefits. We believe that all these benefits put together more than justify the request that is before you for the CPD. Some of the ones that I want to highlight are in green, the Bayfront Promenade very big benefit consistent with the comp plan of opening up the bay to the public. The enhanced view sheds and view corridors, again, I highlight that because that's part of our comp plan. When we talk about public benefit and providing those benefits to justify additional height and additional density, that's what the comp plan talks about. The creation of a cohesive downtown with 2 dynamic bookends. We've got Times Square. We are very hopeful that Times Square comes back to its former glory, and this would be another bookend that would be very complementary and would tie the entire downtown together. The shuttle service, again, this is a public benefit that has not been provided by anybody else so far. The applicant is committing to do so, providing shuttle service for employees and guests. The continued and expanded recreational marina use. We know that the marina use is important to this community. We're adding a few things that are highlighted in green. We are going to have dedicated slips for fishing, ecotour, and sunset charters. Again, providing the ability for guests and residents to go out in the water and really experience the water. We're going to have a dedicated pickup and drop off dockage area for local boaters. If you've got family or friends in town, you want to drop them off, pick them up later, you can do so. We're going to have some slips relegated to some day docking, again, for local boaters.
Patrick, before you move on, I want to touch on a couple of those you highlighted in green. So there are a few things in here that I'd like to see, whatever document you're referring to, Nancy, between you and Megan, that obviously doesn't have to be in the CPD, but I would like to see the DRAC program. I know we've talked about it a lot, but there's really nothing. It's just a word, right? At this point, there's nothing in there quantifiable to say, this is what that means. This is, I think there needs to be something more than that, just more than a bullet point of this is a public benefit. Another one that is the implementation of Park Once initiative. Although that sounds great on paper, if there's one thing we've learned about the Margaritaville Resort, they still have to get there.
Yeah.
And during peak times of check-in between 2 and 5, I think we can all admit Crescent Street gets blocked pretty heavily in trying to check in. I would be willing to bet that would be the same down over San Carlos into Arches Way to be able to get in there. I'm just saying it's just something, although I agree, once they're parked, they will walk around, but they still have to get there, right? And that congestion gives me pause a little bit, which ties me into kind of the, where did it go? The shuttle service for employees and guests. I agree that there's nothing that I've seen yet for guest shuttles, but Pink Shell does their shuttling of their people in Margaritaville, shuttles their people in. In reading that, did I understand it right? That the shuttle service would only be during season for employees and guests, or would it be year-round for employees and then seasonal for guests?
I think it was in season. That's the intent was initially. The exact details haven't been worked out.
Because I think it works very well for Pink Shell as far as keeping 30 plus, 40 plus cars a day from coming onto the island where they shuttle them in from.
So just, if I could interrupt for a second, just to continue on that, for guests, shuttle service from where to where?
For the guests would be from the airport to the island, and also stopping by the Pine Ridge terminal there, and that would be where employees would go to park and get on the shuttle.
All right, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's good.
I have a couple questions and clarifications too, because a lot of the emails that we received, I think there's a misconception, and it's not outlined in green. That's why I want to bring it up, that there are going to be fueling service, fueling docks as part of the marina, which I keep hearing that from people that there's not going to be, but there is going to be the fuel service.
We've had that question from multiple people. Ben's got to work out with his engineer exactly where it's going to be located, but the intent is to keep that fueling service for sure.
So from the marina standpoint, the real change is there's not going to be boat barns anymore. There's not going to be boat storage per se, but the actual operating of a marina will continue.
Yes, the recreational component will continue. It will be expanded. And we'll touch upon the boat barns and the commercial and industrial nature of that use.
So the other question too, and I know we talked a lot about it in the beginning, but that bayfront walkway
Yes.
connecting everything from Moss Marine down through Matanzas, is that still in the works? Because I don't see that anywhere.
I'll let Ben address that. He's had discussions with our neighbors, and I think he may have some news associated with that. But yes, the idea is, as much as we can, we want to extend that promenade, and if other properties can tie in, we'd love to see that.
Right behind you.
Ben Freeland. So we've had conversations. Marina, it's really complicated down there if you haven't looked at the property lines. So the building, I don't know if you can take the picture back up, but Marina Village is owned by 1,300 weekly timeshare folks. So, and that's just in their little footprint. So they own the pool and that building and the little health facility in the parking lot. Snug Harbor, Nervous Nellies, and Wahoo Willie's is owned by a separate property owner, and that wraps around that building and goes to the bayfront. So it's really hard to negotiate with 1,300 property owners when we have nothing to. And until this is approved, I can't really go to their board and say, "Here's what I can do to trade you out of that pool." And so we've had conversations. I think there's interest, but we really don't have anything to negotiate with. And then access with the current property owner of Snug Harbor, and their operators are definitely open to opening up that walkway. But the pool's kind of the hot spot. So we'd have to replace that, give them access to our pool or different things. But until I can tell them where the pool is, what it would be, it's hard to negotiate. So,
But it is still in the works.
it's in the works. We'd like to do it. I can't really commit to it because again, I don't have control of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so going back to the benefits and just to address comments by Mayor Allers. Some of those, well, we've taken every public benefit that we've identified here and we created a document of commitments and conditions. We have reflected all these public benefits through a condition and a commitment. That is the document that our attorney is working out with the town attorney. Some of it may remain in the ordinance. Some of it might just be referenced to maybe an MOU or another agreement. One of the things that I wanted to point out is I think it's important that at least in the ordinance, while we may have a separate agreement, that all the conditions be identified in there, because I know we want to be 100% transparent. A lot of times the residents will go back years later and look at an ordinance and say, it's not there. How did that condition disappear or that promise disappear? So I think it's important that we keep it in the ordinance, but it may say, please refer to this other agreement. And that's what the attorneys are working out now.
And I agree with you on that part. The concern that I have with, we can go back and forth on what is an amenity and what is a public benefit all day long. What's concerning, I shouldn't say concerning to me, but what is important to me is that you're asking for a significant ask from the town and from the council. Those benefits should be significant in relation to that ask. We'll continue to, I've commented on certain things that I think are substantially that need to be included in the public benefits in order for it to make sense. But again, and when you read through it, the staff recommendations and your justification to the increase that you're asking for, both of you only refer to two items, specifically two items. And there's a difference in reading between what your justification is and what your reasoning is behind those two. And those two specific things are the Bayfront Promenade and the Linear Park. Both of you on every single deviation refer to those two things as the public benefits. You don't go onto the grand list. And that's where my concern comes in.
In our narrative, we are very detailed in the narrative, both for the CPD and both for the comp plan amendment. We say that our request is 100% justified by all the benefits, the basket of benefit. Staff does refer to the two main ones that you discussed, we refer to the entire basket of benefits. And that's why we've also taken those and put those into conditions and commitments.
Well, you've made, again, we can go through it and read it out loud if you want, but you do refer to those two main ones, just like the staff does, as the main public benefits. My concern is those two main public benefits that both the staff and you refer to, there's no idea when those are going to be completed. So the two main public benefits of this list that you pointed out and our staff has pointed out could be a decade from now before it actually becomes a public benefit. So then we could get into amenities and all of that. I just want to have that discussion here before we get to the vote. So should this move forward, we have a little bit more clarification on what that's going to look like if that in fact is the only two main benefits that move forward.
Understood. Well, just to clarify, if our narratives are not clear enough, all these benefits that are before you today are the justification for the ask. We believe that this entire basket of benefits, you guys can discern how much weight you want to give to each of those. But again, we believe that the weight generated from that entire basket fully justifies the request. And just to add, I think it goes way beyond the linear park and the public promenade. I think the ferry, the terminal and the ferry service is huge, for example. So in my mind, it's not just limited to two of those, it's the entire basket presented to you. Also, I'd like to touch upon.
Since we're clarifying, can I just, for the poor folks watching, when we say participation in the DRAC program, that acronym's pretty unique to Fort Myers Beach. So DRAC is don't rent a car. And it doesn't mean you can't rent a car. It means you provide incentives to your customers if they don't rent a car.
Yeah.
And just wanted to clarify, in case anyone was listening, that they may not be familiar with that acronym. Yeah.
And in the condition that we have in the application, we actually provide detail of what that entails.
Could you just elaborate, just out of curiosity?
Well, it's both an education component, meaning that when people call the hotel or go to the hotel website, there is a discussion about the island wanting to limit the number of cars and to mitigate for the traffic, and explaining that we have other options, other mobility options, that the downtown is very walkable, that we have bicycles for the guests, that they can rent golf carts, but also there is an incentive, a monetary incentive from either discount at resorts or other vendors in town to incentivize them to take an Uber, take a Lyft instead of driving their vehicles. So it's outlined in our condition. Again, we'd be happy to carry that forward in a separate agreement as needed, but it is defined in there. Just to touch upon the Park Once initiative, and I think Mayor Allers, your concern about queuing up is definitely something that we've looked at. And what we've done is we've intentionally designed a new road providing access to this resort. So this new road is a significant piece of property. It's a lot of dollars associated with building that roadway. But what that does is it takes those vehicles off the road and allows for very long queuing, which again, if you're up against a public street, traffic backs up onto that public street. Whereas this, if there's any kind of backup, it'll be within the resort on Arches Way. Just to keep going through those, I'm going to touch upon the ones that are highlighted in green: the Linear Park, Memorial Garden, the open air market. Folks, that's another great one to me. Why it's so important to me is I look at this as a public benefit. It's going to be a social gathering place. That's an example of, as planners, how we create a sense of place. It's something that's interesting. It's something where you create human interaction, create interest, and also you encourage and you create benefits for local vendors. The dedicated downtown trolley ride hailing stop, again, promoting walkability, promoting alternative modes of transportation. And also what we've got on there is the significant positive economic impact. Again, we understand that this is not one of your criteria for approval or denial of a project. But we've outlined those economic impacts in our packet, in our LPA presentation. And again, I think this is the most significant project that has come before you to date.
Could you explain the improved water conditions for me, please?
A lot of the existing development on our island, including this marina, was developed at a time where you didn't have to go through the water management district permitting process. We are not exempt from that. We are going to have to go through that process, and we are going to have to manage our water and treat our water before it's released. Again, right now, it's just sheet flow off the property with no management of that water. Moving forward, we'll have to go through all that permitting and demonstrate that we are managing our water.
Patrick, before you hit that clicker, just because on June 3rd, the Lee County School Board will be determining the future of our school, I think it's important for anyone who might be watching from the school board or their staff at the school district, just to explain what you're offering. And that's now become a insert, if you will, and a very important one in every proposal that's come before us as of late. Would you just elaborate briefly on that as a parent of children at the beach school?
I am happy to do so, and I am happy to come back to this council at a different time to talk about the challenges we are facing with the elementary school and school board upcoming decision. But what this is, and I think it's already being done by other existing resorts on the island, is working with staff to explain to them that if you work on this island, you can send your kid to the elementary school. And again, you don't even have to work on the island, but if you're already here and you're driving or taking transit to the island, you can bring your child. There's before care, there's after care. Also, some of these employers are creating flexible working schedule to coordinate with start and leave time at the school. And also it's an education process through their HR departments. We've got this great beach school, low number of students with a great teacher to student ratio. We are increasing those numbers. And what we've seen is the enrollment in the school was devastated through Ian, and the demographers for Lee County's projected that we may never go back to those numbers, or it would take years and years to increase those numbers. Before Hilton and Helene, we had significantly increased those numbers. And thanks for Margaritaville for sending a lot of those kids to our school, and also some of your own staff are also sending their kids to that school, and that's great. And I think we've got a bright future, and we're happy to support the school.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go quickly through those, but some of the key points that I brought up at the LPA hearing, just going to hit them real quick without providing a lot of detail. But number one is we truly believe that this will be the key redevelopment catalyst for the downtown and the rebuild after the storms. We think it'll be a flagship project signaling that FMB is back on the map and thriving. From a compatibility and design aspect, we've looked at every aspect of design. We've looked at enhancing and improving compatibility requirements, buffer separation, landscaping, all that stuff. And I think we've enhanced it in every way possible. Number three, outstanding public benefits. Again, the basket of benefits being provided justify the ask. And what's important to note is that some of those benefits are creative and proactive solutions and benefits that we haven't seen from other projects to date. Also, these benefits are significant monetary investment on behalf of the applicant.
Before you move on from that, though,
Yeah.
just to touch on that, I agree it's a significant monetary investment, but so is the neighboring neighborhood that you're asking for them to be okay with you developing this. They've invested serious monetary
Mhm.
you know, as well as in, I think that everybody is kind of on board with project being here.
Mhm.
It's just, you know, you're asking for a substantial ask, right? You're asking for 80% of the property that you have to go from the least intense, dense use to the most intense, dense use. And 20% of it is in a conservation area. So
I-
80% of your property is the marina, correct?
Can we clarify that? Marina is an industrial use.
Okay.
Industrial uses are the most intense uses on the island. The comp plan clearly states that industrial uses on this island will not be allowed other than marina. So again, to me, when you go through planning school, planning 101, there's a hierarchy of uses, and that most intense category is your industrial use. Marina project, in my mind, is an intense use.
And I didn't bring that up to argue with you. I'm just bringing it up as a conversation point as we move forward with the hearing to understand that, you know, a substantial ask to me should be rewarded with a substantial public benefit. I don't know that we're there yet. I think we probably can get there with some discussion. However, I think it's important to note that you are asking for, and I don't know of any, maybe Judith can, of any other property on the island, commercial property that is at a 2.0 FAR. That's a substantial ask in a residential neighborhood. So as we go forward, I've kind of laid out some of the groundwork of things I'd like to discuss to hopefully make those benefits offset some of that ask. Because if this does move forward, I want to make sure it's the best project, not just for you and the town, but for the people that have to live with it every single day.
And I think it's a good kind of segue to point out that those residential lots that were purchased by the Freeland family are mostly relegated, probably 80% of those lots. And those were not cheap lots. Those were very expensive lots.
I bet they were.
That are being used for buffering, landscaping, separation from the owners, the residential owners close by. So yes, there's been a great effort, great investment. And again, I will keep reiterating that I fully believe that this basket of benefits is unsurpassed and that it justifies the request. And you know, happy to agree to disagree with folks. Last point, we think this is the right project in the right place. The downtown core is meant for our most intense and active uses. Also, this location is a good location to minimize potential transportation impacts because it is so close to the bridge, on and off the bridge quickly. And also, it will promote walkability and the Park Once initiative. So with that said, before I leave you, I just want to reiterate something that I discussed at the LPA meeting. In your comp plan, in our comp plan, we have a community design element, and we have a core area vision for our downtown. I encourage everybody to go read it. It's about a page and a half. It talks about the entire downtown. But when it comes to Old San Carlos and what we all consider the core downtown area, I just want to read those two quotes. It says, on the Bayside, tree shaded plazas surround the expanded marina, which hosts vessels from excursion boats to water taxis to commercial fishing boats bringing fresh seafood to sell from scattered kiosks. Then it says, the corner at 3rd Street has become a focal point midway between Times Square and the Bayside, with corner stores providing a variety of goods and services. Folks, I think we hit it on the head. Look, we've got the landscape plazas. The recreational marina use will be expanded. We will provide slips for excursion boats, water taxis. We will have a market with kiosks providing, allowing the sale of local goods. The corner of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos will be a focal point. We're going to have that great building with a bodega, with the restaurant, with the market. and we'll be providing a variety of goods and services. So I think we've nailed it. I think it's completely consistent with this vision. Yes, we are building in a different reality nowadays. The buildings will probably be bigger, but much stronger and better than what we have. But we are consistent with that vision. So with that said, in my professional planning opinion, the proposed CPD is consistent with the comprehensive plan as we are requesting to be amended. And it meets or exceeds all LDC requirements, including the decision-making criteria based on our expert testimony from the entire team and the evidence that we've submitted, all the written documents that are part of the packet. We respectfully request approval for the proposed CPD. We know there are a bunch of questions and deliberation, and we stand ready to answer any of those questions and address those issues. Thank you.
All right, before you run off, Patrick, good job. 29 minutes and 29 seconds. Is
that including Jim's
right.
interlude?
Or my 800 questions yet? John, you have any questions for Patrick before he walks away?
Not any questions, no.
Jim?
I have no questions at this time, maybe after public comment.
I'll hold till after public comment.
I'll hold as well.
Hard to believe, but I will. Thanks, Patrick. You want to?
So Mayor, we do have food available when you're ready to break, if you're going to take a break today.
I prefer to keep powering on as long as everybody's okay with it. We've got some traction now.
All right, let's go.
All right. Judith, do you want to come up or do we want to go to public comment first?
Public comment.
Yeah, I think let's take public comment and then we can come back to Judith because you've got a long list of things that you need. At least we can get through public comment, then maybe we can take a short break. But public comment, Madam Clerk.
Yep, I have Marilyn Anderson, and following Marilyn will be Chris Mostero.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Marilyn Anderson, 929 3rd Street, and I have been sworn in. So my house is the little yellow house that will be at the corner of Arches Way and 3rd Street if this project is approved. I'm here today to ask you to address a few items that would negatively impact me and my neighbors if not addressed. First, for the drainage, today the stormwater flows from my neighbor's property, like across the back property, to storm drain on Moss Marine property. There's an agreement in place that Moss Marine maintains that water management system. So drainage for my neighboring properties, especially in the back of the house, but also on 3rd Street, must be considered in their drainage plan. Probably my biggest concern is the noise. So the rooftop restaurant on Building A will be right next door to my house. It should have the same music limitations and should apply to Building A as the Building B rooftop. So please consider limiting the Building A rooftop music to ambient music permitted 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Like my bedroom windows will literally be within feet of that rooftop restaurant, and the music should be ending by 9 and ambient music as well. Also, along the rooftop restaurant on Building A, there should be some sort of a privacy screen or like a wood privacy fence along the Arches Way wall there to help with sound, so that I don't have people standing on that rooftop in Building A looking down onto my pool area. I previously sent an email that should be in your packets with a diagram of what I'm referring to there. I have one copy here as well. Building B, it's way too big and way too close to the residential houses on 3rd Street. It was originally going to be a parking ramp. Now there's parking garage plus hotel rooms, all looking right down on my pool area, plus the sun deck on the top. If anything, if that sun deck railing could be pushed back so people can't just stand up there and look like straight down on my pool area. And then the parking garage, if it could be enclosed on the backside to help with the noise of the cars, locking and locking and the alarms going off. As far as the masonry wall deviation they're asking for today, that there's a 6-foot masonry wall, which provides a lot of privacy and helps with noise. The Arches project should be required to keep or build a new masonry wall along all adjacent properties, especially along Arches Way. A 6-foot privacy fence can blow down in storms and it doesn't really help with sound. The Arches Way Road, the angle of the road appears to be only a few feet from my property, especially on that back corner, like where my pool is. And it doesn't allow for the 30-foot buffer with the 10 feet of planting they claim as the minimum setback on this project. So I have some serious concerns about having the main entrance right next to my property line there. So I'll just wrap up with, please think about having the amplified music next door to your house, especially as you're trying to sleep at night, sitting around your pool. So if you could consider that to the ambient till 9 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chris Mastero, and after Chris will be Philip Teal.
Good afternoon, Chris.
Hello again, everyone. Chris Mastero, 923 3rd Street. I have been sworn in as well. I would like to provide a document to you all and hopefully into the record as well. I had sent this previously to the Freelands regarding storm drain behind our property. So when the Freelands purchased Mas Marina, it didn't include the boat sheds that are behind our homes. It was more towards the canal on that side. And then the Freelands filed a development order in the 80s before the town incorporated with the county to expand the marina and build those boat sheds behind our homes. During that time, the neighborhood was up in arms, just like today, about traffic, about drainage, about all the same issues that still over 30 years later haven't really been addressed. This letter here, there's a copy for everyone, and I sent it to them before, states that a big concern was this is such a low part of the island and neighborhood, is building those boat sheds stopped the sheet flow of water from our homes to the back bay. So building those boat barns basically started a flooding issue for our properties. Mas Marina, or the Freelands, George Freeland in 85, as the letter before you states, says that they will install storm drainage and they will maintain them in perpetuity. To this day, the Freelands haven't maintained them. I, every other year, have paid out of my own pocket to clean those drains. I've asked them to. They said no. And then the town, I've gotten the town every other year to clean them as well. So thanks town staff for that. Today, the proposal as well, these drains are eliminated. That's very frustrating to me, especially when I sent this letter to the Freelands saying, y'all said you'd keep these drains. These drains are for our homes. Now they have said they will address drainage on 3rd Street. This isn't 3rd Street. This is our backyards. This is the property line between our yards and their property. So I do ask that this be considered. Some of my biggest concerns is noise as well. In the LPA hearing, they said that the sunset deck was not publicly accessible, that it would just be limited to resort guests. Today's hearing, they're saying the sunset deck is open to the public. The sunset deck has a bar. The sunset deck doesn't have a buffer against our homes. I've asked them to put low plantings along the railing of the sunset deck so it doesn't become the pier that people are all lined up against watching the beautiful sunset. That will be looking down, overshadowing our backyard. So there's a couple things there that I do wish you to ask that you consider. They're asking for an extension of downtown. They're asking for an extension of Old St. Carlos. Old St. Carlos closes at 10 p.m. It shuts down at 10 p.m. It's quiet at 10 p.m. We're so close to a residential neighborhood because of that. And here today we have proposals where the sunset deck is open and operational until midnight, and other properties neighboring bordering residential homes is open till midnight. So again, little things that I ask you to consider. I've reached out to them and said, just give us a little bit more buffer. I think they're all reasonable requests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Philip Teal. This is the last one I have signed up for. This is from Mr. Teal coming around.
My name's Philip Teal. I live in 431 Harbor Court. I bought that place in
Can you have
'95.
him
I've
lift
been
the
there
microphone?
for 30 years. We are concerned about the entrance going into the project from Harbor Court and Bonita Street. I talked to all my neighbors on the streets, to everyone on Harbor Court and some on Bonita Street, and everyone agreed that we did not want to have dead-end streets on those streets. And it could be done very easily not to have dead-end streets. The way they have it set up right now, they have it where you go into it on a dead-end street, and you have to go inside of their project to turn around and come back out again. What would it say? I've had a marina for 50 years. I just retired from a marina bigger than Moss Marine, so I'm familiar with property and stuff like that. Anyway, so talking to all the neighbors, there's no way you're going to be able to get a truck, like a garbage truck, UPS truck, anybody to go into that property, make a U-turn inside of that property and come back out. And if you do allow them to do that, everybody and their brothers are going to come down that road, down 3rd Street, and go into those two properties and go into the projects rather than going through. So there's going to be all kinds of people going in and out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's going to go down 3rd Street. And we're familiar with that from when Moss Marine had the Big M, how they just tear down those streets. You know, there's no way you can control it. So we need to keep them from, if we take a road and we put it from Bonita Street to connect it to Harbor Court, we can make a roundabout. So you wouldn't even have to go into the Marina's property, into Moss Marine Arches property. You just go to their, connect the two streets, go Bonita Street back to Harbor Court, back out, or vice versa. Now, what the town owns, Bonita Street and Harbor Court. The ends of those two streets, are we going to give them to the project? No, I talked to Jason Smiles and he said they shouldn't do that. We could take that property and we could take square footage between the end of those two streets. I could show you on here what I'm talking about. This is 3rd Street coming in, going to Harbor Court or Bonita Beach. We could take the end of this property that is owned by the town and exchange that for a stretch of property going across here. And it'd be just about the same square footage. Or if they wanted to go all the way across to the channel, they could. But just so enough so we can come in, go back around and go back out again. And they could put a fence up, put a gate here on the end of each property so nobody can go in there. Because right now, if they do, everybody's going to come in there. And if garbage trucks, utilities, everybody comes in with bigger equipment, trucks, they're not going to be able to go in, turn around and come back in. They can do like they're doing now, make their loop, come right back out, type of a thing. So,
All right, thank you, Phil.
that's it.
Thank you.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Leah?
Hi, Leah Gregg, Bonita Street. So, Tom Torgerson, I appreciate what he said at the last LPA meeting. During their last meeting, he stated that statistics can tell any story you want, and I can't agree with that more. Data can be manipulated to make anything look viable. So this comment is spot on. So here's just a simple example of how data can be manipulated to tell a story. Judith said that the current FAR density maximum in a residential neighborhood is 1.2. So if Moss Marina built their development in that residential neighborhood right now, they're too far, or their density, it would be literally double than what they are allowed. Everyone is concerned that density and height, is an issue for all these developments. And again, if this land development wasn't changed and they had to adhere to a 1.2 FAR, which is the max for a residential neighborhood, that'd be almost double it. and you guys would have tossed it right out. So again, the rezoning, the residential neighborhood that is not the downtown area, it's not considered a downtown area, to a residential commercial neighborhood will now make the Moss Marinas too far look completely viable and acceptable, because instead of comparing it to a 1.2 FAR max for a residential neighborhood, it'll now be compared to a 2.5 FAR max for a commercial, making them look like they're coming in after the FAR. But the neighborhood doesn't change. So by the simplest land use zone change, the density allowed in that area, because that area hasn't changed, just the zoning will change, will literally double than what it's supposed to be now as a current residential neighborhood. So that's a huge ask. And it doesn't even include the 8 deviations and the reduction of 50% in parking. The public benefits should be equally as huge. Dan, I agree with what you said. And right now, I don't see them that they are. Patrick said this project will create a cohesive downtown with 2 dynamic bookends as a public benefit. He's actually selling you that one of their biggest deviation requests, changing the neighborhood from residential to commercial, is going to be a public benefit, because now it's going to join, the cohesive downtown area. That area is not considered downtown. It will once you change the zoning change, but it's not right now. So again, he's pitching you that a benefit is actually, a benefit to them. Patrick also said this is consistent with the comp plan. If it was, why in the world would you have to ask for a land use change, totally changing a neighborhood from residential to commercial? And why would you have to ask for 8 deviations? I don't even understand how that statement could be made. Every public benefit offered, from what I've seen, is an amenity or a revenue generator, again, being sold to you as a public benefit. You have the power, you hold the cards to determine if their basket of benefits, as Patrick said, really justifies this huge request. Please, please, please negotiate. Just 4 key points. Drainage is key. I think we all agreed to that. Gates at the entrance. People are going to be using these entrances back and forth. If this was going by your house, would you really want that? This could be simply changed. They've even said they're willing to put in a gate. So I ask you to put in a gate. And the last thing, the rooftop bar, again, that's not a public benefit for me. It's literally looking right down into my neighborhood. So just ask for some minor changes. Just negotiate. All we need is a little bit, and we're almost there, because I know these guys are willing to compromise. Okay?
Thank you, Lou.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak, public comment? Tom? Oh. Bill, you want to go first? And see you hiding behind the pole there.
Yeah. I'm glad I can still hide behind a pole.
Makes 2 of us.
So, there's, I like the way the project looks generally, but I think there's, sorry, Bill Veach, Estero Boulevard, I've been sworn in. So I like how the project looks, but this, the comprehensive plan is very clear. No commercial intrusion into residential areas. It was stated in the original plan. It was reiterated in the modifications from the plan. When you're taking residential lots and you're turning them into commercial properties, that is the definition of a commercial intrusion into residential areas. And then the areas that are not converted are now abutting a big commercial lot. I think that when the staff said that right now it doesn't conform to the comprehensive plan, but if we change the comprehensive plan, it will. It's kind of like me saying, I'm on a very, very strict diet and I'm compliant, but I modified it to include pizza. So I think that it's, the statement itself shows that it's really not consistent with the comprehensive plan. The other thing that's really concerning is the phasing. There's 6 phases of this project. And through all of the 5 phases, that area that's supposed to be a buffer is going to be a road for construction. And there's no timeline on it. You're talking 6 phases with no timeline. This could go on for decades. Think of what happened in Bay Beach Lane when the London Bay Tower went up. It was decades after it was originally proposed. So without a timeline, one of the options I see you can do is, instead of, if this is really going to be an open thing with no timeline and a bunch of phases, just permit 1 phase at a time. There's no reason to permit all the phases now when you can do 1 phase, and then down the road, if they're going to do another one, then you're not binding a future council to the decision that you made that may have decades worth of transitions. I've also been told by somebody who works in the vacation rental business. Right now, they're having people leave because of the chaos on the island, because of all the construction, all things that are going on. Now the downtown is going to be that way for literally decades with this project. So I think timing and the scope of this project and the phasing to me causes a lot of concerns. It's going to be a long disruption for downtown. It's going to be a long time before we really see any kind of benefit from it. And one more thing, with things like the ferry, it could be a public benefit. They commit to it regardless of the finances. But they're saying they're only going to do it as long as it's financially feasible, as long as it's making the money. To me, that becomes an amenity and not a public benefit. Public benefit could have some expense to it, and then includes a commitment to run it, even if it's not making you the money that you think you need. So, thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Perhaps you can put your address on the record as well. I heard Estero Boulevard, but I didn't hear that.
3580 Estero Boulevard. I'll look for the birthday card now.
It's probably not good morning any longer, but hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and councilors and town team. Tom Torgerson, 301 Palermo Circle. On our island's commercial rebuild, on it, speaking specifically to the development side, there's a lot of I want what TPI FMB got and more. But I want to give less, or in times, in some cases, I want to give nothing. The Arches project, I have to really applaud them. I have some recollection, familiarity with having to go back and retool, and I think it was a really good thing for the island, and I think what the Freelands have done is a really good thing for the island as well. They've been at this for over a year now, and really have worked the process and worked the system in a way that I believe it's supposed to be worked for something as complex and something of this scale. It's a very unique project. It's a very unique location. There is abounding public benefit that I see. The developers are credible. They've been there. They will deliver. They are asking for more than what Margaritaville got in terms of height and density. But if they commit to more, well, maybe I should say it this way. I think you can almost touch the finish line and ring the bell, but I'd hope that we're not maybe quite there yet, and that there's just a little bit of wood to chop here. I think that maybe there's some, I hope, maybe I shouldn't say I think, but I hope that there's some things that aren't too painful to impose on the project to help further mitigate the neighborhood impact. And then also the other one is the phasing. And I really just got into that over the weekend, but I too have concerns about a long duration for this project. It's a big project. It's really big, and it's a generational project for the island for sure. It's very impressive, by the way, Ben. It's really impressive, the amount of thought and work that has gone into this. But thinking through how it could possibly be fewer phases or a timeline established as to completing the project. Lastly, I just want to again applaud the process. I think this is the way it's supposed to work. I applaud the LPA. I applaud you as the council. I applaud the town team and the Freelands and their development team. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
A couple more back there.
A couple more.
Hi, Robin Atwood, 735 Matanzas Court. So I'm across the canal. So I'm still very concerned about thinking that any amount of landscaping and trees is going to make the noise not carry across that canal. It's on the water. It's just going to carry. I do appreciate the try. I am very concerned still that this is residential property that my family has owned for 30 plus years. We are used to quiet evenings in a quiet neighborhood, not a party and a pool and screaming and all the things that go with a commercial pool in a commercial area. That's not the life that we bought into down here, not at all. It was zoned residential. I still feel very strongly it should stay residential. And if they're going to do something, that it still only get that residential height. These people are going to be looking into our lives because we all live on that water side of our homes. If we have water, that's where we are at doing our thing. I couldn't tell you anything that happens out on that road because I'm not out there. I don't look at that, but I am out there on that deck and on that water all the time. And I don't want all those strangers peeking in on my life. I mean, God knows what they might see, right? So I really would like that to be as less people as possible, and a lower height helps bring that in. It is residential. Again, that is what we bought into. This is going to affect our property values, everything in our lives. And my father is 85 years old. I'm not sure the next several years of his life are going to be just pounding and trucks, and it's not going to be a pleasant life right there. So anyway, I hope you consider all those things and listen to what the people are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
Good afternoon, council. There are a lot of adjectives.
Can you
that
state
can
your
be-
name for the
Oh,
record?
I'm sorry, Tim Shadle, and don't live on the island any longer, but I own 103, 105, 107 Baymar Drive. There's a lot of adjectives that can be used to describe this project, and Tom mentioned two of them: impressive and unique, and beautiful and amazing. But there are also others that can be other words to describe as massive, intensive, and inappropriate. Something we're going to be losing on this marina if this project is allowed to go forward is a real marina. There's only a handful of them, and another one will be coming before you soon, Fishtail. We don't know what any of them have planned, but many or all of them could have this same type project plan. And if Jason, if you could please put up those slides, please. If you would look at what is there now or was there pre-Ian, you'll see 5 large dry boat storage buildings. And the only person that I've heard really mention it today is Council Member Woodson. But those buildings house a lot of boats. And if you look at the wet slips, there are a lot of wet slips. If you could please go to the next slide of what they propose. Now there are no dry slips. There are very few, there's no dry boat storage, and there's very few wet slips. And it really concerns me that this island was a fishing island. It was based on water sports, and I used to own a boat and a wave runner, don't anymore, but I stored them in dry storage on the island. And we're going to lose that. It's zoned marina. I believe it should be a marina because I'm afraid that soon we're not going to have any marinas. We're going to have lots of resorts and beautiful, massive, tall buildings, and I worry that we're going to lose a lot of what this town was based on, and there are a lot of people that are going to be very disappointed to lose those dry storage units and the wet slips. And I think that Vice Mayor had a good idea about using impact fees for the wave wall that we were talking about earlier, the wave mitigation wall. The island really, we really could use it, and it would be beneficial for a lot of different reasons. And those impact fees could really go towards that. And I think that'd be a good idea.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak during public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do you want to do your rebuttal now, or do you want to wait, take a brief break?
we can address a couple issues now.
Okay.
Megan Strammer for the record. We heard a couple of public comments. I just want to touch on a couple of them briefly before we get into the details. Regarding the drainage, this is really more of a development order concept. We hear the concerns about the drainage. We're aware of them. An engineer will be putting together a drainage plan. It will be in compliance with the Land Development Code and with South Florida Water Management District. But outside of that, there's not too much details or promises or anything that we can get into right now, other than there will be a drainage plan. As far as there's some, I don't know if I would say conflicting comments or concerns, but we did hear about the concern about the 3rd Street in Bonita and Harbor Court, whether to cut off those turnarounds, have them connected, gate access. One request that we, the applicant, would ask of you all is to kind of ponder what you all would like to see for that 3rd Street and Bonita and Harbor Court. If you all say that you would like to see it gated, we can do so. One of the concerns that I'm sure Patrick can explain, one of the concerns is we thought that if it was gated, then you're going to have individuals who entered that street on accident utilizing the residential driveways to turn around. Those are a couple of the points. Patrick, what else did you want to add?
For the record, Patrick Vanass. I'd like to touch upon a few issues. Drainage is one of them. And I think we've had a chance to talk to you individually about drainage. There's a long history associated with drainage in that area. If you go to your Tetra Tech report, there are very clear elevations as part of that report. Unfortunately, Moss Marina is the high point of that entire neighborhood. And it doesn't sheet flow towards the back bay. It actually flows towards 3rd Street. So, in my understanding in talking to our client, the Freelands, their father, George, had indeed agreed to put some drainage in some of the properties, including Mr. Mistero's property. Unfortunately, because of the elevations, there is not a positive outfall. The water, just by gravity, cannot reach to the back bay. Again, we have committed to providing an outfall as may be needed by the town. However, the issue isn't very that simple. It's not just about creating an outfall. The natural terrain drains towards 3rd Street. If we are going to pump anything towards the back bay or the canal where the applicant owns property, it's going to have to be pumped. So again, this is not a simple, there's a back drain in my backyard and we can solve the problem that way. I think it will take a concerted effort by the town to address this from a technical standpoint. But we are interested in doing our part. If there's an easement that's required for a drainage outfall, we are willing to do so. When it comes to the comp plan amendment, if we could pull up the comp plan presentation, I do want to make a few points associated with that. First of all, we have the opportunity, and throughout Florida, throughout all the jurisdictions in Florida, applicants can ask for a change in the comp plan. While a lot of people want to believe that the comp plan is static and should never be changed, that is simply inaccurate. We have state statutes that call for a review of the comp plan on a regular basis in a 5 to 7 year period, and that the comp plan should be changed on a regular basis to address changing conditions. So we are perfectly within our right to ask for this comp plan amendment. And what we have to demonstrate is that the comp plan amendment that we are asking for is consistent with the intent and the vision of what is being proposed. So I just quickly want to touch upon that. So there was also mention of the Big M Casino. So when the comp plan was put together and the town incorporated, there was discussion with the Freeland family about extending the pedestrian commercial onto their property. It was a commercial marina and it made logical sense. However, they ran the Big M Casino from that property. A lot of people didn't like the Big M Casino. So they were concerned that if they changed their future land use category in any way, it might jeopardize that use. So that is why the discussions did not go any further, and that was not included. But what I do want to point out is, if you look at what is considered our downtown, it is a logical geographic extension of pedestrian commercial. Again, planning concepts dictate that you look at existing conditions on the ground, you look at logical boundaries for districts, it ties it together. Then there's always the concern of, well, is that going to lead to proliferation and further extension of that district? It's a natural peninsula with natural boundaries that limit further expansion. Also, really want to point out that a commercial marina is considered an industrial use. It has coexisted with the neighbors for years with very little conflict. There have been some issues that have come up through the years as discussed, but they've coexisted. What we are requesting is a project that we believe would be a great asset to this community, and that we've done everything we could to mitigate any potential impacts. And we've done that through limiting the uses, the development standards, the buffering, and all the commitments and conditions that are included as part of this. So when it comes to this idea that the comp plan should not be amended and that we are inconsistent with the comp plan because currently it is not shown as pedestrian commercial, that just is inaccurate. That's not how land use works. We have the opportunity to request this change. And again, we are consistent with the intent and the vision for that area. It makes logical sense to extend it. So I think I've got some other notes that I've taken, but I think we'll probably go into those little details as we get it further into the discussion. My general feel is those are minor details that we can certainly address, but from a big picture issue, comp plan, drainage, and conditions, I think we have addressed those and provided significant mitigation and also significant public benefit to justify this.
Well, Patrick, before you run off, we'll again respectfully agree to disagree on one part of it, and that's the drainage part. I'll go back to, you're asking for a substantial change in what has been there for decades. To me, that substantial request should come with a substantial public benefit. I don't think any of your listed public benefits are substantial in respects to drainage and the impact it's going to have on that neighborhood. I'm going to be pushing very hard that get addressed. You have to do it for your property. You have to mitigate your own water. But we have had a constant, including you, have had a constant issue in that neighborhood with flooding. To me, a substantial public benefit would be to alleviate that for a neighborhood who is going to have to live with this development should get approved for decades through the building process and thereafter. You heard the public testimony. The main thing out of every single person's mouth was drainage. We know that as a town, you know that as a neighbor. I think we need to at least, the other things I agree, some of those things can be worked out that are very minor that we've discussed before and have been brought up here. That to me is a huge, substantial thing that needs to be addressed in order for me to try to keep, I think the project's beautiful. I think everything's great. I think there needs to be something built there. But if you can address a major known problem for a residential neighborhood that's going to be dealing with something that they have never had to deal with because of your substantial request, I don't think that's far-fetched to do.
And my response, and I understand that, my response to that is, it's my understanding that the town has tried to get an easement from some of those neighbors to drain towards the canal on that side of Third Street, and no one's been willing to do it.
So then why wouldn't you step up and be the one that does it?
We have agreed to provide an outfall.
On your property that you've said slopes to the back bay already.
And
So where does that leave
so-
everybody that abuts you that's
so-
going to continue to flood,
So we are going to manage our own water.
which you're required to do?
Everything else, exactly. Everything else is an existing condition, and drainage of the roadways is a town responsibility. So what we are doing is we are providing the ability for an outfall, which doesn't exist. The rest of the maintenance and the management of that water is a town responsibility. By all means, if the town wants to put a pump station and send it through our outfall location, we are happy to comply. And we are providing it, which is above and beyond what any of the neighbor in that community has been willing to do. So from the standpoint of where does the water go, we are contributing and helping. I'm just saying that keep in mind that the solution isn't that easy. We'll need some pumps to address that. And that is a responsibility of the public works side of this town.
I won't disagree with the point, but the point of a public benefit is to be a town public benefit. That would be a significant town public benefit, not just a neighborhood. Would you agree with that? If you were to address that situation?
Should be, yes, but there's a long list of other things we could tag on, that would be public benefits. But we presented a basket. We don't think this one, we don't believe that there's a true nexus between roadway drainage and our project. But there is an ability to provide an outfall on our property associated with our property, and we are willing to do so.
Well, again, I don't want to keep belaboring it, but I'm just trying to get this out there so that my fellow council members know where I'm coming from as we continue to discuss this throughout the rest of the hearing.
Yeah.
The traffic, I don't know that there's going to be a good solution to that. I think even the residents understand that. Whether you have a gate, you don't have a gate, people are going to inherently drive down that road. We all know it. The neighborhood knows it. That's not something I don't think there's a magic fix for.
On
To
that
the
point,
drainage,
yeah.
we both know that there is a fix for it. We both know it can be done. Yes, does it work? Yes, does it cost money? Yes, but it's something that can be addressed and would be a significant town and public benefit that I think you can address with the help of the town. Maybe it can be addressed. Controlling somebody who's coming in the middle of the day in their car, I don't know, short of blocking off that entire neighborhood, how you're going to keep them from driving down that road. Doesn't mean we can't and we won't try to mitigate it. But that drainage thing is very, very huge for the town, for that neighborhood, and for me to make this go to the next step, which I certainly want to do, but I want you to help me get to that. Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at.
I guess I don't understand. Maybe someone can help me, maybe someone from staff. Our understanding is their biggest hurdle is having a drainage outfall, and we are providing that. So I feel that we are responsive and we are providing that solution. That's the biggest hurdle, and we've agreed to do so. So I think I don't fully understand what's being asked of us, but I think our discussions with staff is we want a drainage outfall, and we are willing to provide that.
I think, echo Dan's sentiment. I'm kind of in that camp too, Patrick. I want this situation resolved sooner rather than later. I don't want to wait 10 years for that street not to flood. So I think if we can all work together to come up with a solution for that drainage program, and you guys are the biggest bulk of that. I mean, I think that's what we're asking for here. It's not to ignore it, not to just say, hey, we'll give you an outfall, but to help us find a solution, working with staff, working with Tetra Tech, working with everyone to find a solution. I think that would help. I don't know how you can codify that, but I mean,
well, that's what I'm asking
yeah.
is help us understand what that solution is. In that we've asked, and what we've been told is what we'd like from you guys is an outfall, and we said bingo, we are willing to provide that. So again, we just need to understand what that could look like and what would be expected from the applicant. We don't even understand it.
Well, if you want, I will elaborate. I've elaborated with you in our private meeting, but I will do it in this meeting if that's what you're requesting. There are 2 properties that are available on 3rd Street that could work. As you testified earlier, you are the high point, your water drains towards the back bay, does not drain towards the 3rd Street Canal. Those potentially could solve several issues that I've brought up along the way. Those 2 properties could potentially, one of the 2 could potentially solve the drainage issue that we have as far as the easement in that neighborhood draining. And it could solve the potential never seeing the end of when that public park, linear park, is going to be completed, because it is in the final phase, and it could potentially, without benchmarks, could potentially be a decade. If you want to look at Matanzas CPD, that just got extended for another 5 years. It's an approval that has gone nowhere. This, not saying that it would, Freelands have been here for 4 decades or longer. I trust that they're the best partners we could have for that property. However, if you just look at Matanzas CPD, it got expanded for 5 years. There's no end in sight in that. Is that CPD never going to get developed? So what we're talking about here is trying to create something that eliminates phases, which I think is detrimental to this whole project, fixes a drainage issue, and provides a park that you could potentially put the money from that you're going to use as your construction easement, linear park, to something that could fix an outfall issue. It can fix the drainage issue in that neighborhood, and it could fix a linear park that people could, as a town, including your guests, enjoy immediately versus potentially 5 years, 10 years, or never. So that would be my envision on how to try to fix this issue. That would be a significant public benefit that would move the needle quite far for me, because that solves a lot of the issues that we've heard from the residents, from town staff, and at least mine. We haven't had a chance to, hear from the fellow counselors yet, but that's something to throw out there to discuss.
And I think I'd be remiss if I don't address this. I think that we at one point should go to recess, and I want to have a conversation with my team, but this project is given and is given, and starting to negotiate little bits and pieces at the last hour like this, to me, is not, I don't think it's consistent with the spirit of how CPDs should be assessed. We have provided our basket. Again, if we're going to take another benefit on, should we remove another one? Do you want us to start removing the ferry, for example? Do you want? So again, I don't understand this last hour. Let's ask for a little more. Let's try to get more out of the developer. We think what we have provided is a very significant benefit. I think it justifies what we're asking for. We are fine with you weighing it the way that you guys want to weigh it individually. But again, there's certain things that we can and we cannot do. That those properties along 3rd Street are privately owned. We do not own those properties. We can't be asked to do something that is not on our property. I'm also assuming that some of those properties have neighbors, and those neighbors may not be happy about a park being in there. More so is the linear park that we are providing is fully within the property boundary of this resort. It's going to be managed. It's going to be completely confined within our boundary, and we are directing all our traffic, all our guest experience through that resort. The idea is to minimize intrusion into the neighborhood. And by putting a park along 3rd Street, you are now encouraging people to go through that neighborhood to go to a park where you have residential on both sides.
But you know what won't go through that park? Dump trucks, front end loaders, backup beaters, backhoes, dirt, noise, people peeing in the bushes. That won't happen in that park.
All the construction is going to be limited to our property, just like any other commercial project on this island, and just like any other residential project. when I rebuild my home, uh, I'm not supposed to use my neighbor's property. Same thing here. It would be relegated to this property. Um, we are not going to be using Bonita Road or Harbor or Third Street for construction access. So again, help me understand what we're trying to get at here because I'm a little confused.
Well, maybe you're right. This is probably a good time for a break.
Yeah.
We've thrown a lot of information out there that obviously you probably want to discuss. I'm sure the council members are getting hungry. Fellow council members are getting hungry.
Could I just a quick non sequitur question just to clarify the record? One of the public comments referenced that the number of wet slips would decline. I thought you were actually increasing the number of wet
It's
slips.
an increase. I think we're around 55 and we're going to 75.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I understood that for the record. Thank you.
I'm sure you've got several of those small ones that we can discuss.
Yeah, and before we leave also, just if we're talking about marinas, I do want to provide this policy for you, again, in your comp plan. Again, if we're going to put any weight into the rules, let's really look at the rules, okay? So under this policy, I want to point to the very last line. Okay, so there's a history under that policy that explains why that policy is in place. And it talks about Lee County and Lee County rezoning some of those properties, all the marinas on this island, to marina. And then if you look what's highlighted in green, the purpose of rezoning was to protect their rights, the marina's rights, to rebuild and expand and to prevent their conversion to non-water dependent uses without a public hearing. Again, the idea wasn't to protect that use for everybody else on the island. It was to protect the rights of the marina owner. And as I mentioned, this marina owner is now coming before you to change their zoning. But again, the marina policy was not there to ensure that the general public will have marinas in perpetuity. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Patrick. We'll take how long we're breaking? 15 minutes?
I don't know. You
Got
have
enough time
food?
for you?
There's food in the other trailer.
What time is it? We'll break till 2 o'clock. How's that? There's gonna be enough time for everybody. I gotta get to my legs. Back on. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. It is 2:07. Where do we leave out? Should we go to Megan? Would you like to continue on, or Patrick, or would you like us to?
Absolutely. So we heard a couple of concerns and complaints. It's obvious that the drainage is a primary focus for you. We would ask that the town staff be coordinated or directed to work with us. We can bring it back, talk with them to see if we can figure out something. These public benefits that we are providing and that the comprehensive plan and the code requires, they have to be reasonably related to the development. If that nexus is not drawn or is not connected, then they can start to be considered what are called exactions, which are not lawful in the state of Florida. So we are trying to make sure that we are providing as much public benefits as humanly possible that are reasonably related to our property. Fixing the drainage on our property, yes, but fixing the drainage period becomes a little dicey. Not to say that we're not willing to work with staff and work with Public Works to figure out if there's something that we can do. So allow us to take that back to the drawing board, and we can maybe come forward at the second hearing with more information about the drainage.
Can you help me to understand though, why if there's drainage on a neighbor's property that was put in by Moss Marina, why that wouldn't be consistent?
My understanding is that the poor drainage of 3rd Street, and somebody who's much more knowledgeable than me, please correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the drainage that's on 3rd Street is due to the town infrastructure itself, not necessarily from Moss Marina property. Once Moss Marina becomes developed, we will have our own drainage plan. It will be consistent with the South. It'll have to go through South Florida Water Management District. They have their own criteria that they look at, making sure that your water stays on your property. It is, retained, treated, and outfall.
Yeah, but what I'm referring to is what I heard a resident say is there's drains that were put on his property that he's even had to maintain that were Moss Marina.
That's not necessarily true. Those drains are on their property, but they built the wall leeward of it. So the drains are actually on Moss's property, but the fence is on Moss's side.
My understanding,
Is
and
that right?
for the record, Patrick Vaness, my understanding, and this is coming from my conversations with Ben Freeland, is it was done at a time where the town had not explored the technicalities of this. There was no drainage master plan. There was someone at the town that had asked George Freeland to maybe put in those drainage and to try to direct the water towards the back bay. It was a good idea, but in practice, it just did not work. The elevations, and there was you couldn't, to get the right slope to get the water to the canal. By the time you slope it far enough, you're hitting water. So there is no positive outfall. So that's the problem. They gave it a shot. They were doing their best at the time with limited information. It just technically doesn't work.
Patrick, this made me think of a question.
Yeah.
Is your expertise in drainage, or is what you're saying just your opinion?
As I mentioned, I am relaying that from my conversation with Ben Freeland. And again, it's not my expertise.
Your
but-
expertise is not in drainage.
Exactly.
Maybe we need to have someone who has an expertise.
And that's why we are more than happy to talk to your staff and see if there is a potential viable solution.
I just want to make sure that we're not, my interpretation or your testimony, not being an expert, is not an interpretation of what exactly how water drains there, isn't draining, and where it's flowing or not flowing. We need to get an expert to look at that.
Well, of course, and there will be an engineer that's going to be designing all of this drainage for the development. I mean, we have to have that anyway. So we hear a concern. We hear that that area needs assistance with the drainage. Mr. Freeland has agreed to provide an area for the outfall or the pipe for the outfall. If there are additional requests coming from the town, allow us to work with town staff to figure out what those additional requests are and if we are able to address that regarding the drainage. For the phasing, there was a couple of comments pertaining to the concern about the last 6th phase pertains to installing that
See,
linear.
Can I stop you? Since
Yes.
we went quickly through the PowerPoint, which was fine because we watched the LPA meeting, but would you just give a little refresher course on the phasing, just so we all are talking from the same, singing from the same hymnal here? Or anybody, whatever, whoever's best.
There we go.
If you've got it, that's fine. You talk fast. That's good.
I am a fast talker. I'm sure the court reporter is
You're
looking at
faster
me.
than Ken. I love Ken. You're a faster
So,
talker. Yeah.
There are 6 phases. We're looking for a slide. I'll just briefly review the 6 phases that are being proposed. So phase 1 is the building A. Let's see if there's a concept plan. If this is gonna work.
Did it turn off? Maybe.
The phase 1 is building A.
Clicker's not working.
Okay, sorry. Building A is, which is fronting the old San Carlos and 3rd Street to include the bodega, corner store, restaurant, outdoor market, and the 3rd Street improvements and the portion of Arches Way. That's phase 1. Phase 2
Here you go, Jim.
is the reconfiguration of the Marina Basin
So
to
when you say
include.
phase 1, is it then you have some dates that you're ranging, or how?
There's not dates included in here right now. This is also during the recess, we were looking at the phasing and we noticed internally, hey, we might need to be rearranging some of this or combining. So one of our requests was going to be allow us to go back, talk with Mr. Freeland, work as a team, and finesse this 6th phasing approach to bring back to the second hearing. But I can certainly go through.
But just for the public that's watching, when you
Absolutely.
think about just broad dates, can you give a general idea?
We don't have any dates right now.
Jimmy, in all fairness to the applicant, I mean, it's going to be based on market conditions, financing, everything else. I mean,
Well, I appreciate that. I'm asking the applicant if you had.
We do not have any dates.
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
not being critical. I'm just asking. So,
Yeah.
so you don't envision any particular timeline.
No, not at this point. And I think council brings up a good point about if it was up to the developer, everything would be done at once. But that's the cheapest, quickest, easiest way to address it. However, due to market conditions, due to
Right. I
capital.
appreciate that. But usually when you reference phases, sometimes there's usually some goals at least connected to them. So I'm just asking. It doesn't sound like that there's.
we have not included that, so that's something we can consider moving forward. Right now, it's just the very fundamental.
So it's a financing piece. You're going to finance it in phases. Is that more of an applicant question?
That would be more of an applicant question, but usually these are financed, all together at once. It's just the construction. So there might be phases to that. I think I just contradicted myself.
That's
but-
okay. Let me ask Ben. Could you help us just understand when we are using the term phasing? Is it a construction dynamic for you? Is it a financing dynamic? Just walk us through conceptually in your head.
It's for flexibility based on all those conditions. So there's a lot of things in the market we don't control. So it gives you the ability to put phases in as you move through. I think we can consolidate some of those phases because really we think we can probably get it down to 3 or 4 phases, and then that would probably make it simpler. So, and I think can maybe coordinate it where the buffer gets built maybe with those phases and doesn't have to be the last phase. So I think we're finding some ways we can change those. Those were just put in for flexibility. to be
I'm
honest
just
with
trying
you.
to understand
For the
your
unknown right
vision.
now,
Yeah.
capital markets, government issues, all the things that could pop up that we're in the midst of today.
I understand.
So
Yeah, I'm just trying
that's
to.
the reason for it. So I don't think there was any intelligent construction program for that.
Gotcha.
So
All right.
I think we can clean it up and simplify some concerns here.
Gotcha. Thank
So
you.
Ben, before you run off, just since we're on the phasing part of it, I'd rather ask you directly.
Sure.
Have you sit down and come back up? I certainly am sympathetic to the market and how, flexibility, and we talked in our meeting about flexibility. I totally understand that. What do you say to the residents though, and the rest of the community, that the uncertainty, I use the word benchmark, but the uncertainty of I have no doubt that, you're a good operator and you have seen your projects. I know exactly what you guys do. It's not a question of if you're going to do it, the when. To me, if I'm a homeowner in that neighborhood, what can you tell me that's going to alleviate my concerns that it could be 10 years, it could be 15 years, it could be like the Tanzas that's sitting there with nothing ever coming out of the ground, but yet it's been approved. How can you comfort me as a neighbor if I'm asking you with these phasing?
Well, we're there operating today, and we would continue to operate as a going concern as we are now. And as the market finds its way, we get through this process. I mean, if I want to expedite this, we're still a few years out from anything breaking ground if we were on the fast track. So, but we'll still be a good neighbor. We'll be operating as a full service marina. And as this project works through, we're going to be, part and parcel of the neighborhood as we've always have been. So, we want to get to it as quick as possible. There's no advantage of us staying kind of in limbo. We've been there for a couple of years. And so our goal is to go as fast as possible, but we do need some coordination with the market and to come with us at the timeline. So I don't think there's any advantage of us sitting on our heels and waiting. Otherwise, I would rebuild a marina and be a lot quicker, right? So our incentive is to move as quick as the market's ready to cooperate with us. So,
all right.
I don't know, does that answer your question?
It does. I mean, I still have concerns with the phasing part of it. No benchmarking attached to that phasing. I'm not objective to the phasing. I like hearing that you're willing to maybe downsize the amount.
Yeah, I think we can group them, and then there'd be more substantial as we go. Substantive. I don't know the word.
I just have
substantial as we go through.
Yeah, I just have a concern that I don't want this to progress for 10, 15, 20 years, because the market goes up or goes down, and then, God forbid something happens to us.
But to have a project like this move forward, and the investment we've already made and we're going to be making as we move forward, we do need our partners to come along with us. So,
okay, thanks,
right.
Ben.
Would you still like me to run through how?
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Do you want to touch on a couple of the smaller things that were brought up that, maybe if counselors have an issue with some smaller things that we heard in public comment?
Sure. So some of the smaller items that were discussed, I hear some of the privacy screen requests on some of the Sunset rooftop decks. This the 3rd Street access on Bonita and Harbor Court, whether it's a gate or what have you. I think what would be most helpful to us, the applicant, is for you as a council to make a unified kind of guidance or decision as to what you would like to see. Because if we're trying to appease everybody, there's some conflict within those requests. So we are open. We want to make small changes. So if you all could kind of make a deciding motion as to what you want to see. Do you want to see the gates? Do you want to see a privacy here or a privacy there? We can then go back, work it out with the master concept plan and see what could fix. So that would be our request, is to essentially have more guidance from you all.
Well, maybe let's just run through that then, since, some of the smaller things, if everybody's okay with it.
Mhm.
One of the suggestions that was brought up over the Sunset Terrace was having an extra buffer between the railing and the people being able to just lean over the railing. A suggestion was brought up, it could be just planters that doesn't block the view, but it's essentially keeps people from, and I know that's not something that needs to be in the CPD, but it could be something through this external agreement that you've been talking about, operational agreement, whatever you want to call it, to allow that extra buffer so that people aren't standing on the railing looking down into people's backyards. You're gonna go find the picture?
I'm trying to see if there should be a concept. It's kind of hard to see, but we'll have to keep.
Because I agree with Ben. In our meeting, we talked about this, and it's an operational thing. Totally understand that. Why wouldn't they want to do it? But just to be able to kind of codify it a little bit, that it would be in an agreement that this would be something that would prevent people from leaning over that railing on that Sunset Terrace to be able to look into those neighboring properties would be something I'd be interested in seeing.
So Mayor, would you be okay if we could creatively come up with some wording to actually put that in the CPD? Because I think that relates to the
Yes.
landscaping of the project.
Oh, okay.
And so, yeah, that might be, again, when these things come up, we have to figure out, does it go in the CPD or does it go somewhere else?
Well, I'll follow your guidance as to where you feel it's most beneficial.
Thank you.
No, I agree that would be in the commercial plan development. It would be depicted on the master concept plan as well. So what I'm hearing is a request for some sort of an additional buffer by the Sunset Terrace so that people aren't leaning over the side.
That's what I heard. Do you want me to hear anything?
Yeah, I heard the same
Mhm.
thing.
Same thing.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Along the landscaping lines, though, I don't know if I heard it today, but I did hear it from a neighbor that, if you plant what you picture, then I think people are going to be okay with that. And if you can just maximize the landscaping, that would be a good buffer as well.
Okay.
One issue that was brought up that we haven't discussed yet is the different terraces with the different times of music. I think it'd be much easier to have each terrace has the same deal.
And that's fine. There was quite a bit of discussion at LPA about the COP at the building E, the Sunset Terrace and building B. So we are, if you would like to go through that.
I don't know what the answer is, but I think one unified. Hey, this,
Didn't you reduce it to 9 p.m.?
I don't mind
Not at all.
reducing. I just
Yeah.
with this one terrace has one deal, one terrace has another
Yeah.
deal. It's wouldn't seem that whether you're on the water or behind you, the neighbors are neighbors, so you should have one.
I agree. And
I'm not trying to throttle everything back. I just want we can agree on one time. It's easier for code enforcement too.
I understand. I think that the logic or the theory behind having these different times and different hours is really, as Mr. Venice was indicating, the gradient of intensity density. So trying to keep, the hubbub of action, if you will, in the center, while also making sure that building E, which is overlooking the canal, is not a loud party zone necessarily. But
if you want to make them unified, Ben Freeland, I would request 9 p.m. because of the hour after sunset. In
That's
the winter.
that's 7 o'clock.
Right.
That's
So
6:30.
If you want to make them unified, I would recommend that. I'm fine with that. So
what about the midnight part of it? That gives me a little angst too. It's living on the water. We know
I'll
you
let
can
them
hear
get to
2
the
miles
detail.
away people's conversations.
Well, especially when one of the neighbors had a concern that Old San Carlos, basically, they said, shuts down at 10 o'clock and you'll be going till midnight.
For the record, Patrick Vanass. I think what we did, what we were trying to do is really look at the individual terraces and how they're being used and where they are geographically on the project. And we were trying to cater the limitations associated with that. So obviously between buildings B and C, that's the centralized activity for the hotel guests. You're going to have a restaurant there that's going to be overlooking that deck. There's also going to be a bar, outdoor bar there. Again, this is designed and pushed towards the waterfront and towards downtown. There's buildings there to buffer things. So we thought that area should have a separate time because conditions are different. The buffering is different. Same thing with the events chapel in the building. The building was designed completely to buffer that activity from the neighborhood. So again, we had different times associated with that. Completely understand that building E is along the canal, and we were fine with limitations associated with that. And then building A, we kind of looked at that building similar to other restaurants and entertainment venues along Old San Carlos that are open till later. So personally, my experience of going out downtown, I've been out for drinks past 10 on a regular basis. So I certainly do understand this idea of limiting things and being respectful of the concerns from the neighbors. But again, we spent a lot of time, a lot of thought behind it. I think what I would prefer is that we look at what we've outlined And we spent time also with staff going back and forth on those. And I think a lot of thought was put into it. So again, I know you'll have your own opinions and we are willing to listen, but that's why we've got differing times.
Go ahead, Karen.
Can I address this diagram that was given to us by Mr. Teal? So this is about creating a roundabout within the neighborhood. And the ends of these streets, I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at this, but the ends of these streets, all the way up here, are actually still owned by the town. So in my mind, it would have to be a coordination between Arches Bayfront and the town to actually make this even possible. And I don't know what all is involved with that. At the very minimum, I would like to see gates, not keeping those streets open and having a turnaround within Arches, but at the very minimum, a gate at the end of Bonita, a gate at the end of Harbor Court that, you know, basically says this is not a through street, and even signage at the front of 3rd Street off Old San Carlos that basically says not a through street, no exit, whatever the proper verbiage is. But this whole piece of this, by creating this internal cul-de-sac on the neighborhood side, I think has to be something that works together with Arches and the town, correct? Okay, so that's something that we can look at before June 2nd.
So you're
Okay.
saying you'd be in support of creating that through street?
Well, me personally, I don't see the benefit of creating this through street, but I want to find out from the powers that be of how this would possibly work and what benefits there might be. That's why I say at a very minimum, for me, it's like block this off. Don't let through streets occur and have signage at the front. But if I'm missing something, that's what the town experts and all that can tell me. The other thing was talked about is, and I'm assuming, Dan, when you talked about looking at empty lots, that you were talking about the one at the beginning of 3rd Street, the 900 something, 910 or 9, where it's across, it's mainly across at the beginning. It's up for sale. Is that the open lot you were talking
There's
about?
one there, yes. I don't know what the exact number is.
I don't either, but it's next to the White House that's for sale.
Yes, it's it'd be to the east of that. Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, again, I'm speaking as a resident here. I don't know that I want to have a park there because I don't want to bring all the people from Arches over to a park in our neighborhood. I mean, there gives no benefit to that if we're closing off Harbor Court and Bonita Street, and then we're opening up a park so that people can walk over. So I say, I don't want to consider that one at all, but that's just my opinion.
Well, the park wasn't the main focus. The main focus was drainage of your neighborhood.
And I get that, but I think
and I'm no
there's,
drainage expert, and neither is
Yeah.
Patrick. So, you know, having someone look, is it beneficial to do it? Let an expert tell us.
right.
So,
But there could also be an easement to whoever purchases that and not create a park there.
well, so far there's been no one in your neighborhood willing to give an easement. So it's you're speaking of someone might
I
give an
know.
easement.
And not, well, I know that, but I'm also, the other option was to create a pumping station to pump it the right direction.
So where are you going to put the pump? You don't want it in your neighborhood.
I didn't say I didn't want it in the neighborhood. I'm just saying a pump station to put it somewhere wherever it may be. I don't know how far in it has to go. Again, I'm not a drainage expert either, but these are things that have to be answered. But to actually create a park on 3rd Street would not be a solution, I don't think.
That's all I got.
Okay, we can have a difference of opinion, that's fine. I just, the point of me bringing that up was to, you know, there's no end in sight as to when that public benefit, quote unquote, public benefit of a linear park is ever gonna come to fruition. And if you're living in that neighborhood and that's being sold as a public benefit, or if you live in the town as in a whole and that's being sold as a public benefit, are you and I even gonna be alive to see that public benefit? Or will someone's kids be able to see it? That was more of the concern. And it being used as a construction easement to be able to drive through there for the next decade, at least, to build these projects out in phases. That's my bigger concern.
Yeah, and the drive-through, I think I had also addressed with them that it was not going to be a construction drive-through on the residential streets. It was going to come in.
No, it's gonna go where the park is. So it's gonna be right in everybody's backyard. It's not gonna come through your front yard, it's gonna go
Right,
through your
front-
backyard.
right.
Where the linear park is, that they've testified, that's what they
That's
plan
gonna
on
be the-
using for their
yep,
construction
yep.
entrance to build this out in phases. That's a major concern for me. Especially if
I
you
get
live
that.
along those,
Along the backside
Yeah.
there. I get that.
and if one of the deviations is to not have a solid concrete wall to break down that dust and break down everything else, that's a concern for me. You know, just a Calusa hedge and, you know, a decorative fence doesn't block the amount of construction traffic that you're considering to go through there. So those are the things, and I don't want to say small things because they're significant. I understand as far as cost and design, but those are things that if it can help mitigate if this proposal moves forward for these residents, I think we should at least discuss it.
No, I agree. And I think they're going to come back with that, correct? You said?
Yes, we would prefer guidance from you all today. Let us go back as a team, discuss internally, and then when we come back from for the second hearing, we can have some solidified game plans. And if something doesn't work, we can explain, listen, we looked at this and here's what we found. But that would be our request.
So for the sake of expediting this conversation, because we could go
Yes,
back and forth back 1,000 times per
I
se,
mean,
perhaps
it's still early.
perhaps
have
we
plenty
do
of time.
one item at a time, starting with the gates. We haven't even talked about the gates yet. So let's talk about the gates at the entrance of the two streets, Bonita and Harbor Court. How does the council feel about having that gated? My initial concern was not the traffic also going in, but the traffic coming out, being that anybody can get in any one of those buildings, get in their car and exit out into that neighborhood. Does it make sense to gate that off? Is there a bigger concern that people are going to turn around in driveways? I don't know how you're going to mitigate traffic, overflow traffic driving down that street, no matter what you do. But is there a way, does gating it make sense to keep traffic from coming out? Scott, what are your thoughts?
My initial thought was to gate it, but this road is intriguing. I mean, I just don't know. I know we're playing deal or no deal, but I haven't given enough thought. I mean, you're in that neighborhood. I would what?
Well, and I understand what Mr. Teal is saying about if you created an internal cul-de-sac on the neighborhood side, that also helps with, you know, our own residential garbage trucks and everything else, so that you don't have to go down the street and back out and then go down another street and back out. And where do they turn around? Because those streets are narrow.
It's my understanding that all the services are going to be coming in from Snug Harbor, right?
Yes.
So there would be no need for garbage trucks to go down these
No,
streets and turn
our
around.
residential
Yeah,
garbage
residential
trucks.
stuff. I
Right.
mean,
Our residential,
UPS,
they have no
FedEx,
place to turn
Amazon
around.
deliveries.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were talking about for the.
No, residential.
Got it.
There's no place for them to turn around. It's
Yeah, yeah,
strictly
okay.
from that. I mean,
See, that's when that was kind of my aha moment, because whomever's at the end of that street, I think
Mr. Teal is.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have people constantly turn around his driveway, including garbage trucks
Right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
and FedEx trucks.
So there could be an option to do both, so that that cul-de-sac truly remains neighborhood, and you still have the gates that they can't go in and out of Arches that way through our streets.
Just a thought that we would For the record, Ken Galena,
Right.
Neighborhood Company. Sorry about that.
Are you a drainage
I'll-
expert?
You a
know
traffic-
enough. But in relation to this access, Harbor Bonita is utilizing the gate system, but that would be further interior. Just thinking this big picture, we would bring back a revised plan, and then utilizing what they call hammerhead turnarounds. So it's basically you come in and it gives you a 3-point ability to then
Turn
come
around.
back out. So you'd have the gate system that would provide the restrictive coming and going. But if somebody was to go down, they would utilize the hammerhead system, turnaround driveways, then to come back down through Harbor. So that's something that we're wanting to bring back to you. And so that's an idea. And we just wanted to.
Yeah,
provide
that's
that.
a good idea. So the one thing with road, we're gonna have to drain it. We're gonna have to decide where the
So we could integrate it through the landscaping.
easements are. I mean,
design.
it's adding a road is you just don't.
You know, just
And
add a road.
You
In
just
my
add a
opinion,
road.
on
I mean,
the road,
it's complicated.
You build a road, they will come.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
That's our. Not that I'm a transportation expert, but
Okay with them.
Well, I would think that's your hope for Arches Way. You
Yes.
build a road, they will
right,
come.
and that's where our design is integrating. Let's bring most people down, utilizing the proper signage to restrict neighborhood only, no through street. Et cetera,
Well, if you can come back with some sort of plan for the,
we can certainly do.
that'd be great. It'd kind of help us too. I want to change my. Pat made a good point. I'd ask that all hours be unified.
Consistent.
That's after hearing Pat, that's probably not a good idea, especially on the back end. But I'm still questioning this midnight closing.
Yeah, I'm not a big
On-
fan of that. Because you know, midnight turns into 1 o'clock by the time.
Well, I
everybody
mean,
finishes
if you
their
look at,
drink.
there's, I'm not gonna say whom, there's a place that has later hours and it's like a nightclub in Miami some nights. And,
With bad singing.
really bad. singing.
Really bad singing.
It's like a cat against a wall.
Would that be cat scratch fever?
So I think we've got some direction as far as the gates and an idea.
Just to clarify, we would like that direction that you're okay with us bringing back that. design.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm still having a hard time with midnight closing up there. I think it should be consistent with the other businesses in that area.
I would support you with that. Jim?
I don't know exactly what, are we talking about closing? Are we talking about amplified music? Are we talking about ambient music?
It says the hours of operation on page.
This is the rooftop.
Yeah, the rooftop.
All of them.
I think my understanding was wanting everything to be consistent.
No, I backtracked that.
Backtracking that.
Yeah.
So
I-
focusing on the locations of the COP, the music, the noise.
No, the hours I'm more concerned with the hours of operation, and we can drill down later and
Yeah.
decide when the music is, but the on page 197, hours commercial restaurant open 7 a.m. to midnight, pool deck, buildings B and C till midnight. I think that's a little late, in my opinion. I don't want to be old stodgy guy, but
But you will.
I will be.
So what is your recommendation?
Probably 10.
Okay.
For sure, noise
Same
at
as
nine.
same-
For sure,
same
noise at
colors.
9, but the hours of operation until 10. I don't know very many restaurants down in that area that. Sir, I mean, how late's SOB open right now? Until 10?
10.
9.
Ben Freeland, what is the rule downtown? What can businesses be open on Old San Carlos? Because we're seeing times till midnight, 1 in the morning for Yucatan and other
Really?
ones. So what? Yeah. So what?
I don't. Frankie?
How about we get that information
Yeah.
So
If
can
this
we be
moves forward.
consistent with what's
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on
so-
in Old, how about that?
Sure.
I'm
Do you
agreeable
need
with what's consistent with
Hold
Old
that
San
mic with
Carlos.
Old San Carlos.
Whatever the rule is, that's fine.
Well, the issue, Ben, that I have with being consistent, not that I'm not open to discussing that, but being consistent with what Old San Carlos is, you've got some things that are very close to residential neighborhoods as opposed to where Old San Carlos is. That could have an effect on their quality of life.
I think we're only talking about the ones that aren't next to our residential. We've already limited the cafe or the sunset deck, and we've limited the
Building
canal.
B
We're
and
talking
C.
about the other part of the resort. That
Yeah,
right?
B and C says 7 a.m. to midnight.
The pool deck on BNC.
Yeah, that's on the bay side. That's not on the residential side. And they're screened by the buildings.
That's the one by the chapel.
So the sunset deck is the one that one's till midnight.
That's already limited, right?
Yeah, well, it still says in here that it's midnight.
I mean, on
And
the
ambi-
back,
It says the hours of operation are 7 a.m. till midnight.
Yes.
Ambient music is permitted from 7 a.m. to 9, but the hours of
We
it,
reduced the music, yes. So that only ambient music is allowed. On the sunset deck, ambient music is permitted from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
and I think what you're trying to say, Scott, is on the sunset deck specifically.
well, so there's one deck that's by the chapel that faces the back bay.
Correct.
I'm okay with that being open because
That's the events chapel.
that's their events thing. You can't close down a wedding at 9 or 10 o'clock. What I'm talking about is that restaurant right there on the corner of Old San Carlos and that deck overlooking 3rd Street.
So building A and building B.
I understand what you're saying. I just want to look at our renderings. We have 2 decks that are fronting the bay. And I think those 2 decks, in my mind, would have later operation hours. So what you see here, okay, the midpoint between buildings B and C is the pool deck, and the main restaurant for the hotel is right on that deck. So that's one deck. It's facing towards the bay.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that's the hub of activity. And that's where I would see that being open later.
But what deck is facing 3rd Street?
That's the sunset deck on top.
That's
So-
A in building A.
So if let's go to, okay. So if you look to the right,
Yeah.
that's the one that we've limited the ambient sound associated with that one.
But that's still open till midnight?
Hours of operation till midnight right now. Ambient sound off at what time? 9 o'clock. And then the other thing I want to clarify is that the events deck where the chapel is, same thing. This is completely surrounded by building.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
that
I'm
one-
fine with that one.
That one. So I think what we're talking about is the sunset deck and the pool deck. And we've limited the ambient sound and hours of operation. But again, we understand that those would be different. And we are open to that discussion for sure. We would like to keep the events deck and the main deck by the main restaurant open till 12. This is just
For weddings.
yeah,
Or
not
events.
just for weddings, but
Events.
look, my preference, things close early here. But I know if you have a late sunset and you go to dinner after sunset, I've walked out of restaurants at 11 at night on a regular basis. It might be the French heritage. I like to go to dinner late. But I think it just provides a little flexibility, a little leeway, especially when people are on vacation, they like to dine later. But again, like a lot of these restaurants, and I'm curious to see what the regulations are on Old San Carlos. I think they have the opportunity to open later, but it's just that the market dictates that when things are quiet, you send your people home, you don't stay open, and things tend to close relatively early. But they have the opportunity to open later, but maybe we can have direction on that.
Mayor, I think Tom has some information on
Go
San
ahead,
Carlos.
Tom.
So our ordinances follow the Florida state statutes. Thomas Yazzo, Emergency Services Director, Fort Myers Beach. Our ordinances follow the statutes that Florida regulates with alcoholic beverages. They're from 7 o'clock in the morning to 2 a.m. What we do, we've restricted the back with our noise ordinances. So our noise ordinances are in effect before the 2 a.m. So they can be open serving till 2 a.m. according to the Florida statute and our ordinances, which follow that
On anywhere on the island.
on the island. So it's chapter 4, article 2, section 4-19.
But there's nothing in that statute that says you can't be more restrictive, is there?
We would have to change our ordinances to accommodate being more restrictive.
Do you agree with that, Nancy?
Currently, our ordinance is not restrictive. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Yes, we would have to change our ordinances then.
Huh?
To the time.
Yeah.
So then,
We've done that.
then perhaps changing the wording within this would be to coincide with town ordinances versus, I mean, if we're regulated by state statute that we have to do something, our town ordinance would have to follow that state statute
Or be more restrictive.
or be more restrictive.
Right.
Okay. That was my question. So you can be more restrictive on a local ordinance over the state statute. Scott, this is your thing. Is it one of your things? Is it
It's not, it's not a deal breaker. It's trying to be good. Yeah, these guys be good neighbors.
But it sounds like maybe, I don't want to speak for Patrick or Ben, but maybe these two areas, it sounds like you're open to at least the discussion of limiting the hours that those two locations are open.
Yeah, but I can clarify. I think we got on this when we were talking about the backside of the bodega restaurant that's up there. Okay, I'm willing to restrict the outside deck to the same restrictions we have with the sunset deck, with ambient music and and
that would be good.
The other part of the restaurant that's facing 3rd Street, I would like to be normal, and
that's
the other 2 decks that are on the bay that we discussed in buildings B and C, I believe.
That's a good compromise.
All right, does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
And we'll clarify that so we get
Yeah.
it right. But if we get the gist, all the decks, open decks that are facing the residential neighborhoods would have the same restriction. that
Right.
We've already agreed.
And anything facing
Old St.
Old-
Carlos for the bay,
Fine.
on the canal.
Yeah.
Will
That's a
be
good
Will be
compromise.
the town ordinance, and if you guys change the ordinance.
Well,
we'll
I still
abide
have
by
concerns with the 2 that face the neighborhoods, or the 3 that face the neighborhood. Right now, it says you can be open till midnight, but ambient music stops at 9. Are you saying you want to keep it at midnight, or are you willing to move it back to 10 o'clock? For those that face, not the one that faces the bay that Patrick talked about, and not the one that faces Old San Carlos Boulevard, but the 3 that overlook,
I'm trying to think as an operator now. Right? What would you do? What do you
Is there
think they're
gonna
going to be doing up there? Doing like dancing in the dark? I don't know what they're going to be.
Well, I
doing.
don't know. I think this is,
I don't know.
well, this is, I mean, this is just trying to alleviate some of the concerns that the residents.
Right, but I mean, if
talked
you're up
about.
there having cocktails and finish up your night, is that a problem? If there's no music and you like it's wrapping up?
Karen, you live there.
Huh?
I mean,
Ask me, Karen.
I'm just trying to, I guess I don't operate bars consistently, so I'm trying to think through if I ran that operation, what I would need, or I guess we could push them to the other.
Well, I've
venues on
I've
the
never
property.
been to a bar, but I know that.
Today?
I know that,
Testify.
there seems to be a rush for last call, especially at places that close. So even though you may close at 10 o'clock, you could be there till 11 anyway.
Can we make it 11? Does that sound fair?
My biggest thing is the ones that face the houses, whether, so it's 3rd Street, that type of thing.
All right,
I mean, we
I'm
all,
fine
we
with
all,
10. We're good.
yeah, we all know how loud people get the later it gets. They've been drinking and they have another drink and fine if it's 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock or whatever it is, but they're going to be loud.
Yeah, and we'll have 3 other venues we can move them to, so I think we'll be good with the 10. Fair?
Okay.
Yeah. My other question, if I'm still on deck
You
here.
still have the floor. Go with it.
The parking in the garage, is it, I've heard valet, I've had some residents say that it's not all valet. Which is it, for clarification?
You want to take that?
Asking about the parking. Is it all valid?
All valet, some valet, no valet.
At this point, valet service would be offered. However, our calculations did not provide more parking spaces by stacking
I didn't ask about
What
the
about-
stack. I'm saying in the parking garage, are we gonna have?
It's gonna be both South Park and Valley. Both.
What if you just went to straight valet to eliminate that potential of anybody driving out of those parking garages and then down the streets?
I like the idea of the gate. I thought that was a good suggestion. And also just to clarify, so you guys understand, the only place they could leave is at the Harbor Court entrance exit. Okay. The other one, it's when you go from buildings B and C to building D, that's second floor elevated. And no one can get out there. They have to go down and go to Harbor Court to get out. So Harbor Court is the only way someone that's driving their own car could exit. But I think the idea, the gate that you suggested, I think is a great idea. When we talked one-on-one, we were thinking more of people going in, not people going out. And with the understanding of that concern, the gate makes a lot of sense to us.
So if you had the gate then at Harbor Court,
Yeah.
and they came out of the parking garage, where would they end up exiting?
Well, what we want is we want everybody to drive through the resort and exit on Arches Way.
On Arches Way in
Yeah.
Old San Carlos?
Yes.
Okay. So if you had the gates up there, there would be nobody coming out of
Correct.
into the neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay.
So then how would, I suppose it all works out through technology, as far as fire and rescue getting in?
Fire
have-
and rescue, yeah,
They have their own thing.
their own access. I think if we combine that with the hammerheads that we talked about, so for other vehicles, obviously fire trucks, we talked about how they can just drive over the linear park area where it would be stabilized subgrade. And we've run that by them, so they're okay with that. But for any other vehicles, if we did the little hammerhead, that would allow for a 3-point turn. People can get back out.
I think residents should have their own little access code to get through and just walk through.
A residential gate, here we go.
Have you have a residential walkway?
I'll let Ben handle that one.
Zip lines, whatever.
With spikes on the other side. Scott, what else?
Last thing, I've had several emails asking if not on your resort-owned restaurants, maybe having a local discount, a la Margaritaville. I understand that if somebody's renting space from you, they can't do that, but with that in consideration, Patrick?
And specifically the 25% discount, as I've been reading.
I don't want to speak for Ben here, but here's a general suggestion. We have a Chamber of Commerce. When I lived in Key West, there was a locals card. And I would say 98% of the business participated in that program. It was through the chamber. You showed that you were a local with driver's license or bills, and you got your locals card. And most establishments on the island honored that locals card because there was a benefit to cater to those patrons because we have an off season and you want to keep those locals happy. So this comes up all the time. It's kind of an awkward thing to deal with. I love this idea of just let's get a locals card going throughout the island.
The difficulty with that's going to be, we have a lot of independent businesses that are going to be.
I wouldn't. I
Yeah,
didn't
so-
ask. I didn't ask for those businesses. I understand they've got their profit
So
margins.
again, how we
Yeah.
regulate it, I mean,
Okay.
it's one of those things. I think it sounds easy, and then how do you enforce it? I mean, yeah. I don't know.
I've had a lot of emails.
Yeah.
I promised I'd ask the question.
What's the discount that the other ones are offering, and how is it
I guess the
managed?
question would be, do you have any intention of operating any of these bars or restaurants, or is it all going to be third-party vendors?
No, you have the resort that's going to have the majority of them that we talked earlier about, the ancillary ones.
So I don't want to speak for Councilor Safford, but I guess what he's getting at is, are you amenable to offering the same type of discount that Margaritaville has at 25% on they control their, but under the control of what you have? than your resort, whatever you're going to operate in there, allowing that same discount.
Is there any
to-
limitation? Is it so it's year
Well,
round?
if if they have happy hour, of course you don't, double dip on it, but just.
Again, how do I train? So they come in with a license and say I've got a.
No,
Well, yeah,
So
you
now
just
if they
get
live
in-
on San Carlos Island, do they get the beach?
You go
discount?
register at the front desk and you get it
Just on the
on your
island.
wallet. It's on your phone. Just show them.
And it doesn't apply to hotel lodging. It doesn't apply just stores and bar restaurants type thing.
But food, so
Food, yep, it includes food, but it doesn't, as far as I don't think it
not
involves
even-
lodging.
No, it's not
No.
lodging, it's not retail, it's
It is
just,
retail. It is for the, it is for
It's
the
in their store, yeah.
And
oh,
it's
in
for
their store,
Their store.
in
yes.
their store.
But it's limited to, you can't bring a group of 20 people and get the discount. It's limited to.
And
You gotta
90%
show your
of-
ID.
90% of the time I never remember using it.
I will offer. I don't. I mean, this is so vague. I mean, so I don't.
No, what we would like to do is we'll go back and this is not a new concept. It's been addressed on for some of the prior projects. I can't remember. How's that?
Better.
I can't remember off the top of my head how it was addressed in, for example, the Neptune and other things like that. Would you allow us to go back, see
Sure.
exactly what's included in those rezonings and then? when we
Sure.
come
Yeah.
back,
Again,
check
this
it?
is not Deal or No Deal Island.
Okay.
It's
If are you sure it feels like it?
no. I got a bunch of emails. I promised my constituents I'd ask the questions. So.
No, and I appreciate it. And thank you for letting us to go and look back and we'll see what has been consistently done.
But believe it or not, that's all I have for now.
Karen?
I'm good for now.
Everything's been covered so far.
John?
I agree. It's been covered.
I didn't say I was done. No.
I
I'm
won't
good.
mess it up and
Yeah,
open my
I'm good
mouth.
for now. I think we could hear from staff now. If you're still awake with us, I know it's been a long day.
Again, Judith Frankel with Community Development. I'm going to walk you through the findings and conclusions. I did want to point out one thing in the discussion about the ends of Bonita and Harbor. The actual roadway on those streets is something like 20 feet wide, but the right of way is actually quite wider. On the portion of the roadway that comes into their property, could be widened. I think it's about 50 feet, and that would accommodate more turnaround on their
More
property.
of a cul-de-sac type thing.
But the T turnaround that Ken was talking about, I think could maybe be accommodated with a combination of the existing right of way and then maybe a little bit of their property as well. So I think it's something that could be worked out. Because the other option would be the town could vacate that portion of the property and turn it over to the property owner if the town wanted to. Okay, so I'm going to go through the findings and conclusions. Land Development Code, Section 34-85B and C and 34-2162 sets forth the required considerations and findings for approval of a rezoning. 34-85B, the town council should consider the following whenever applicable. 1, whether there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected. No errors or ambiguities exist. 2, whether there exists change or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. The site as exists is damaged and in need of repair or redevelopment due to the destruction by Hurricane Ian. 3, the impact of a proposed change on the intent of this chapter. The proposed change will not have an impact on the intent of this chapter, the Land Development Code. The CPD rezone will allow the redevelopment of the damaged Moss Marina structures and adjoining properties. 4, the testimony of any applicant, which you've heard today. 5, the recommendation of staff and the local planning agency, which you've also heard. 6 is testimony of the public who have spoken here and at LPA. 7, whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent, and with the densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. So again, it's currently not consistent with the comprehensive plan. We're going to talk about that in the second part a little bit later, but it would be compatible with the proposed change to the comp plan that they are requesting. 8, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards set forth for the proposed use. The proposed development will be required to meet performance standards set forth in 34-2031 and 34-2032. It's also important to note that some of those performance standards will include review by the Southwest Florida Water Management District. So some of the drainage concerns will be brought up at that time of development order. That's a required part of the process because the site is over an acre in size. It has to be reviewed by that outside state agency. And they will be required to maintain all of their stormwater on site, which not a drainage expert, but is likely not happening now. The site is almost 100% impervious, and they are adding some pervious space to it. It is likely they will have to do some underground infrastructure in addition to that in order to meet those standards. But we'll see those drainage plans at the time of development order.
I understand that part.
Okay.
I fully understand Southwest Florida Management District is going to make sure that they maintain and drain their own water. It's what effect are they going to have on the already suffering neighborhood with as it pertains to this project with drainage,
Right.
which I don't think would fall under Southwest Florida
Correct.
Management's.
Correct.
That's where a third party, for me, a third party input from someone that is a drainage expert could opine on.
Yeah. So in terms of the standards, all of our reviewers are reviewing this site specifically, not necessarily drainage that's happening elsewhere. So we did have a reviewer from Tetra Tech look at the project, and that's what they've noted. One, that this is going to go to the Southwest Florida Water Management District, and that they probably are likely going to have some underground storage for water retention because of the site. But that'll be reviewed at that time. So just to let you know that, there is a process for that, and it may potentially improve things for the neighborhood because if, as the applicant said, the subject site is draining because of the elevation into the neighborhood, that should be alleviated, but not what you're talking about is something separate, the actual issues that are occurring in the neighborhood. Okay. 9, whether urban services are or will be available and adequate to serve a proposed land use change. Urban services exist in this location. Whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The proposed redevelopment is located on a previously developed site, which does not contain any environmentally critical areas or natural resources. 11, whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. The request is compatible with existing or known planned commercial and civic uses civic uses adjacent to the subject redevelopment and will not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to the commercial or civic property uses of Fort Myers Beach. It is less clear whether the proposed development will cause nuisance to the abutting single-family residences. The property was previously a working marina without buffers and adequate landscaping, and the proposed development will create additional open space and buffering to enhance the visual aesthetics of the area. 12, whether the location of the request places an undue burden upon existing transportation or other services and facilities and will be served by streets with the capacity to carry traffic generated by the development. The location of the proposed development immediately adjacent to the Matanzas Pass Bridge and the Old San Carlos downtown area will contain any traffic impacts to the vicinity of the development. The addition of 236 lodging units will likely impact the flow of traffic in the downtown area through guests' arrival and departures. Once guests are parked, there would not be a need to move their vehicle until departure unless they have a planned excursion, as the beaches, restaurants, bars, and other amenities would be easily accessible on foot. Staff has concerns regarding the sufficiency of the parking provided for a commercial shared parking lot. And if you want, I can talk about parking later. And then 13 for planned development rezonings. We're going to see 216, section 216 in a second. Land Development Code section 34-85C. Before granting any rezoning, the town council shall find that the requested zoning district complies with One, the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, as discussed, does not currently, but would comply with the proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan. Two, this chapter, the proposed uses comply with this chapter and except in regards to the deviations. Three, any other applicable town ordinances or codes. The proposed request complies with town ordinances or codes, except in regards to the deviations. Four, land development rezoning, C34-216. Land Development Code 34-216A2, the recommendation made to the town council must be supported by the guidelines set forth in 3485, which you just heard. In addition, the findings must address whether the following criteria can be satisfied. A, the proposed use or mix of uses is appropriate in the subject location. The proposed mix of uses, lodging, commercial, restaurant, is appropriate in this location in general. However, the COP area of Building E and the request for ambient noise at that location may create a nuisance for the single-family home across the canal. Staff's original recommendation to the LPA was to remove the COP entirely from that area. But the LPA worked with the applicant to adjust that to allow COP. And I'll get to that when we get to the conditions. B, sufficient safeguards to the public interest are provided by the recommended special conditions to the concept plan or by other applicable regulations. The linear park buffer, bayfront public access, view corridors from the neighborhood, separation between buildings acts as safeguards to the public interest. The applicant is proposing signage to reduce resort vehicles for accessing the neighborhood. The abutting single-family neighborhood may be impacted by noise and increased traffic. C, all recommended special conditions are reasonably related to the impact on the public's interest created by or expected from the proposed development. All recommended conditions are related to the public's interest. D, the proposed use meets all specific requirements of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to the requested plan development, such as the following. The CPA application to amend the future land use category must be approved prior to the approval of the CPT application in order to comply with the comprehensive plan. Land Development Code Section 34-216A4 requires that the local planning agency recommendation must approve with modification, or reject each requested deviation based on the finding. Each item enhances the achievement of the objectives of the planned development. Staff concurs except for deviation 8, which is the one where they're asking for a reduction in the parking requirement. B, the general intent of the chapter to protect the public health, safety, and welfare will be preserved and promoted. Staff concurs. Each deviation operates to the benefit or at least not to the detriment of the public interest. Staff concurs. Each deviation is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. As previously stated, it is not in compliance now, but would be with the comp plan amendment that's proposed. Okay, and then we're going to get on to recommendations. I did want to, and the recommended conditions of approval. I did want to add a couple things. Council asked earlier about the comparison in FAR. Most of the CPDs that we've seen recently in development agreements, they've excluded their parking from that FAR calculation. So with Neptune, for example, they have a 1.48 FAR, but that excludes 2 levels of parking. So it's going to be higher. I don't know exactly what that number is, but we could find that out for potentially for second reading.
What would this one be without parking?
I don't know, but that's a question to ask the applicant. So right now they're including the parking, but it would be, and it depends on whether they ask, because in building B, I think they have 3 levels of parking and it drops down. So they were only asking for FAR. They were asking for a reduction in FAR for just this part below base flood. We've seen different things. But in considering FAR, it's not an apples to apples comparison because other people have been given different deviations from that. Okay. Oh, and I did want to bring up with phasing. Unless the council feels different, the intent of phasing in my discussion with the applicant was really to explain how they were going to operate their construction schedule. I would still expect to see the development order for the property as a whole come in, and then they could do their permitting, you know, on an individual basis, but we would still need to see the development order for the whole property. I was initially concerned about the construction traffic, because that can really, you know, those large trucks can really damage the streets. They can provide a nuisance. A lot of those properties are short-term rentals, so people are going to be there during the day if they're, you know, renting on vacation, and having those construction trucks come through. So requiring them to bring their construction trucks through the property, we felt was kind of a benefit to the residents. So if that's something you would like looked at differently, we can certainly do that. But I just wanted to make a note of that. Okay, I'm going to go through the recommended conditions, and if I get to one where we've decided to change things or I haven't heard it correctly, let me know.
Before you move on with
okay.
the phasing, I mean, I would like to, should this go forward, I'd like at the second reading to know what your recommendations would be as far as phasing or doing it all at once, or benchmarks if it is phased. You're the expert, so I would rely on your input as far as what you've seen in the past, what makes sense, what would make sense with this.
Yeah, so again, from my perspective, in thinking about a rezoning, it's the rules that govern the property. What we're talking about in terms of construction kind of, in my mind, falls outside the scope of a rezoning, and maybe would fall into this agreement that would be separate. I mean, from a town perspective, we want them to build it as quickly as they possibly can, right? Because then there's less of a nuisance. Construction is always loud. There's no way to build quietly, right? So the quicker they can do it, the benefit for the town. I don't know that it makes sense to try to limit the phases. I've seen that in the CPD that was done for the lighthouse. They originally had multiple phases, and then they came back and had to get an amendment to that because they didn't work out the way that they expected to because of hurricanes and I don't know, other factors. So I wouldn't want to limit them and say, okay, you're going to do phase 1, 2, 3 here, and then it's going to require them to come back multiple times to us. I think maybe getting them to figure out what that end point is. I don't know. We're asking the question, can they operate portions of this independently? Because in my mind, if the whole place is under construction, they can't open anything. So if they're going to break it into pieces, it would have to be, you know, it would make, in my mind, make the most sense of what operational. Maybe they can operate that old San Carlos property that could easily be independent, right? But then maybe buildings B and C are together and they can operate that without the rest of it. I'm not sure. I would, you know, and I'm not a construction expert, but I would think that we wouldn't want to delay them, or then they would have to come back for more asks if they couldn't meet certain deadlines. Okay, so in thinking about the conditions for the ordinance, what I put in the staff report first is an agreement must be established for elements not accounted for on the master concept plan or in the conditions of the ordinance. The applicant shall work with the town attorney to draft an agreement. And so I've listed some of those elements here. We could certainly list everything that they provided in their document. But again, for thinking about enforcing this, the two ways that really at staff level we have of enforcing is requiring these elements at the time of development order or permitting, because we're tying that to permissions that the town is giving. So like for the water taxi terminal, I can physically see that. They've included that in part of their plan. They've listed it on their development order. We can see that they're making, you know, construction documents for that. And then with code compliance, it's easy to see, okay, it's after 10 o'clock and they're still operating. Okay, that's a violation. Those things. Some of the other things that have to do with the real operation of it, certainly planning and zoning wouldn't get involved in those. And I don't know that code compliance would either. So thinking about that as a separate agreement and what would be the mechanisms for that is kind of outside the scope of planning and zoning. I did want to mention, because I heard about the importance of the water taxi, and certainly that's something that the town council has talked about on other occasions. I would suggest changing the language to say you want an inner island taxi. So there are other ferries that could go to other islands, other places. You know, if you want something specifically here that goes along the island and doesn't.
Judith, I don't know if you saw, but Patrick actually had some suggested language.
Yeah.
So it's not a taxi, it's a ferry. It's a big difference. They could have a taxi in addition to the ferry, but we want a ferry. Different concept. But I think Patrick's got some language that looked pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That'll help you, I think, give you some direction on that.
But I don't think it covered what your concern is. Ferry could take you to Cape Coral.
No, but it references south end of the island. It references Mound House. It references, I mean, it's in the language.
Well, that's the language they provided today.
Yeah.
So we could include some of that. I mean,
That would be
obviously,
great. Yeah.
like they said, they have to get those other property owners to agree to
They
it.
didn't,
But yeah,
they didn't say that. This is just a regional goal. So they're going to find someone on the south end. That could be Snookbite. It could be Fishtail. It could be both. It's up to them. It definitely needs to be Mound House. So those are the minimum amount of spots. They can have a lot more. God bless them if they do. That's the language that's hopefully will be added. You know, whatever Nancy needs procedurally. But that was just added today, and hopefully that'll be before us on second reading. Right? Is that what you're thinking?
yes, yeah. So obviously they could have other kinds of ferries or
Absolutely. No, the
services if they
sky's the
wanted
limit.
to,
Yeah,
but
sky's the limit on the
the
ferry.
town's goal is mainly to have the inner.
You just want to have a set of minimum standard, which is their goal anyways.
Okay. The other thing that hasn't come up is public access to the property. There is one of the diagrams looking at that, the night access. It's not in the conditions, but it might be something to think about we've talked a lot about hours of operation, the night controlled access. The latest I heard from the applicant is that they, want to close off the property at midnight. So the restaurants, if the restaurants close at midnight, then the access to the Bayfront Promenade and the Linear Park would all close at midnight. So we could add that in. We didn't discuss that at LPA, so I wanted to make sure to point that out here. Okay, development conditions. The owner will provide an accessible, stabilized surface for the area between Harbor Court and Bonita Street for emergency personnel and vehicles. This is something that is necessary for fire and rescue operations. The master concept plan indicates the access points on Harbor Court and Bonita Street provide for emergency limited access only. Limited access is intended to allow vehicles to who have unintentionally driven down Harbor Court or Bonita Street to temporarily access the property. I think what we're talking about today is creating a gate after that potential T-turn, so we can adjust that before second reading. All walkover pedestrian bridges will be constructed at a height to permit fire and other emergency vehicles to pass underneath. Night controlled access will be a system of gated sections with keypad or scanning capabilities to only allow employees, current registered owners, guests of the property, and emergency personnel to enter or exit the property from these locations during the night. Here we've noted 1 hour after sunset, but that could potentially be midnight if we want to make it the same for all properties. Staff had some concerns about the linear park because would be a 6-foot fence on one side and then the parking garage on the other side, that it kind of creates a canyon and it would be kind of unsafe in the dark. By gating it off, it would prevent people who weren't supposed to be there from being there. Access to the Arches Resort through easement number 2008-000332365 on First Street should be limited to vehicular travel. That's the easement. It goes through a parking lot essentially. Staff had some concerns about pedestrians walking through there, but the easement right now is for vehicular access. The property owner doesn't own that or have control over that. So we would prefer that pedestrians are discouraged from using it. I mean, obviously you can't prevent everything, but it's not lighted. There's no pedestrian pathway there. So we would like it limited to vehicular travel. A detailed landscaping plan showing the location and type of plantings must be provided with the development order application. All landscaping materials will be native varieties / Florida-friendly species. Along the western boundary canal adjacent to Building E, guest pool deck, a minimum 5-foot wide buffer will be provided. This buffer will provide a minimum of 5 trees per 100 linear feet at a minimum of 12 feet tall at time of planting, and a continuous opaque clusia hedge. Hedging must be provided at least 4 feet at time of planting along the canal adjacent to Building E and maintained at a minimum of 5 feet high. So that'll provide a thick hedge with tree canopy above it. Vehicular access to the resort will be directed to Arches Way and local traffic only. No through traffic signage will be placed immediate west of the intersection of 3rd and Arches Way to minimize vehicular trips within that neighborhood. Ride hailing spot must be separate spot from the Lee Tran stop location, which they have provided now in the master concept plan. The ride hailing spot must be located to reduce potential impact on residential neighbors and be provided with lighting for safety. Location of the transit stop must be coordinated with Lee Tran. Maximum allowed commercial space is 25,500 square feet. And then we have the operational conditions. Okay, so staff is recommending to not permit the commercial parking lot. They are asking for that. They have reduced the number of spots in that commercial parking, but they are still requesting it. Staff's suggestion was to initially not permit the commercial parking, the shared parking, and to require them to do this parking study. And so that's what I've put into the conditions. But if you're would like to approve the commercial parking as they've proposed it, then we would strike that condition.
Are you looking for some direction now, or are you looking?
Is this behind the market? Is this behind the market and the bodega?
No, so integrated with their parking. So what they've requested is a 50% reduction in their required parking for the site. And in doing so, they're very close to, they're actually less than now because they've increased the retail square footage. So they're providing they're proposing to provide 50% of the required parking. And then by their calculation, they have 45, with that 50% reduction, they have 45 extra spaces. When we went to LPA, they had 96 extra spaces with that 50% reduction. Staff felt that a 33% reduction was really more in keeping with what's allowed elsewhere in the area that's more comparable. And if they were, with the number they had now, with the increased retail space, they're have less parking than you would need for that 33% reduction. They have enough parking to meet the 50% reduction that they're proposing. So my suggestion is if you would like to allow them that 50% reduction, to approve that deviation, to also to not approve the commercial parking at this time, but leave the door open where they could do a parking study to show they do have extra parking. So it would be after the property was open, fully operational, and then they would have somebody come and do a study where they can tell you how many spots are open. Obviously, we'd have to do it during, peak season. So that's my recommendation. You can.
So what happens if they do a parking study and it comes back that they don't have enough parking?
Then we would not permit them to have a commercial parking lot.
And then what? What's the repercussion of that? What's the practical effect of that?
They wouldn't have commercial parking. They would still have parking for their resorts.
But it's already built, right? So what happens from a practical standpoint if they're
But
denied
then
commercial?
the study would show that they do not have capacity to have an additional use in the parking. So what's called for in the code is parking for the resort, right? For the hotel rooms and for the retail.
So from a practical, again, just in sort of lay terms, it would be less parking for people that wanted to come over and visit their shops and restaurants. Is that what you're saying? If they were disallowed commercial parking?
So if we did not permit them to have this commercial, what our code calls shared parking, they would still have parking for their resort. Typically, hotel resorts these days charge, $20 a night or something like that for a parking spot. So that would still be part of their operations, right? But they wouldn't be allowed to have public parking where you put a sign out front and you say there's
Right.
public
That's
parking allowed.
that's just what I asked. So if somebody's visiting just to go have a bite to eat and it's not a guest at the hotel, that's where they would be impacted. Is that what you're saying?
There would not be public parking for somebody who's not immediately using the facility, but they do maintain that it's, they're implementing the park once it is in the
But they couldn't even offer
adjacent
it.
to downtown.
They couldn't even offer it if they didn't have that commercial designation.
Right. Yes.
When's if they had open spots, they wouldn't be allowed to offer it?
How would you enforce
But
it?
if they did the parking study, then it would show that they had open spots and then they could do it. Okay.
You all right? I just hate to give these transportation studies, these traffic studies, these parking studies. We're all in the wrong business. Because they all get done and they get put on a shelf and I just.
Well, I actually think the parking study would be highly informative. I would really like to do a parking study at some of these other resorts because our code requires a certain amount of parking. If we find out that that's not the right amount of parking for a hotel, that would be very informative for everybody.
Well, I think if you were to ask the owners of the Margaritaville Resort, they would tell you they're probably grossly underparked, even though they have enough parking for their building. My fear is this is going to be the same problem. You're going to have more people coming there to frequent the establishments if it's approved. You're not going to have enough parking to meet the demand. That's a bigger concern for me than whether it's 45, 96. Neither one of them sounds sufficient enough for the scale of property that's being proposed. How do you address that? It's in your wheelhouse.
I mean, I think when we're talking about the hotel, the actual lodging units, right? You don't have to expect, but the logical expectation is that there's one spot per unit. The other uses happening, right? There's public parking, there's commercial parking in the adjacent neighborhoods, which people could use. I also expect that people who are parked at other resorts will come to this resort.
Sure.
I'm less concerned about those ancillary uses, the restaurants and the shops and all of that, because it's going to be somebody, even if you're coming from elsewhere in town, you're going to find your parking spot and then you're going to walk around to all the, different options.
Well, my concern is they're going to come to try to find parking at this parking spot. They're not going to go somewhere else. And then if it's full, they're going to go back out onto the road and try to find it somewhere else. That's the concern that I have. But it sounds like you have a path forward.
Well,
Or
and
at
by
least a recommendation.
not allowing public parking at this time, they're not going to advertise it that way. And so you're going to get fewer of those, people coming and turning around.
In theory.
In theory.
Okay.
Okay. Hours of operation. The Arches Gateway. Oh, I did want to clarify one thing because this has come up with other projects. Amplified music, anything through a speaker. So there's two kinds in my mind of amplified music. There's ambient music, which is background music, but it's pre-recorded either from a radio station or a CD or whatever. It's pre-recorded music is the ambient music intended for background. And then there's live music, which is obviously you have performers there live. So when talking about amplified is anything through a speaker. You know, the only other option would be somebody with an acoustic guitar singing without a microphone, which is unlikely. So keep that in mind when we're going to talk about the hours of operation and the music. The Arches Gateway Restaurant and Rooftop Deck at the corner of San Carlos Boulevard and 3rd Street will operate 7 a.m. to midnight. Amplified sound, so could be live or not live, will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. And then what I have is that the outside deck would only be open until 10 p.m. So for food and drink and music, the outside deck will close at 10 p.m. That's what I heard in the discussion. So, okay. Sunset deck, hours of operation 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. is what I heard. Only ambient music is allowed on the sunset deck. So it can be amplified, but pre-recorded background music.
See, my definition of amplified might be a little bit, to me, amplified is any speaker that requires power. So if you have to plug your speaker into a power, that would be an amplified sound. If you have just a speaker on the wall that has low voltage speaker wiring going it that comes from a radio or comes from something other than a direct speaker like someone would plug into with a guitar, to me that's amplified music because you need power to amplify the sound. Whereas the speaker, at least in my mind, that's how I've always looked at it. So if I want to have my radio on and just my little 6x9 speakers that are coming from a little radio or they're Bluetooth speakers that are coming from your phone, I don't consider that amplified music.
Okay,
but maybe
so
I'm seeing it differently.
it would be helpful to have a definition of that because I don't know the specifics. They probably don't know the specifics of how many speakers they're going to have and where they're going to be, but they probably have more than one speaker system going. If you're equating,
And usually an amplified speaker is meant to be very loud and project from wherever that sound is coming from to hit everybody in the back, whereas non-amplified in my mind would be the speakers that would be strategically placed around your landscape so that you get even low volume sound
okay,
everywhere you're at.
so you're equating the amplified music with the live music.
Yes.
Okay, that's different than what I had understood. Okay,
Well, that's the way I look at,
okay.
and I'm just,
But if it's good to have a definition. So if that's the definition we're going to use, that's fine.
and
Well,
it's
then
just,
we use it because I mean, ambient music is background music.
Mhm.
Amplified music is loud, decimal-driven, in-your-face music.
and you can still, in the description that I just laid out in my mind, ambient music can still be louder than the noise ordinance allows, but you still have the noise ordinance. Oh yeah, you
Mhm.
can turn up non-amplified speakers pretty dang loud. Trust me, I've been in trouble for it before.
Oh, you can. You shouldn't though.
You shouldn't.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying you should. I'm
Okay.
just, I wanted to make it clear that it's not saying that you can't. The noise ordinance would still supersede whether it was amplified or not, whether or not it was too loud.
Got it.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Okay. So for the for going back to the Arches Gateway, it says amplified sound, all sound, because they may have some that's ambient and some that's amplified. It's just confusing everybody.
Well,
Oh, wait,
everybody
is it
have a different
all-
understanding.
all
Maybe we got
sound
to. Maybe we
oriented
need to
away
go to
from-
the Urban Dictionary and look up what the definition is.
Yes, and Tom is not here. And he's the one that really needs to have a good understanding based on what.
There he is.
There he is.
I'm sorry.
Ambient
So-
versus amplified. You need a microphone.
So
From a code perspective.
it's not really plainly written down for us in our code. So it really has to do with decibel level. So they don't break it down There's broken down by how the sound travels, and that goes through state statute, but it's mostly by decibel. So to give you a clear description between the two, I can't do that right now without more research. I'm sorry.
Well,
Apologies.
No,
I clarified it.
It does define it.
Yes, yes.
But the problem is it's defined, but it's not clear because we have no cases that back that up yet. So I would say I need more research before I give you a definitive answer.
well, yeah, I guess we just, for your sake, Judith, but if I've got my Sirius radio playing at the Sunset Deck, in this case, after 9 o'clock, am I going to get a code violation for having amplified music?
Do you want to issue a code violation?
Well, no, I would think if it's, I guess my point is if it's within the noise ordinance specification as far as decibel levels, it wouldn't warrant having a code violation.
Right, unless you further restrict it here. So if you say all music has to end at 9 p.m., even though it may be within the decibel levels, they would still get a code violation. if
Correct.
The limit is 9
That
p.m.
I'm
Yeah,
agreeing. I
okay.
agree with that.
Okay.
You far enough down the rabbit hole yet?
Okay, let me go back to the Sunset Deck. Hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Only ambient music is allowed on the Sunset Deck. Ambient music is permitted from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Those are the hours. Yes? Okay. Amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. Live music is not permitted at this location. Commercial plaza restaurants along Bayfront Promenade, 7 a.m. to midnight. Pool deck, buildings B and C, 7 a.m. to midnight. Pool deck, building E, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and ambient music only from 10 a.m. until 1 hour after sunset. Amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. No alcohol sales will take place outdoors on the pool deck at building E. Live music is not permitted at this location. Outdoor deck area by the events chapel and reception hall in building D is 7 a.m. to midnight. And the only other addition is the access to the property as a whole, the whole promenade. I would suggest midnight, at least to the promenade, because the restaurants are going to be open until midnight. But the applicant can tell you what their plan is for that.
Yeah, I suppose it's the discussion we should have. We didn't talk about the promenade yet. Ben, you want to come up? What are your intentions for the promenade as far as ambient music or amplified music? Is that what you're asking? Or hours of operation?
No, I was just thinking hours in operation in general. If you look at their proposed access to the property, those open the linear park, the public promenade, they are going to have restricted access after a certain hour. But I didn't hear what hour that was going to be. I think it makes sense if the restaurants are open till midnight, that it should be open until midnight in certain areas. I think for just general security of the property is what they're, why they want to have controlled to the site.
For the record, Megan Strayhorn. So we are hearing concerns. I'm directly answering the question pertaining to kind of the hours for Bayside Promenade and the linear park. The linear park, since it is really directly contiguous to those residential neighborhoods, we're fine with a sunset to an hour or sunrise to an hour after sunset for that portion. However, the Bayside Promenade does include some of that chapel area, which has the midnight. So we'd ask for that to be open until midnight, the promenade area.
Well, since you're up here, one other thing that I knew there was something I wanted to ask about that was brought up during public comment and was brought up earlier, is that building E. The concern, you sounds like you're going to do some buffering there, but there's also a concern about residential building height versus the proposed building height.
Mm-hmm.
I would ask that you take a look at that. I don't expect you to agree or not agree. Should this go forward to the second reading?
Okay.
At least know that if it goes forward, my guess is it's probably going to go forward to the next reading, but it certainly be a question I'll be asking at the second reading if it goes to the second reading.
Understood.
Anything else? John?
No.
Jim?
No.
Karen?
Nope.
Scott?
Nope.
Anything for, I almost called you Sarah, sorry. Judith?
Would you like to hear the definition of ambient from the code?
Sure, let it rip.
Can you do that over a microphone that's amplified?
So what it says is ambient noise, the all-encompassing noise associated with a given environment, being usually a composite of sound from many sources near and far.
Well, that's clearly stated.
Clear it right up.
Good name for your new bar.
Here's
Yeah.
Gary to
Ambient.
speak.
The ambient bar.
That cleared it all up. That cleared it all up. All right. I gotta go back.
That way, if you're playing ambient music, you say, hey, this is the ambient music bar.
You got everybody got their 2 cents in so far that we, okay. I've got to read my last line here. I will now close the
Chop,
public
chop.
hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or in a continuance to a time certain. Is there a discussion and or a motion? Well, I'll start the discussion then, since nobody else wants to. Using your terminology, Patrick, your basket of benefits. I will agree it's a basket. However, I feel that there are several holes in that basket currently that are being dammed or channeled by amenities masking as public benefits. That being said, I'm willing to support at least taking this to a second reading to allow you more time to replay what we've discussed today, re-listen to some of the concerns, but without filling some of those holes with some putty, for lack of a better term. It's going to be hard for me to approve this at the next hearing, but I'm willing to at least let it go to the second reading for further discussion. Any other discussion? Vice Mayor?
I will just say this. People that have come before us, not necessarily literally, but preceded us, both at the town and the county level, have done an excellent job of democratizing the beaches of Fort Myers Beach. And I mean that in the way that we have a 30-some, Jeff's gone. I think it's 30-some beach access points that really allow the public, the residents, to utilize our beautiful beaches and have access. I think as somebody who lived on the Gulf side prior to Ian and now lives on the Bay side, there are equal advantages and beauty of seeing the Bayside. And I think this project, particularly the Bayside Promenade, does a very nice job with its in terms of democratizing the bay. Watching the bay and the marine activity is a phenomenal thing, and it's very limited. We have beautiful Bayside Park, but it's relatively small. And there's some wonderful restaurants on the bay, but it's very difficult for the average person on this island to have access to that bayfront. And the Moss Marine property is some of the most beautiful property in terms of having a bayfront view, and to see that opened up to the public, I think is a tremendous, incalculable public benefit. And I commend them for their patience. I commend them for coming back with a more modest proposal. And obviously there's a litany of other issues with respect to public benefit, but I think that conceptually is the largest public benefit. I'm particularly intrigued about the water ferry. I think that could be transformative for our friends and neighbors on the Mid-Island and South End, particularly during season to not only be able to enjoy the benefits of the North End, but also it does reduce the need to go and spend our dollars in Bonita Springs or Naples or Estero, and allows us to support our local businesses and also do it in a relatively pleasant way. We've talked about adding a couple stops would add length to the journey. It would, But at the same time, being on a boat, watching the sunset, having a cool beverage versus sitting in traffic for an hour and a half on Estero Boulevard, that's a pretty good trade-off. So for those reasons and others, I do support this proposal. I think the LPA's done a nice job. I think the council's done a nice job of making some amendments and conditions, and I appreciate the applicant being open to those. And so therefore, I'll be supporting this, and I'm happy to make a motion unless my colleagues have some things they want to say first.
Councilor King?
I'm ready for a motion.
Councilor Woodson?
Well, I just want to say, I know that we have a handful of things that we need to discuss if this moves forward, and I think it will. I hope it does. And I think we can get to a good ending of this. I mean, what has happened so far from the original plan that was presented at LPA to where we are now is night and day. And I think you've taken every consideration, you've listened to everything. There's been tons of conversation. There's been a lot of back and forth, and I commend all of you for that. Excuse me. So I definitely am in support of this. I live in the neighborhood. I think what you're trying to do to make it reasonable and accepting for the neighborhood is great. So I would be ready for a motion as well.
Councilor Safford?
I'll echo that as well. Hey, what did Aristotle say? Patience is bitter, but fruit is sweet.
Depends on fruit.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Vice Mayor.
Well, Mr. Mayor, with the assistance of our town attorney, I will do the easy part and move passage of ordinance 25-04 Arches Resort CPD. And Nancy, help me fill in the, you move it to second reading?
Do we have a date?
June 2nd. On June 2nd.
On June 2nd. Subject to
The conditions.
that have been identified in our staff report and the adoption of the comprehensive plan amendment proposed in ordinance 25-04 at the time of approval.
As so eloquently stated by our town attorney.
I'll second.
We got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, a second by Councilor Woodson. Discussion? I just want to add a little bit. I didn't go too far into depth, but my hesitation does not stem from Ben, you or your family. You've been here for a long time. You've been great operators. I think what you're trying to do there is very powerful. I support something there. I think we're close. I respect your property rights there, but I also respect the property rights of those surrounding the neighborhood. I think over the next month, as you discuss this with your team, my hope is that you'll be able to come back with something that's a little bit closer for me to be able to help alleviate some of the concerns that your neighbors have, to allow you to be able to build something profitable that will fit into the neighborhood. You guys have been more than willing to go back to the drawing board, as been stated, and listen to all the complaints and all the suggestions. I have no doubt that you won't do it again this time, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of it on June 2nd. With that, is there any other discussion? Vice Mayor Holt?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. We'll see you on June 2nd. Oh, wait, we got another one.
Another item, that's right.
We'll see you at 3:51. All right, the next agenda item is the agenda item is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-05, commonly referred to as the Arches Development Project Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment. If approved at first reading, a second reading will be scheduled for June 2nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. prior to adoption of ordinance 25-04 or at any other time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending the town of Fort Myers Beach adopted future land use map dated January 1st, 1999, containing the town's comprehensive plan for properties located at 450, 445, 441, and 436 Harbor Court, 435 and 438 Bonita Street, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, also identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-W3-00027.0000, 24-26-23-W3-00026.0020, 24-46-23-W3-0030B.0200, 24-46-23-W3-0030B.0190, 24-46-23-W3-0030C.0060, 24-46-23-W3-0030C.0040, and 24-46-23-W3-0030A.00 or 0110, Fort Myers Beach, amending the future land use map for these parcels from mixed residential, 4 parcels, and marina, 2 parcels, to pedestrian commercial, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
So council, this is legislative in nature. So this one will be adopted pursuant to some standards that are in your code, as well as whatever other comments might be made.
Judith?
Judith Frankel from Community Development. Freeland Florida Holdings LLC, owner of the subject property, and the neighborhood company, applicant for the owner, are requesting comprehensive plan future land use map amendment. The amendment requests a change of 3.53 acres of marina future land use, known as Moss Marina, and 1 acre of mixed residential future land use to pedestrian commercial. There are no proposed text amendments to the comprehensive plan. 3 of the parcels that we discussed under the previous application are already pedestrian commercial and do not require a comp plan amendment. That's why there's fewer addresses here. On April 8th, 2025, the LPA voted unanimously to recommend approval of this comprehensive plan amendment. In discussing this, I'm going to give you a little bit of background on the 2 existing future land uses. The first primary one being the marina future land use, which allows a maximum floor area ratio, or FAR, of 1.5, and no density is listed in the comprehensive plan for the marina future land use. As you can imagine, it restricts the land use to things related to marinas, boats, cruise ships, pretty much anything relating to boating. Dry boat storage, sales, rentals of boats and supplies, and boat repair all would be included in this land use category, and very little else would be permitted. The mixed residential future land use, which are mainly the properties that are on Bonita and Harbor, which fall into, allow for a maximum floor area ratio, FAR, of 1.5. It is important to note that that's in the comprehensive plan. Our land development code actually looks at single family homes by building coverage. So it's 40%. In practicality, maybe less than 1.5 for single family houses. And typically allows a density of 6 dwelling units per acre. Although there is a platted overlay which could allow up to 10 dwelling units per acre for legally existing dwelling units. The single acre that is currently future land use mixed residential appears to have contained a mix of single family and 2 dwelling units prior to Hurricane Ian. The combined marina and mixed residential parcels could allow up to a total of 295,990 square feet of floor area through a CPD. That's at the maximum FAR. The proposed change to pedestrian commercial could allow for a total of 493,317 square feet of area, again through a CPD. This is an increase of almost 200,000 square feet of development potential. When considering neighborhood compatibility, the comprehensive plan refers to this area as the north end in one section and the core area in another section. The north end is described as the north end of the island retains its residential and resort identity. So both uses are potentially considered. The 1999 comprehensive plan does not provide a vision or plan for this part of the core area. Provided in the staff reports are map excerpts from the comprehensive plan, so you can see part of this area is in core area and part is what's called north end. The pattern of the platted overlay districts on both the east and west side of the pedestrian commercial districts creates a buffer between the higher impact of downtown and the lower density residential districts. This is pretty typical. I know that the comprehensive plan had to take into account what was already existing in terms of land uses and kind of work that into the plan. When the comp plan was created, it wasn't a blank slate. They had to work with the existing zoning and land uses that were already present. Okay. In looking at the overall impacts of the future land use change, I did suggest considering that since the comprehensive plan was approved in 1999, there have been changes in marine operators. The comprehensive plan identified 4 marinas. Island Bay Marina was destroyed by Hurricane Ian and has not yet been rebuilt. The Snook Bight Marina appears to now be located at the former, what the comp plan called the Mid-Island Marina location, and Fishtail Marina remains at the original location. Neither of the remaining marinas are located in close proximity to the downtown area. Although the proposed CPD would increase wet slips, the dry dock storage and servicing of boats would no longer be present. So I'm going to go to the findings and conclusions.
Okay.
Okay. Land Development Code Section 34-92 states the proposals to amend the future land use map must meet Comprehensive Plan Policy 4C10, which is the intensity and density levels allowed by the future land use map may be increased through formal amendments to this plan if such increases are clearly in the public interest, not just in the private interest of a petitioning landowner. Petitions from landowners will be accepted annually, and the town council may accept applications more frequently at its sole discretion. The town council must make a decision based on whether the proposed comprehensive plan amendment is in the best interest, as the quotation marks, the public interest of the town of Fort Myers Beach. And I'm going to go over a few segments that I suggest including in your decision-making process. The marina future land use category limits the uses and therefore the potential economic impact of the land. Policy 4B7, Marina, in the comprehensive plan is designed to provide water access to the water bodies around Fort Myers Beach. All marina uses listed in 4B7, which is marina, are permitted in pedestrian commercial, although they are not proposed in the application for CBD, the CPD. There are wet slips with a dry dock storage is going away in that proposal. Fort Myers Beach is an island. Both visual and physical access to the water is an important component. The changes in the future land use category will not necessarily limit the access to the water. It'll be a different kind of access.
Let me ask you a question on that one before we move on, because I've always wondered this about the marina zoning district. Why wouldn't it make more sense to adjust what is allowable within the marina zoning district versus forcing someone to come in and go from a less dense or no density to the maximum density? Wouldn't it make more sense through the comp plan as we're going through it to adjust the marina designation and what the scheduled uses could be as far as density and intensity?
So that would be a different kind of amendment, but that would impact not just this property, it would impact all of the marina. And so I think there's it would be a different conversation that we're having. This is a small scale. I'm not off the top of my head, but I think there would be a bigger discussion to talk about
What would
changing.
you, if this is small scale, what would you consider a large scale?
Well, this is, I think what you're trying to characterize it as is a text amendment.
But yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This is just a map
This is
amendment.
changing the map designation of the future land use category that it's currently categorized as.
I think you kind of answered my question.
Yeah, and the thing to keep in mind is it changes the entitlements for the property. So by limiting the in what you're allowed to do, you're going to get a certain thing. So if the creation of the comp plan, the goal was to have specific marina uses, by identifying them as a future land use of marina, that's all you're going to get, right? If you open it up to more potential, then you may get other things. So it depends on what your goal is for the property. With the pedestrian commercial land use, you could still have a marina. You could still have dry dock. You could still have it servicing.
Right, but you're also giving the potential of having a 2.5 FAR, which is a
Yeah.
very large scale building, right? Especially on property that's where my concern comes in. Or does it make sense? Maybe I'm just out in left field on this, but to me, mixed use and marina kind of go hand in hand, right? You go talk about Key West, and you go down to Key West, it's all surrounded by mixed use in the marina area down there.
Mhm.
So to me, that makes sense. It just, and I see what you're saying. You're allowing them more stuff by right, but you have the ability then to control or not force someone to go this route and ask for a different complete zoning district to the highest, most use designation that we have. This would provide maybe some people that are in a marina to keep it more of a dry storage type marina and allow them to have some sort of mixed use residential or commercial on that property. That's what I was kind of getting at as far as if we're going to go through this comp plan amendment, does it make sense to look at that to try to mitigate the few that are left on the island to keep dry storage, because we've heard that's an important thing for a place surrounded all by water. Just something to think about.
Well, we are going to be talking about the comp plan in future meetings. So it's something to,
This is not
Yeah.
it just, to me, if that would have been in place, we maybe wouldn't be where we're at with this conversation.
Mhm.
Maybe we would have been, but I think it might have alleviated some of the deviation requests. It might have really, they could have still maybe asked for more outside of that, but it wouldn't have gone from 0 to maximum.
Mhm.
Anyway, continue.
In the coastal management element, the section on land use conflicts notes in few cases, marinas are completely surrounded by residential dwellings and the only road access is by residential street, thus limiting future expansion potential to protect other existing uses. So this is the comp plan saying they don't expect there to be other uses proposed because there is only residential street access to these properties, and that would limit the marinas from becoming other things. But the CPD that you've seen is proposing their own street within the development to access their property. Policy, future land use 1B7, pedestrian commercial, states that the commercial activities must contribute to the pedestrian-oriented public realm. The proposed map amendment would allow further development to contribute to this goal for Old San Carlos and Times Square. Any new development in this area would be required to be pedestrian-oriented. As you see on that promenade level, they've brought things down to the ground level to be more pedestrian-oriented. The land use category of pedestrian commercial also encourages a mix of uses to contribute to the vibrancy of the area. Objective 3D Times Square is to stimulate the revitalization of the downtown core area near Times Square as a nucleus of commercial and tourist activities. The proposed enlargement of the pedestrian commercial future land use would increase the number of available land uses permitted at the site. As stated by the applicant, the Old San Carlos Boulevard commercial corridor will benefit from the expansion of the pedestrian commercial designation, and a redevelopment project on the bay will complement the recently completed Margaritaville Resort and the proposed redevelopment of Times Square on the Gulf side. However, the proposed future land use map amendment will increase the potential for nuisance issues for the surrounding single-family homes. Issues of noise, traffic, visitor guest vehicles, delivery service, sanitation vehicles, view obstruction, general congestion can be associated with significant increases in commercial and lodging activities. These concerns are addressed in the companion CPD application, which you heard earlier. And the town council must determine the thoroughness of those mitigating measures as proposed in the CPD application. Staff has reviewed the request for the comprehensive plan amendment and found that the comprehensive plan amendment request does not meet the requirements set forth in section 34-92 and comprehensive plan policy 4C10. Therefore, staff recommends denial of CPA 2023-0152, a request for a comprehensive plan amendment to change 3.53 acres of marina future land use and 1 acre of mixed residential future land use to a pedestrian commercial future land use. However, if the town council finds that the concurrent CPD application for this area adequately demonstrates that the proposed development is, and I put in quotation marks, clearly in the public interest, not just in the private interest of a petitioning landowner, approval could be granted. Approval of CPA 2023-0152 would be recommended if the CPD application is found by the town council to sufficiently address policy 4C10.
Did I not hear you read one paragraph of this, or am I mistaken? Where it says staff finds the request to be
Yeah.
amended. Did you read that?
I didn't read that.
Is there a reason why you didn't? Well, yeah,
Just
because
for time, trying to.
well, but that one, it's a very powerful statement
Okay.
that you said, and I'm curious as to why you were so strong in your wording in that section. So I'll read it if you'd like, or you can read it.
I'll read it to you.
Okay.
Staff finds that the request to amend the future land use map to change 3.53 acres of marina and 1 acre of mixed residential to pedestrian commercial future land use is not clearly in the public interest. Creating additional commercial land adjacent to the existing downtown does not necessarily provide a benefit to the town and will result in traffic and noise impacts to nearby residential uses through the elimination of the buffer between the intense commercial district and the neighborhood, which could increase conflict. Additionally, the area lacks sufficient pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure to support the proposed amendment, which will increase density and intensity. So,
I mean, that's a pretty powerful little piece of wording that you didn't read, and I'm curious as to why you were. I mean, that's pretty. What you said there is pretty poignant, but yet you didn't read it, and now you read it. But what led you to those very compelling words?
so in considering a comp plan amendment, you're thinking about the long-term vision of the town. It's more than just a rezoning that fits into the already agreed upon comp plan amendment. The agreed upon comp plan. The residents that are there were there with this expectation of the comp plan being, I mean, maybe they read the comp plan, maybe they didn't, but there is that expectation of this is what the town is going to move forward with. Anybody can bring an amendment to anything at any time. You know, the state law allows for that. And in certain cases, there's things that come up, you know, that the town couldn't foresee. The town did not foresee Hurricane Ian, right? And what kind of changes that would bring to the island. So there's things that happen. The change in the land use has an impact on that residential neighborhood. And so for me, in reviewing it, where it says clear public interest, it's not clear. There is an impact on that neighborhood. Now, what I said when I get to the recommendation is if you feel that the CPD has accounted for that and they have mitigated what those issues can be, as you heard, what people are concerned about, then it would make sense to approve it if you feel like all of those issues have been resolved and mitigated. But this does have an impact on the long-term growth of the town. As you said, what other marinas may see out there as a possibility. But in this specific area, you know, it depends on what you're trying to encourage. That residential area, the zoning is residential conservation. And the intent there was to conserve those residences, right? Number of those houses were lost during the storm. Some of them decided to sell. So there's changing conditions. I don't know if I'm.
No, I just, you covered what I wanted. Well, you eased what I was trying to ask you. You answered what I was trying to find out. You're unclear, but through the discussion today, at the next second reading, potentially we could circle back on this, because I would like to know if your wording would be softened based on the discussion that we had at today's hearing and the subsequent hearing that we're going to have on June 2nd, to see if your wording would stay the same or if it would change.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yeah, I mean, I would also be listening to see how the residents
Sure.
feel.
Understood. Yeah. I mean, I think that's all encompassing as to why you made your recommendation.
Hmm. I mean, and the neighborhood just south, there's a lot of short-term, my understanding, a lot of short-term rental, but on the other side of the canal, it's, they're restricted there. They can only rent out monthly. And that's one of the things that one of the residents said at town LPA is that, like, well, now it's going to change how he looks at that property. And if the town wants to keep and encourage single family residential, this is going to have an impact there potentially.
Any questions for Judith? John?
No.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing.
Karen?
No.
Scott?
Do not.
Okay. Megan?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. For the record, my name is Megan Strayhorn. I'm an attorney for the applicant and property owner here. There is, let me just double check something. Okay. Sorry, sometimes I have to double check to see which presentation is up on the screen because they look identical. So here with us today, we do have our team. I will introduce everyone. Just for the matter of record, for our expert witnesses, we do have Ken Gallender and Patrick Vaness from the Neighborhood Company. They both previously testified in front of you all today on numerous occasions and have been previously deemed experts in their respective field. So I'd ask that they be deemed an expert here today as well. And we also have Mr. Ben Freeland on behalf of the property, as the property owner. Some background. So you heard the commercial plan development, which was first. This is the comprehensive plan amendment. We're going to try and keep it brief. We got into all the nitty-gritty details with the first agenda item. This is more of a broad scope, wide lens review. This comprehensive plan amendment has gone before the LPA on 2 prior occasions. So the first occasion was in April of 2024 when LPA recommended a denial. One of the big criticisms and concerns in 2024 was it was very difficult to understand how to adopt a comprehensive plan amendment without also seeing the proposed development. So that's why we handled and addressed these matters here before you today in the manner of which we did. So now that we have the CPD under our belt, we can focus on the comprehensive plan amendment. This second time around, we had unanimous recommendation of approval. Moving into this hearing, and staff has issued a recommending a denial. So for the CPA, this is legislative in nature. It is much more policy focused. It is much more, does this redesignation fit within the vision of your comprehensive plan, within the intent of the comprehensive plan, and does it work with the other elements contained in your comprehensive plan? And we've already talked about the quasi-judicial. We still need the applications, the competent substantial evidence. So everything that we have submitted that Mr. Vaness and Mr. Gallender have prepared would be entered into the record, as well as this presentation. This was also part of many, 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 many public community meetings prior to that LPA hearing in April of 2024. Mr. Freeland had received substantial community feedback, and he went back to the drawing board, and that's the presentation that you heard today. And now we are asking for the final request. Now, just to remind everybody, this only pertains to 7 of the 10 parcels, because 3 of which are already designated pedestrian commercial. So we're requesting to redesignate 7 of those 10 parcels into the pedestrian commercial future land use category. Without further ado, I told Mr. Vaness to keep it brief, but it's on you guys to hold him to that.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Patrick Vaness, certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. Yes, that's what I was telling Megan. I'm like, I'm not going to take responsibility for this. We did go long, but I got thick skin, but I'm not taking that one for the team, guys. Just letting you know. But I'm trying to remind myself, this is a great day. We've got a great project. It's Cinco de Mayo. It's beautiful outside. And I feel just like you guys right now. Energy's not great, but I keep reminding me that we've got a great project here. And I'll keep it brief, but there's a few things I need to touch upon. As you know, this is the subject property. As discussed briefly before, this is the map change. I do want to highlight this idea of what the marina future land use category is or isn't. I have to respectfully disagree with my fellow planner that marina is not a buffer for residential. It is considered an industrial use. Yes, they've been good neighbors. They've coexisted with that neighborhood through the years, but I think it just creates incorrect optics as soon as we label a marina use as a buffer to the residential property. With regards to consistency with the comp plan, as I mentioned previously, when the comp plan was being put together, when the town was formed, there was consideration to extending the pedestrian commercial to that area. Again, the owners of the property did not want to consider that. They were concerned about the Big M casino use, and they were afraid that might affect what they currently had as a property right. So there's always been consideration of that extension in that area. With regards to consistency with the downtown core vision, we've been through that. I think if you look at that vision and you compare that to what is being proposed, it is very consistent. It again, as your staff mentioned, there is a vision that is created, a long-term vision through a comp plan. And things change over time, but what we are doing is we are working towards that vision and implementing that vision. So again, hey, this is a great day, guys. We're getting there. With regards to the overall pedestrian commercial future land use category, it allows a plethora of uses, and it does allow an FAR of up to 2.5. However, concurrent to this application, you have a CPD that significantly limits things. So the CPD limits the FAR to a 2.0. By approving these concurrently, that's our limit. We can't go above that. The only way we could go above that is going back through this entire process all over again, and I'm sure Ben has had enough for his lifetime. Also, you've got safeguards in the CPD, you got conditions, you got limitations, you got uses identified in there. So again, while the future land use category is more permissive, the CPD is restrictive. There was a question asked previously about what our FAR would be without the parking. Don't hold me to it. I will come back with an exact number for the next hearing. I did some quick planner math, and if you ask engineers, they always tell us that we shouldn't be doing math as planners. But we would be at a lot closer to 1.5 or less than 1.5 rather than the 2. We've talked about the vision. I'll skip through that. I went through the slide earlier on. I'm not going to reiterate it, but the same comments apply. I do want to talk about marina uses, allowing pedestrian commercial, allowing for marina uses. And I really liked what Mr. Adderholt said with regards to democratizing the waterfront. What we'd like to point out is the marina today is a private marina, and that means it services a few hundred people, and that's the access that is providing the benefit is provided to those that own a boat and lease space for their boat. What this is going to do is it's going to open up the waterfront, and now we're going to have thousands of people that will have enjoyment of that public waterfront. So I think that is a great benefit. So with that said, we have a plethora of supporting documents in the packet, talking about various policies and how we are consistent with the comp plan, consistent with the intent and the vision. So based on my professional planning opinion, I truly believe that this request is consistent with the comp plan. And based on our testimony and the evidence provided, we respectfully request that you approve this proposed comp plan amendment. Thank you.
Scott, questions for Patrick?
I do not.
Karen?
Well, it's not really a question, but a statement, if you will. I'm the proverbial note taker, and I went back to notes that I took on April 16th of 24 when this came in the first time. And I questioned the pedestrian commercial, and it was verified by Sarah Probst at that time that Fishtail is currently an already zoned commercial pedestrian. So in my mind, this takes 2 of our 3 marinas and puts them in alignment with commercial pedestrian. I'm not sure what snook bite is. I have no idea, but it was confirmed at that meeting that Fishtail is commercial pedestrian with a FAR of 2.5.
I thought Fishtail was in Santini zoning, which is still a 2.5.
No, Sarah looked it up because I asked the question
I can
then.
either confirm or deny.
Yeah.
I
I did
thought
it.
it was in, I thought it was, I could be wrong, but if you took the notes, I'm
I
sure we
took the
can look it
notes
up.
because I asked the question.
But the end
because-
result is the same. I think Santini is the only other one that is 2.5.
Right. But to date, really no other, even in our approved residential or approved projects that we have, nobody's even come close to 2.5. I think the highest has been maybe this one 2.0, but I mean, it's allowable. Let's put it that way. And then two of the three of our marinas would now be commercial pedestrian. That's just a point. I'll go back to my current meetings.
Current.
Copious notes.
Vice Mayor, questions?
I would just say to the applicant, I do appreciate you combining the CPD with the comp plan amendment today. I think it's been very helpful and very fruitful. And I don't have any additional questions.
John?
None.
You have covered most of mine. So as of right now. Good. All right, we'll open it up for public comment. Either of you two like to come up for public comment? Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon again,
Or
Council.
morning, whatever it is.
Good day. Thank you all for your time today and listening to residents and trying to work with Ben and the team to find some middle ground here. Ben and your team, thank you for also listening to residents and getting us to a closer point on a project to be acceptable.
Chris, can you state your name for the record,
Chris
please?
Mastero, 923 3rd Street. I have been shown it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to bring this up. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think the CPD application didn't visualize this well. On page 447 of your packet, in the CPA portion, you'll see an existing land survey of the property that's being developed and our adjacent properties. All these little dots all over the survey map are ground elevation. So on our properties, you can see, on residential properties, you can see, yep. On residential properties, you can see our grade elevation averages 3 feet, 2.5 feet, 2 feet. It's pretty low. However, on the marina side of the wall, you'll see their land averages 4 feet, 4.5, and around there. So when the marina was built, they added 2 feet of grading into their land. And you'll also see where the concrete wall is, which is the bordering wall between their property and us. And you'll also see that there are storm drains on their side of the property, on our side of the wall. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is, Ben, I appreciate you listening and you saying you'll provide an outfall to the town and to try and alleviate drainage, but you've provided drains. We need more than an outfall. We need drains. And you're grading, I'm almost positive you'll be bringing in more fill on your site. And again, I just think they stated in the past, we have a letter from them saying these drains were installed for residents. They will be maintained in perpetuity. And we're seeing a project where they're being removed. And this, I think, just this survey shows that a little bit better, shows how low our residential properties are and how high the marina is and why those drains were put in that location on the marina property, on our side of the wall. So I just asked, there's not really a public forum to bring this. We have 3 minutes to put it out there. I know it doesn't really fall under the CPA request, but here you can see there's drainage issues in our backyards that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else like to speak? Leah?
Hello again, Leah Gregg, Bonita Street. So, he made a good point, Chris, as far as the neighborhood. So I know I asked Judith, have you been there yet? I've asked Judith, I've actually invited Judith to come to the neighborhood and check it out. Because when I spoke to her a few weeks ago, I asked and she said she never was. I don't know if all you have been, Karen, I know you live there, but I would highly recommend, you check that neighborhood out because it's hard to visualize what our concerns are unless you really kind of understand that particular neighborhood. And Patrick, just a quick question, but isn't the point of a hearing to negotiate? I'm glad you have a better, you're happier now. So it was said that everyone will drive through the resort to enter and exit. But then it was said that there will be a hammerhead turnaround, which is new, that will allow people to enter and exit from the resort from Harbor Court or Bonita Street. So I'm really confused on that. I'm not sure which one it is. We could talk about that later. But I appreciate the effort to add do not enter signs in our neighborhood. But do you really think signs are going to deter anyone once they know they can access the resort via Bonita Street and Harbor Court? We know people don't adhere to signs. Look at the lighted crosswalk, especially the one up by Margaritaville. It literally screams, wait, hands up, don't walk, and people still walk when it's not their turn. So to say signs are going to eliminate people coming down that neighborhood, it's not going to work. Again, once people know that gate is available to access and exit the resort, there'll be no stopping them. And if you allow any public access, any at all, other than perhaps EMS, the traffic on these streets will increase exponentially, and it will be a safety risk. And again, you'll understand that if you see how narrow the streets are. These people are going to drop people off, they're going to turn around, and they're going to fly back out to try to get in line to get in the main entrance. Like many dead-end streets on our islands, the trash and recycle trucks for residents, they back in, then they pull out. They do this on my streets in Mount Lachey. The trucks do not turn around in my driveway. So the subject of comment that was made that trash trucks will have to turn around in neighbors' driveways is simply not true. Lee County Trash and Recycle, they're accustomed to operating this way. Many islands have dead-end streets. They're very narrow. They back in, they pull out. It's never an issue. And keep in mind, one more thing, Anita, the LPA chair, she asked for and Ben agreed to reduce the music, again, from amplified to ambient, on the rooftop bar directly over top of the homes on the one side of Bonita Street and 3rd. Ben also agreed to move the bar from the outside to the inside, but I'm not sure if this is still happening. So hopefully we can make that happen. And lastly, Patrick said the drainage will fall on the town because this is important. If you've ever driven down 3rd when it rains, Karen, I'm sure there's your little car. I'm sure sometimes you can't even make it down there. You're going to have to turn around because it's just too deep.
It's happened.
Yeah, I bet. It's happened to me too. And I have a little SUV. So again, it'll fall on the town. Now, keep in mind, the current drainage we've all learned we have is flat. So drainage is a big concern and a huge expense. And we don't have the millions needed to add drainage in that neighborhood. Don't mean any disrespect, but unfortunately, I know you could talk to about the CBD grant. There's no money left. We didn't ask for drainage. We didn't ask for any kind of stormwater management like Bonita did, who got 21 mil, Fort Myers, who got 15 mil, Cape Coral, who got 10, and Lee that got 11. I'm just saying we need to figure out how we're going to pay for this drainage, because if they're not going to, and it's going to be put on us, you need to understand there's no money really available. And if there is, please share.
Thank you, Leo.
Thank you much. Have a great day. It's been a long one.
Anyone else with public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion or motion. And just point of clarity, Fishtail is in Santini zoning district. And to answer, the only marina that would be left after, it would be the commercial marina, which is Snook Bite. It's zone CM. Is that correct? Is that?
Yeah, so I did check and confirm that Council Woodson is correct. The
So
only
then our
other
maps are wrong.
future land use marina, it would be Snook Bite behind Publix. The Fishtail is under future land use, is pedestrian commercial, and its zoning is in marina. So for this property, this future land use is marina, the zoning is marina, and the same for Snook Bite, but not for Fishtail.
Yeah, it's so future land use, but it is zoned Santini, current zoning map.
Yes, it's not even zoned marina. Yeah.
So we're both right. And we're both wrong.
Does that make you feel better?
No, it doesn't.
That made me crazy.
It has nothing to do with anything. All right. Further discussion, or is there a motion? I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Any further discussion? Well, again, I will start. For the same reasons I mentioned in the previous hearing, I will support this going to the second reading. See where it goes from there. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move ordinance 25-05, comprehensive plan, small scale amendment to a second reading scheduled for June 2nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. Anything else I need, Nancy?
Consistent with, based on the findings of fact that was made by the planner and the testimony from the applicant's planner.
I will accept that. Thank you.
All right, got a motion by Counselor King. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Savard?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhope?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. We'll see you on the second. All right, next is our administrative agenda. The first item is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the town manager to execute change order number 1 to contract ITV-23-18-UT between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and Andrew Sitework LLC, increasing the contract amount by $757,545.41 and providing for an effective date. Frankie?
Yes, so basically what we're doing here is we're adding some streets.
Who are you? State your name.
My name is Frankie Kapachik, and I'm the Community Development Director for the Town of Fort Myers Beach. Basically what we're doing here is we're adding some streets. They're right there, handling that portion of town. It made sense as they went and looked, and it was on future expansion for Tier 1. So we're doing a couple of streets that were added. Our Gulf Island Drive, Bayside Road, Coral Road, Dolphin Land, and is it Conina?
Coquina.
Dolphin Land?
Lane.
Lane,
Oh.
sorry. It's land on the blue sheet. So those are going to be added to the current work. Just also a reminder that we're already about a year ahead of schedule with that Tier 1 expansion. As you can see on the far south side of town, they started going and doing overlays of the areas that were tore up. We're slowly getting there.
All right. And then do you want to explain the funding a little bit, or would you like me to read through where the town's portion of the funding is coming from?
Yes, it's going to be coming from our fund, our enterprise fund. And then also moving forward, we're having ongoing discussions with Angie Brewer, who manages our CRF loans through the state. And that'll be coming up next week here.
Is it budgeted or we're looking find these funds elsewhere? The town's portion.
Ours is insurance.
It was through insurance funds that we actually had that in there, the ability to do that. But what we're trying to do is, as long as we're in an area, not to come back there 4 years from now and say, gosh, we have to have a tier 2 or whatever we're gonna call it. They're mobilized, they're right there, they're gonna take these streets and do it. And it can
So
take
based on their economies of scale, since they're already there, it's going to cost us less.
Correct.
Long run.
Yep, they're already mobilized. They have some equipment and parts right along Estero down the road, and they felt that they could use a lot of that in that area.
Well, that'd be great.
Any other questions, John? Questions for Frankie?
They've been answered.
Vice Mayor? Counselor Woodson?
Nope.
Counselor Safford?
I move that we pass resolution 25-121, tier 1, change order number 1.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
And Counselor Woodson?
Hi.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is a resolution of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the mayor to sign an employment agreement between the town and William McCanny to serve as the town manager in accordance with the terms and conditions contained in the employment agreement attached as Exhibit A to the resolution, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. Karen, do you want to, since you were the negotiator, would you like to?
Sure. So I really want to thank Talisa for all of her input and help on this, as well as Nancy. We were able to come to a decision. We did go back and forth on a couple of our items, which I think the negotiations turned out well and in alignment. But basically what we have is, you want me to go through just the highlights of it?
Sure. I'd be interested to hear what the back and forth were too.
Okay. Well, there was a back and forth on salary, which we hadn't even gotten the offer out yet, but Will had come back. We asked him for bullet points as to what was important to him. And we had a different salary in mind. He had a totally different salary in mind, and we did negotiate to the 200,000, which quite honestly, when you look at market, you look at market in the area, it's actually under market. Not by much, but it certainly is in the ballpark. We had negotiations on the relocation and temp housing. We originally had that at 18,000 based on the estimates that he is receiving to move his household and that type of thing. They're 30,000 and upwards. So we did amend that with relo and temp housing to 22,500 reimbursement. And he is going to get us copies of documents that will substantiate those costs. Benefits, he will go with the town's normal benefit structure. We pay 100% of the employees and 50% of the spouse. The pension plan, the town contributes 10% per
That's
year.
for insurance, correct?
That's his insurance.
Thank you.
Medical, dental, that type of thing. Pension plan, the town contributes 10%. At this level, the employee can contribute in his own funds up to 20%. What we did add was a 5-year vesting schedule. A vesting schedule means that of the town's money that gets deposited in this pension account, that it vests over 5 years at 20% per year. So if he leaves at year 2, his vesting schedule is then only at 40% of the town's money. That's all he would always get to take 100% of his own contributions, but it's 20% of the town's contributions per year. So at the end of 2 years, it would only be 40%. At the end of 5 years, it would be 100% of the contribution. And you do this to promote longevity. We've asked for, in case of a resignation, we have agreed upon 120 days written notice. We saw how long this took to find our desired candidate, and it's a long process. So 120 days written notice with the resignation. All of this was agreed to by Will with a start date of May 19th. That's
Okay,
it.
and then there was one other one, I know we had advertised, we didn't advertise, or did we advertise it specifically that they have to live on island? Or
Yes.
was it
Oh, yeah.
open?
No, it is.
It was open. Okay.
But I thought we have in the agreement that
We do have it in the agreement.
that
We
he
agree that
is
he would move on.
live on island.
Lisa, you need to be on the microphone.
Yeah.
So sorry. I don't know. if it's working either. Do you all have one that starts?
We did agree that it is on island in the final document. In the final employment agreement, he is going to be living on island.
Yes, Talisa Oliveira for the record, Human Resources Director. It was originally posted that that was a negotiable item, whether they would live, the town manager would live on the island or not. However, William McInerney has agreed to live on the island.
Okay. Anything else? I think you covered it all.
Well, I think that's it.
Any discussion? Councilor King?
Just thank you to all those involved for all your hard work in putting this together.
Vice Mayor?
Tremendous process, tremendous outcome. Thanks to all as well who were involved in that process.
Councilor Stafford?
I look forward to him starting on May 19th. Excited.
All right. With that, is there someone that would like to make a motion? I will make the motion to approve Resolution 25-145, approving the town manager employment agreement as negotiated between our staff, our council liaison, Woodson, and our potentially new town manager, Mr. McCanny.
Second.
Sorry, Will, if you're listening. Got it's been a long day. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Councilor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhall?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
And Councilor Stafford?
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Will.
Unanimous?
Looking forward to.
Unanimously.
Unanimously.
It's been unanimously.
Unanimously approved. We're looking forward to seeing you and your wife become new residents. Next
Wow, that
is,
didn't take long to get an alert out. Good job.
I don't know what that meant, but we'll go to final public comment.
Well, welcome's the new town manager.
Oh, she's sitting back there. She's waiting to hit send.
I'm still sitting.
I think it hit send before we finished voting, but I could be wrong.
You're lucky I didn't mess up any more words. That'd have been out before the final. Final public comment. Anyone wish to speak? There's no one here, so we close public comment. Town manager items.
Thank you, Mayor. Losing my voice, but don't forget your individual meetings with Dr. Chris. Strategic planning on Wednesday and Thursday
Strategic.
of this week. Want to just pat staff on the back and give some kudos for the great work they did with the NFIP process recently, and we got it in there about 2 weeks ahead of time, their deadline, and we got taken off probation as of November 18th. Of course, I hope that we might have some elected officials that maybe work behind the scenes at the federal level to get that done quicker, but there'll also be an audit that will come up to get back in the CRS program in good standing. So a lot of work to still be done, but staff is on top of that. As just mentioned, Mr. McInerney will be here on May 19th. At that day, I will step into a support role for those last 2 weeks of my agreement, and sit here, let him have the seat, and still be here to support him during the meeting should anything come up related. But he will take charge. That'll be his first day, and you can't have two bosses, so I'll be stepping to the background and working at his disposal at that point for those final 2 weeks. And the last thing, there's no M&P meeting in May.
Okay.
So I have one question, Andy. So when Will McKinney comes.
I know, I say Mackinac.
It's so easy to do.
So the next time-
McKinney. McKinney. When he, is there going to be time set up, like orientation, if you will, with all the different departments, with council members, that type of thing?
Well, we've already done one with staff. This last week, we had a Teams meeting and he was part of that, and they went through projects and we started that process. I've been part of the process the whole time just to make sure that it was just a smooth transition as you directed me to do. But yes, there'll be time for that. That first week, I'm going to try to get him plugged in to as many things. There's an event that comes up with the Florida League of Cities, Southwest Florida League of Cities, that we're going to plug him into, go with you. I won't participate in some of those things. I'll let him do what he's supposed to do. We will have, I assume, your regular meetings that week, but that'll be something that we will continue to discuss to let you guys sit one-on-one with him, with us, the staff, however we want to do it, just to make sure that everybody feels galvanized and everybody understands, the roles we're all playing. We have already shared that with him at great length. I believe it was last Wednesday or Thursday. We had that meeting and it lasted a couple hours. He had some questions, not a lot, but some questions. So we'll let that perk a little bit, and we'll invite him back in probably toward the end of this next week or the first of the next week to do it again, just to bring up more information. But we can set some things up. We'll work through Tracy to get some of those things set up with you and with Mr. McKinney. AY is
McKinney.
Yay.
Stafford.
Stafford and McInerney.
Yes.
Get it?
Anything
Julian
else?
Stafford.
Nope, that's it.
No? All right. Attorney items.
Just for clarification, so our meeting on the 19th, I only asked this because we have several public hearings. Who is going to be sitting in Andy's chair? Is it you or
It's the new town attorney, new town manager.
the new one?
Yeah, he's being sworn in, and he'll be.
He'll
I'll
take
either
the helm
be here
after
or
that.
down here. We'll
Okay.
be here.
Okay.
What do we have?
We have several public hearings that day, so
Oh.
we just need to make sure that he's adequately briefed.
We'll plug you into him.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I just want to thank you all for your patience. I know that some of these quasi judicial hearings that we've been having, they get quite long because what we're trying to do is to put information into the record. In the event there's an appeal, there's no additional testimony that comes forward. It's all based on what is said and what is in your agenda materials. So it's very lengthy. However, in the event there's an appeal, it really gives us a leg up in trying to defend your decision with whatever you make. Also, I just wanted to get a little feedback. You had the rezoning today and a related small scale amendment. Did you like that order to see the rezoning first and then the amendment? Or do you want us to flip it? We could flip them and do the amendment first and then do the CPD, but usually the CPD has much more detail, and that was the issue that the LPA had with that particular proposal. So should we continue to come forward in this order?
Absolutely, because I'm afraid that I doubt it'll happen, but you always run the risk of changing of a flu and then not approving the CPD, and you open yourself up for a big can of worms. So I think this was done correctly.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted that feedback. Other than that, I don't have anything else to share with you this meeting.
Well, since we're on it, I will ask
Yes.
you. I've been asked to have you give your opinion, or not even opinion, explain the facts of the case with the Laola as far as whether they're being fined, whether they're not being fined, the rule of the magistrate. So if you could just
Sure.
cover that as so it clears the air out there so everybody
So
understands.
it's basically just a little status update. I believe it was back in January. We had our evidentiary hearing, and the magistrate did render an opinion, issued an order, basically finding that they were in violation, gave them a compliance date of March the 1st. Within their 30-day period, they chose to appeal that decision to the circuit court. The process there is there's, I believe it's 70 days to get all the records filed. And then a appellant brief is filed, which was just filed, I believe, last week or week before. We have 30 days to respond to that, and we are in the process of drafting our arguments and presenting our brief. In the meantime, in a typical code enforcement hearing, after the notice of violation is issued, after there is an order rendered, after a compliance date is identified, code will go out and inspect the property. And if the property remains in violation, just as La Ola is, a hearing would be held to basically find that they are not in compliance and request that any fine that had been opposed in the order would be certified as a lien. That is the typical process. However, in the event of an appeal, we are pretty much stopped from moving forward in that process. In the event that, assuming that we prevail in the appeal, we would then be able to begin that process and go and request a certification of the fine. But in the meantime, the fine would continue to accrue. However, we would not be able to enforce that collection of the fine. We do have a hearing coming up on May the 16th, and we will be providing a status report to the special magistrate.
So just to clarify what you said, so there's a lot of legal beagle stuff in there, not too bad.
No.
But what you said was that the fines are accruing. However,
They're not collectible.
they're not collectible, but they are accruing depending on the outcome of the appeals court.
Correct.
Okay. I think you made it as clear can be.
I try my hardest.
That should end any confusion, hopefully.
Hopefully.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Council member items and reports. Councilor Safford?
Yes, we had spoken a couple months ago about perhaps putting some 10-minute max parking downtown. I know the Nick is going to open very soon, and I keep getting a lot of requests from the restaurants down there about DoorDash, or people just want to run in and get their to-go order. Can we make some traction on trying to, let's choose two parking spots and let's try it for a couple months in off season?
Of course, we can.
You guys tell us which parking spots. That way, it just gets us out of the hot water with something. Don't put it in front of my business. Don't put it in front of my business. That type of thing.
I can tell you where I know.
Put it out there
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
Put it in
right
public.
next to the liquor store, right? The first two spots next to Harbor House.
Wouldn't it make more sense to put it under the bridge where there's more parking available as opposed to?
Or you said put me on the spot.
Now you see why we didn't put it out there.
Yeah.
Right now, there's two different ways to go. So give us
Well,
one way. We'll do them both. We don't want to make that decision because it's not going to make everybody happy.
Well, do we have to wait 2 weeks till May 19th, or can we just?
Give direction now, I think.
Yes, it's a public meeting.
Well, I would like to, for the summer, have 2 DoorDash or 10-minute max spots. Let's say right next to Harbor House under the bridge.
So that would request a different signage. So I mean,
It would.
how do you see it working on your end?
We would have to create different signage to accommodate that. I'll be very clear, and just to be fair, it's not going to be enforceable. If somebody leaves it there, I'd have to have somebody chalk the tire, sit with the tire for 10 minutes to see if they're coming or going. So just understand that those spots are, if they get filled up, because somebody just park there and go to the bar, because we don't know and can't define who's doing what with DoorDash and everything else. So there'd have to be some more thought process put to the enforcement part of it. It's ultimately